Anderson? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah. To it's active now. You say hi to our responsible. Yeah. Oh, responsible. So I'll let them know that they're ready to get started.
These are one of these areas should this be recording for everybody. Stop. If you're on one side of the door, Debbie's on the other. I feel.
Here?
One over. Yeah, probably the Laura's, she's right on the side.
That's me when I was.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would say you have a name on it. I appreciate it. Is there a ready to
It's 8:33. And we're gonna bring this, board meeting to order. The date is June 8th, 2021. The first thing we have on the agenda is our financials. Mike?
Good morning. Good to see everybody. Yeah. So, our total fund balance, including our treasury fund and then also the money management trust fund, is $3,391,455. In front of you, I placed a list of meetings for our next fiscal year, so hopefully, generally, our budget allows for you to go to one meeting per year. That may be different this year, but we'll see. But if you can go ahead and just mark your preference on the list 1 through 3, and then get those to me later on this afternoon, then we'll decide. I'll have that, and then whenever it gets closer time to me, we can make a decision on that.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any comments? Motion to accept the financials.
Motion to accept.
Okay. Motion to second on the floor. Any further questions? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any changes? Motion passes.
We also had a recent informal, the board had voted to go ahead and send colleges money for the rural scholarship loan program. To split the $75,000 we have equally between the two colleges. We'd also like to see if we get a motion on the record, so it's in our minutes in case our auditor or anything wants to see it officially in the minutes.
Call for motion, please. Second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. John, you want to give us a little synopsis on the, what happened with the rural scholarships this year?
So
That we were able to.
we, at both colleges, we actually did not have that many applications. We were able to help, everyone that applied. We heard some really interesting stories. Dr. Mitchell was part of that with us, where people wanted to go and what the difference of the bank form. We've had a couple that we hadn't seen last year when they were rising their P3 year that did quite their P4 year. I think most significant, I mean, this project has, it's not completely necessarily self-sustaining yet, but it has grown, especially at UABS where it's been supported for about 10 years. It's growing and parting simultaneously. We'll have some opportunities going forward to shovel some money as we have a larger approval for next year potentially. At UABS, we had, I think, 5 young ladies. I don't know where all the guys were, but 5 young ladies that applied. They all had great applications and plans for the future, and we're actually able to give them enough money to pay for their pharmacy school next year. And it was kind of fun because we got the call from our banks like, hey, what would you think if we were able to do this? And just like the look of just abstract, almost detachment for a minute as it hit them was impressive. But to think that this little fund we started about a decade ago was able to, we've had a couple people who've been able to pay for a year of pharmacy school here and there, some of these kind of, but the money we put in, the money that the investments at the colleges are actually helping to turn over some interest in it. And there are some people that are paying back in and they pay money back into it. We just trying to get to somebody. It's been fairly amazing to see the impact.
Thanks, Dr. Kirkland, Dr. Mitchell, for taking care of this for us. Do we have anything else to discuss here? Have any minutes or anything to approve?
We also have annually, we do an authority to inspect. We have our board president to sign for us. And it's basically the document anyone asks, what is your authority to be in my pharmacy or to gather documents or our subpoena authority or anything else. It's the board giving our inspection staff the authority to do that. So we ask each year for approval of that. I've got these in here. I think you guys are doing election meeting. So after the election, we have probably the new president sign those, or whoever that is. But if you guys would ask to approve the authority to conduct oversight activities for our staff, that'd be great.
Motion for that, ASBP. I'll second. Have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? The motion passes.
And so we have all those minutes. Okay, say all on the panel. I'll see which minutes it is. It should just be February. Okay, so we have 3 sets of minutes. It's behind the financials, is what it is. This will end the authority to conduct oversight activities right for financials through page 9, and then start on page 10.
And now I have a motion to approve these 3 sets of minutes. If no one has any changes to be made to it.
I'll make it.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? The motion passes.
We have a large group of orders that are under
Maybe just one call here.
So should be orders for consideration.
so maybe loaded for tomorrow, so we'll come back to that. We also had a large number of CE issues. We have an entire spreadsheet of people that signed the agreements for CE that are non-disciplinary and have completed those. We do have 4 that signed that they would complete it, but have not paid the administrative fees for that as of yet. It was due June 1st. We get you a list of those. We just don't go through them name by name, but we need some guidance. What do you want us to do with the four that said they would comply, pay that fee by June 1st, yet have not?
Okay, want to come see us?
You want us just to schedule, go ahead and schedule them with we have 9 that we could not get any response out of. And as most board members know, we have 100% audit for CE, for the ACE side of it through the CE monitor program with ADP and ACE. We continue to have some people that it may not be in there, but then they have been given a paper CE form, which although I understand very well from the ACE side, that's not supposed to happen. There are instances where it does happen. We are very lenient about giving credit for those because we can see they attend the program, it's issued in their name. Something happened was not in the CE monitor program, but we do get credit for that. But we have 9 individuals out of the nearly 6,000 pharmacists that we have licensed that they just will not respond to us on it. So we are making orders, notice of hearing with them and scheduling for hearings at upcoming meetings.
We have got a handful.
Yeah.
So I guess that's all.
The board has under consider this, and so just need to have no check. So, I don't know.
Okay. Our fiscal year ends June 30th, which means we can't process anything after about the 23rd, Lena. So if we got it by the 23rd, we can still process it during this financial year, but after that, it pulls into all the fiscal.
Not that you should have to be good, y'all cause for reminder.
I have contacted these people numerous times. When I say numerous, I mean really.
Yeah, like 6 or 8 attempts.
Do you know offhand what the funds are?
The ones that are paid is
For
right
those
here.
4?
Those 4, yes.
One of them was high.
One of them is 600. Got $2,400 one, a $300 one, a $150. 400. 650. This is everybody that's not. Only the 4 that.
One was like
2,400, 950, 1,250 for the pending currently. Then we have another 8,800 that are outstanding on the other people that haven't talked about. But we've had people pay their fines that were up to 19. So people are paying their fine. The majority of people have paid their fine.
We take care of
no.
If we send an order that says, come to the next board meeting, unless you pay by June 23rd.
We have sent orders out to anybody that had not completed their requirements, so these 4 actually have orders. So we can let that stand. I don't have a problem calling those 4 in this couple of days and saying, hey, if they're not here by the 23rd of July, then you have to do it.
Well, I'm just, what's your goal here? Do we want to pay, or we want to, because I'm saying if you told them to do something, and they haven't done it, then I will follow the license suspension. And say, suspend it till we get our money.
It's funny, this happens every time we do this. We even postpone our audit so that, with COVID and everything else, so people could have time to get their stuff and instead of trying to audit them right in the middle of the beginning, what we thought was going to be a shorter thing. But every time it gets to the point where we say, okay, there's this many people that haven't done it, and we send letters and letters, and then you tell them they have to come before the board, and everybody immediately wants to be compliant.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, suspend it, see how long.
Well, you have to have a hearing to suspend it, but it very well could be, hey, come in before the board, you refused to do this, you didn't get your CE, you didn't
We have an
follow.
emergency hearing today. Yeah, we'll do, it's waiting until we get 9 people in front of us and do the same thing over again.
You guys good?
And we've sent letters I've sent letters of orders to all of the ones that we haven't even heard back from. And I don't know how many it was, 12, 15 to start with.
Yeah.
And we got that little down to 4 or 5, people get a board order, and they're pretty, usually
Anything that's-
real quickly to call.
Well, Some of them, we have no idea what's going on. I can't remember how many are, there's 3 or 4 of them are in state and the rest are out. So a lot of it is out of state folks. The weird thing to me, let's go to the rest of the process anyway. The out of state folks have CE requirements for multiple states. And if you're in very many states at all, part of that's gonna be 30 hours of ACPE, and many states have some live requirements like you do. It's hard for me to fathom that you have a license in multiple states and don't meet our criteria.
It's probably the live. Yeah.
Some of it is a lot.
Well, I mean, it isn't fair to the other people that did pay, if we don't make these people pay.
But we sent out,
Oh, and, I'm sorry.
we had 45 that have responded with the signed consent agreement. Out of those 45, 41 of them have met their city terms and paid the fine. Some of those 4 that have signed, and then those 9 that have done that. And those are normally, you can tell they got their first notice about CE, and then they started rejecting control.
But they didn't pick up their letters after that.
I mean, we could call them and say that we're filling out, notification of their suspension. If they haven't paid by the time they get it, it's suspended.
I mean, we did last time when we had, well, I don't know, last time we had this type of hearings, we said a bunch of CEs, we had done from. And, we actually had hearings, of course, and we know we're here. But we had those, and that was kind of what the board did. Like, you got this amount of time or your license is suspended. And so that's kind of what we did, but like I said, that was, at a hearing, I think we need to settle. I would feel.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not really, I don't know that this falls under the emergency. I mean, there's not patient safety, there's not, I don't know if we might get some legal fines if somebody took this to, appeal this to a court. I don't think there's that emergency.
Can we just add it to ours again?
So, don't say I'm gonna give a notice.
No. Yeah, they have to have 10, 14 days notice on that. We can look at our upcoming meeting.
Well, that answers it, yeah, just send a letter, say, this is a notice of your hearing, we haven't received it back yet.
I've done it to, like I said, it was 9 or 10, whatever, that we've had 0 contact with. I've sent all the orders. And it's probably within 2 days, we've heard from at least half of them. Oh, well, I've got it right here. Well,
The strangest thing is, we're able to do this in a non-disciplinary matter because it's a CE issue. But once it comes to a hearing, it's a contested hearing, any action taken in that hearing is disciplinary, right? And the crazy thing is, it's probably going to end up with the same action or worse if you refuse even notification or anything else. But your window of opportunity for being non-disciplinary is closed.
Yeah, I say, threat on suspension is the, emergency hearing.
Shuts them up.
Yeah, and then after that, our decision will be a lot easier than November 4th.
So you have in front of you a copy of all the recent orders that we have. Dr. Cray usually does these between voluntary surrender, probation consent orders, and consent agreements. And then we've got some investigative costs that we had also gathered from things, and an action from an informal on there. You guys want to look over those?
where do you want to go through? If anybody has any questions, we've got the orders. If you'd like to read. The surrenders are all technicians for version of criminal issues. The probation consent order is something that was approved by the informal committee.
The rest are normally, considered to normal things that come in, we get change in ownership and it's past the deadline or find out that they have to change it. So it shouldn't be the same. Normally that's what this is.
Yeah, they're all technical issues. There's nothing.
Yeah, no disciplinary action. It's corrected fees.
Make a motion to approve. Okay. We have a motion to second. Any further discussion?
All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? Motion passes. Anything else, or ready to go to the
I think we're ready to start reciprocity. We're a couple minutes early, but I'm betting that most of those people are probably on.
And we've got to spread out, if we had right out 100 today, so we kind of got to spread out in 20 section blocks, so 20 at a time. So we'll have, currently have to go through this field at a time, but I think we've got them every 30 minutes. So
I'm gonna,
Or you want me to go there for good?
I'm gonna call them one at a time if you want me to.
Okay.
And it's been an adventure doing this on Zoom. It's gonna be more of an adventure with us. For those of you that are watching on Zoom, watching on YouTube, while we are all in one room, we are having to try some new technology, so bear with us.
The goal is, I'm not changing any of your reports. I'm not, that's why we're using the same team and everything.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you just fine, but it's not quite your turn.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay.
But that was a good way to test the system. It apparently works. Go first.
Okay.
technology, what's these little round things on there? Right. Yes. Pull them off. All right. They don't care of it. By the time I get done, it's usually gone.
So our old school tech is we have gel pens apparently this time, and they do have a tip on to keep it from leaking. I
That makes
can't,
a whole day.
yeah, and I can't stand those pens because I get it all over my hands.
Well, I mean, I never got a thing like that.
I thought they just started doing that recently.
Yeah. I thought you had one with the other thing on the end that you used to touch your screen. Okay. All right, so we're gonna start. So for those of you, I'll make sure that we have everybody add in. We've got, looks like 29 participants. That hopefully has our group. If we are missing someone, I will mark them and come back to them towards the end. So for those of you that are about to go through reciprocity right now, what will happen is I'm gonna call you up one at a time, and the board members are gonna wanna know the following. And many of you heard me talk about this when you came in to take your jurisprudence exam, but who are you, where you're from, where you went to school, and why you're getting a license in Arkansas, and then we'll see if the board members have any additional questions about you or your practice. So first up, last name is that
Yeah, that's right. Can you guys hear me all right?
Pronounce it right. Go ahead.
All right, so my name is Inderjeet Ajamal. I'm from Indianapolis, Indiana. I work for Amazon Pharmacy, facility number 006, looking to get a license in Arkansas because we are planning to eventually be mailing out to Arkansas patients. I went to school.
Go ahead.
Oh, I went to school at Butler University in Indianapolis, Indiana, and have been local here ever since.
And I believe that's a new startup facility, isn't it?
That is correct. Yes, we had our first shipment February 4th.
Any questions? All right. So, and once you're done with this part, stay with us until the end of your group, and we'll go over CE and a couple other things.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Is it possible to change that tone to speaker view so that the person's talking is a little bigger?
Yes, who's that going on?
Sorry.
That's all right. Yes, all right.
Hi. Now we can see you.
So next up, we have a lobby. We have Shazia Alabi on. I'm not seeing her on my screen. All right, we will come.
There she is.
Okay.
She's here. She just got to unmute her mic.
You unmute your microphone.
morning, everyone.
Shazia Alavi. Let's see her on my screen. She is here.
She was there, but she's not there.
She's,
I thought it was a phone.
her name is on here. I clicked for her, asking for her to unmute. She's on twice. Yeah.
I do apologize. This is
There you go.
Shazia. It's working now. Sorry about
Okay.
that.
Okay. So did you hear who you are, where you're from, where you went to school, and why you're getting licensed?
Yeah, so my name is Shazia Alavi. I'm from Chicago, Illinois. I went to school in Chicago State University here in 2018, and I currently work at a telepharmacy called CPS Telepharmacy here in the suburbs of the Chicagoland area. So a few of the facilities that we do have contracts with in Arkansas, so which is why I I'm applying for licensures for the state of Arkansas.
And you said it's for a CVS telepharmacy?
CPS.
CPS, okay, so you're doing
Yes.
hospital after hours.
Yes, yes.
Do you know what hospitals you're gonna be mapped to?
I know there's Drew Hospital, I believe, one of them. And as far as the other one, just because I do not have credentials yet, they haven't given me access to which facilities in Arkansas yet.
Any other questions? All right. No other questions for you, but stick around. Next up, we have Clark Allen.
Hey, my name is Clark Allen. I'm from Tennessee. I went to the University of College of Pharmacy in Memphis here. I did a residency, and then I work with a specialty pharmacy here in Memphis. It's with Regional One Health. We have a contract with the prison system in Arkansas called WellPath, and they want to kind of expand the role of telemedicine to kind of have a pharmacist involved with it as well as part of a disease states management setup.
Questions? All right, Kimberly Allen.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Kim Allen. I live in Jackson, Mississippi. I went to the University of Mississippi School of Pharmacy, graduated in 2017, and I recently just took a position as the supervising pharmacist at Noble Health Services, a specialty mail order pharmacy in Flowood, Mississippi, and we do service patients in Arkansas, and so that's why I am seeking a license in Arkansas as the pick.
Any questions? All right, Camille Allenbaugh.
Good morning. My name is Camille Allenbaugh. I'm in Overland Park, Kansas. I graduated from the University of Kansas in 1996. I am currently working for Optum RX Home Delivery Pharmacy located in Overland Park, Kansas, and I am applying for an Arkansas license to be the backup to our pick.
Any questions? All right. Next up, Tricia Asada.
Hi, good morning. My name is Trisha. I'm originally from Los Angeles, California, and I'm currently in Las Vegas, Nevada. So I graduated from Rosen University about 6 years ago. I am working for CVS Specialty for fulfillment. So we do service patients in Arkansas, and I will serve as a backup to the pick.
Any other questions? All right. Have Amanda, is it Bercy?
Yes, it's Bercy. My name is Amanda Bercy. I am a pharmacist from New Orleans. I graduated from Xavier University of Louisiana, and I need an Arkansas license because I work for InfuCare Pharmacy, and we ship to all 50 states.
And what kind of pharmacy is easy here? Like what's special?
We do home infusion and specialty pharmacy. We do IVIG, hemophilia, and those types of disease states.
With your home infusion, any compounding or all just direct like?
So we plan to compound, but the compounding room is not completed yet.
Inspections of the compounding.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Before you do any compounding into the state of Arkansas, we'll want to see the certifications for the room as well as an inspection of the room.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody else? All right, Jennifer Blasey.
Hi, I'm here. My name's Jennifer. I'm from Long Island, New York. I went to University of Rhode Island College of Pharmacy and graduated in May of 2020. I'm looking to move to Arkansas because my fiance recently took work there about like 9 months ago. So just looking to come over to Arkansas. I'm working on a transfer with CVS for hopefully this summer. That's where I currently work. So looking to just transfer over laterally.
Questions for her? All right. See Steve Bodenberg.
Good morning, everybody. Steve Bodenberg, and I'm a 1995 graduate of Butler University. And at the beginning of this year, I took a position with Accredo Specialty Pharmacy, and I'm going to be the director of pharmacy practice for the Indianapolis Airport site. And part of the job requirement is to ascertain a license in Arkansas, which is the reason why I'm, trying to get my license in Arkansas.
Questions? All right. Caitlin Brown. Let's see, Caitlin there.
You started to see, for me, visuals.
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Cool. So my name is Caitlin. I go by Katie. I grew up in Helena, Alabama. I went to school at Stanford University, graduated in 2019. I'm currently in Georgia, completing my PGY2, and I've accepted a position with the University of Arkansas Medical Sciences Family Medicine Center in Batesville, Arkansas, and I'll be starting in August.
Questions? Next up, I've got, let's see, Megan Lane. If I pronounce that right.
I'm sorry. Hi. I'm sorry.
Go. Next person.
Hi, I'm Megan Cahalan. I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I'm currently a pharmacist at Blink Health, and I graduated from the University of Pittsburgh in 2019. At Blink Health, we service patients in all 50 states, so I'm seeking licensure to be the backup to the PIC.
Is Blink the one that's the virtual medicine visits?
We do virtual medicine visits. I'm in the hub department, so we work with several manufacturers to offer assistance on their brand name medications.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Joshua Cappuccilli.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My name is Joshua. I am from Warren, Rhode Island. I attended college at the University of Florida College of Pharmacy 13 years ago. I am a pharmacy manager for Cerebral Pharmacy, and we're looking to expand into Arkansas with mail order service.
And what is Cerebral Pharmacy?
Cerebral Pharmacy is a mental health pharmacy with virtual virtual meetings.
Okay. So are you like aligned with prescribers that do virtual visits, or are you saying you just meet virtually with your patients?
It's a line of prescribers that do virtual visits and will be fulfilling their prescriptions.
Okay,
We're
so-
actually a separate entity of the corporate umbrella.
All right. So just know in Arkansas, there are some interesting laws about telemedicine visits through the Arkansas Medical Board. So you've got to be sure that the prescriptions that you're filling are meeting those criteria. Prescribers that have a license with the medical board are following those criteria.
Absolutely.
Dr. Kraus, do you do any compounding?
No.
So it's different than what's on this.
So you just changed jobs recently. When was that?
I didn't change jobs recently. The company was bought out. I was with Cape Pharmacy, and the Cape Pharmacy was purchased by Cerebral the 21st of last month.
All right. But so you used to do compounding?
No, we did not.
Okay.
Is he in Rhode Island or?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
You're in Rhode Island now.
No, I'm in Florida now.
Okay. You went to school in Rhode Island.
No, I'm from Rhode Island originally. I went to school in Florida and I stayed here because I met my wife and she wouldn't move away with me.
There you go. You tell us where he was originally from. Anything else? Okay, you got Robert Chambliss.
Good morning. Hi, I'm Robert Chambliss. I graduated from Northeast Louisiana University in August of '93, and I plan on, I'm working currently at CRX Specialty Solutions Pharmacy here in Natchitoches, Louisiana.
Any questions for him?
Pharmacy.
All right, next up, we've got Christine Cushing.
Okay, one moment. Hi, this is Chris. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my name is Chris Clisham. I went to school at KU and University of Kansas. I live in Parsons, Kansas, which is in southeast Kansas. And the reason I'm needing an Arkansas license is because I work for Pipeline RX. We have contracts with 5 facilities in Arkansas. Arkansas Methodist, Physician Specialty, National Park Med Center, Forest Med Center, and Helena Regional. And I do after-hour support for them. Actually, when I get my access codes, I will be.
Yeah. When you get your license and your access code, they'll turn it in.
Yes.
Okay. Next up, we got John Copeland.
Good morning, everybody. My name is John Copeland. I'm from Syracuse, New York. I went to Albany College of Pharmacy, graduated in 2002, and I work for Noble Health Services in Syracuse, New York. And I applied for my Arkansas license to assume the PIC responsibilities for our location here in Syracuse.
And what's the main focus on specialty for Noble?
Well, we primarily anti-inflammatory. We do a lot of Humira, Dupixent, Enbrel, fair amount of transplant medications such as Tacro and mycophenolate.
And the only compound you use within the state of New York?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Any other questions for him? Next, Jordan Kraft.
Good morning. I'm Jordan Kraft. I'm in Louisville, Kentucky. I work for Chewy Pharmacy. We're an online veterinary pharmacy for our non-dispensing site, and I am a 2010 graduate of the University of Kentucky. And I'm seeking licensure as a backup pick as well.
All right, no other questions? Brent Crenshaw. We have Mr. Crenshaw. Not seeing it. Make sure we're seeing it. Nope. So we will come back and check Mr. Crenshaw after a while. Morgan Cruz.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. There you go.
Hey, so my name is Morgan Cruz. I'm actually from Newport, Arkansas. I graduated from Harding University in 2019. After I graduated, I moved to Florida, so I'm currently a licensed pharmacist in Florida, but I actually got a temporary license from Arkansas about a week and a half ago, so I've been working in Arkansas at Walmart for the past week. So I just need to get a permanent license so I can continue to work at Walmart. I actually took the pharmacy manager position at Walmart in Walnut Ridge.
Questions for her? This would have been easier when you graduated.
I know. But I didn't ever think I'd come back to Arkansas, but here I am. So it definitely would have been a whole lot easier had I just gotten licensed in Arkansas.
We usually have about one per meeting that has left and then come back to the reciprocity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, Jared Crumley.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jared Crumley. I am a resident of Indianola, Iowa, just outside of Des Moines. I went to South Dakota State University, go Jackrabbits, graduated 2013, started working for Hy-Vee, they're a Midwest grocery chain that does retail pharmacy. Recently, they've started spinning up a mail order operation. So the goal for it is to get pharmacy licenses in every state. So I'm a backup pick.
Anybody else? All right, we got Thomas Den.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Thomas Din, 1996 graduate of Southwestern Oklahoma State University. I live in Fort Worth, Texas, and I'm the pick for Walgreens Central Field Pharmacy. We strictly back-end only pharmacy, just fulfillment. We do not dispense controlled medication or do we do any compounding. The reason I'm obtaining Arkansas licensure is because we will be looking to obtain a non-residence licensure for our pharmacy in order to deliver a prescription to our Walgreens in Arkansas.
Questions for him? All right, I've got Lauren Dixon.
Good morning. My name is Lauren Dixon. I'm originally from Memphis, but currently live in Little Rock, graduated from the University of Mississippi School of Pharmacy. I'm currently the director for quality programs and pharmacy quality programs at Arkansas Blue Cross. So I'm responsible for all of our clinical operations and Medicare, and then pharmacy and MTM services.
Any questions for Dr. Dixon? All right, we've got one that is, let us know they were in the midst of travel, so we're gonna try to get in between 9:15 and 10, so I'll try them now. Is it a Tan? I don't know if they've been able to join us yet or not. Does not look like they have yet, then I'll call again for Brent Crenshaw. Brent Crenshaw. Crenshaw? Okay, Mr. Crenshaw is about to join us. The hurry up and wait of Zoom, just like right there. have anybody else trying to get in. We have other staff helping manage that. For both for you on screen and for the people here in the room, the way that we have this projected in our room, there is a delay in between your voice and the way that you're talking. But for a couple of us that also have Zoom on our laptops, it actually is in time on the Zoom. It's just a delay in how fast it can get it through the connection to our TVs.
It's like watching a foreign film.
Yeah.
And it's translated into English.
Here we hear you and then we see you. So, see, I don't see we have Mr. Crenshaw yet. We may just pick him up and do him first in the next group. If that's okay with everyone. This will be our first group that we have. I believe that everybody has all of their other paperwork in order at this time. If the board wanted to go ahead and make a motion for this group, and we'll go over CE requirements.
I have a question. My name is Maria Hockenberry. I wasn't called. I was in the 9:30 to 10 group.
Yes, ma'am. It's not 9:30 yet.
Oops.
And
Sorry about that.
So we have made it to the Ds.
Gotcha.
Orders.
This one, what the motion, that we accept the license for all of these areas. Second. Have a motion, second discussion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay.
We'll grab Nan real quick for our CE review. Let's grab her. And she's going to talk about two things, and some of you are going to hear this more than once if you're in the next group. We do have a very active closed Facebook group for Arkansas licensed pharmacists. It's Arkansas Pharmacist Q and symbol A. That you might be able to keep up with some current events in Arkansas. We oftentimes will get regulatory updates and other things on there. It's fascinating, if nothing else, to help keep people abreast of what is going on either politically or discussions in the profession. You also have people that will advertise jobs and things like that on there. Association?
Yes.
Yeah, and we also urge you to look at and join our Arkansas Pharmacists Association. But at the very least, we advise you to participate in the one in your home state as well.
And we also have in your packet information about obtaining CE.
So Dr. Newsom has a copy of it, but you will receive a letter along with your license that explains the CE requirements. This volume, since you are reciprocated this late, it is different. Many of you already heard, we do a 100% audit for everyone's CE. Each biennium, you have to have 30 hours, 12 live hours. Through that, 12 must be ACPE accredited. Outside of ACPE accredited hours, some people ask that. We do accept like AMA, PRA category 1 hours for physicians, and there are some locally approved CEs from time to time that we have also done. Your license will expire December 31st of this year. All our renewals are online, so be sure you renew your license so that it stays active. We also periodically have people that think they're going to get a 2-year license the day they obtain it, but ours very specifically expired December 31st of the odd number. Anything else for this group?
Welcome to the Center of Arkansas.
So if you were in this first group, you've already been interviewed by the board, you're welcome to stay and listen, or you're welcome to leave and go back to plugging away at work. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Nancy.
And I think there might have been a little bit of confusion on times. So I think we had some people from other time zones calling in early and were wondering why this year. So everything is central time for those that are on. Sorry if there was some confusion about that. I know some people got on early this morning and were wondering where we were.
Yeah. was in a different time zone last week, and half my alerts were coming through and telling me a time on something. I'm like, that can't be right. And it was still sending me central time zone alerts, even though I wasn't in that time zone. It was frustrating. All right. So we've got Mr. Crenshaw on now. We're going to let you kick off, and then we'll get into our second group. And what the board members are going to need to know from you is who you are, where you're from, where you live now, where you went to school, and why you're getting a license in Arkansas. So we'll let you kick off, and then you get to listen to everybody else as we go through this group.
Hey, my name is Brent Crenshaw. I am from Memphis, Tennessee. I work at Walgreens Community Specialty Pharmacy. I got my Arkansas license because we ship specialty medication at the state of Arkansas.
Okay. Any questions for him? All right, stick around. We're going to keep going through the list. I'm going to see. I don't think we had Mr. 10 come in yet, so I will check him in a little bit. If anybody sees him come in, shoot me a message, and I will watch for that. Next up, Alyssa Eibling.
Hi, my name is Elisa Eibling. I'm from New Jersey. I went to UNC Chapel Hill for pharmacy school. My company is a specialty pharmacy, and we're getting licensed in Arkansas as part of a business development plan.
And what's the name of the company?
It's PFSP Specialty Pharmacy.
And what is special about PFSP?
We put the patients first.
So do you have a specific set of drugs that you are focused on?
We follow a more like traditional specialty pharmacy route. So we've got infectious disease, HIV, Hep C, rheumatology, and dermatology, and we're getting a little bit more into neurology and oncology.
Okay. Any other questions for her? All right. Lacey Epperson.
Hi, my name is Lacey Epperson, and I attended the University of Missouri, Kansas City on the Springfield Satellite Campus in Missouri. I actually graduated last May, so May of 2020, and I decided to get licensed in Arkansas. My husband and I are both from the Joplin, Missouri area, so we're very close to the border, and we travel down to Arkansas frequently for leisure. We enjoy biking down there, and we have a lot of friends that live down there. So it was more for a personal decision and living close. So that, aside from my home state, which was Missouri, I decided to make Arkansas. I wanted to get licensed in Arkansas as my secondary state.
Okay. So I believe we have Mr. Tan with us now.
I'm so sorry, I couldn't quite hear your question.
No, that's fine. We're going to the next person.
Oh, okay.
Hello, how's it going? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
I apologize. I am currently in an airport, and so I do apologize for the hustle and bustle if you hear it behind me. How's it going, everybody?
Very good. So who you are, we've heard where you're from, where you went to school, and why you're getting a license in Arkansas.
Yes, so my name's Hao Tan. You can call me Jeff. I'm from New York. I graduated from St. John's University in New York, Queens, New York. And I got my license in Arkansas. My company, Total CareRx, wanted to get licensed in many states. We want to service other states as well. And so they sent me to get licensed.
Okay. Any questions, Mr. Tan? So just listen now until we get through this group.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
No, you're welcome just to watch us until we get done with this group.
Okay, sure, thanks.
Okay. All right, let's see. We did Epperson. Bethany Francis.
Hi, sorry, I was having a little trouble unmuting and turning my video on.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm Bethany Francis. I graduated from the University of Oklahoma in 2012. And I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas because I will be the non-state or non-resident pharmacist in charge of PillPack by Amazon Pharmacy in Manchester, New Hampshire.
Any questions for Ms. Francis? No? All right, we got Christine Frazier up next.
Good morning, everyone. I have a little feedback, so excuse me.
Okay.
I'm currently from Kissimmee, Florida. I graduated from Florida A&M University in 2001. I currently work for ACS Specialty Pharmacy here in Orlando. And the reason why I'm getting licensed is to be the backup to our current pick.
Okay. Any questions for her? All right, see none. Monica Garza.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Monica Garza. I'm currently in Texas. I graduated from the University of Austin at Texas, and I currently work at Cricket Health. Cricket Health is an online cricket program that helps patients with kidney disease. We partner with insurance companies and gather the patients who have issues with their kidneys to help them, have a better life and healthier life. Right now, Cricket Health has partnered with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Arkansas. So that is why I'm seeking my licensure in Arkansas.
Questions for Dr. Garza? That's what I was just about to pull up. It's Cricket Health.
Cricket Health, yes. And I believe you asked me when I was there taking the exam. No, so I don't prescribe, we don't dispense. We do have a clinical team composed of nephrologists, social workers, nurses, dietitians, and pharmacists. So we make medical or medicine recommendation and medical recommendations to the providers who are seeing patients with the certain insurance companies, and make recommendations, but we don't prescribe or dispense medications. Is there a question for me? I couldn't hear that. Is there a question for me? Okay, sorry.
Hey, I'm not sure if someone asked for me to go next. I can't hear anything.
Yeah, it's.
So, Mr. Gerhardt, can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. I think you guys were muted.
Okay, yeah, we apparently our mute button got hit. So, if you want to go ahead and tell the board members your 4 things.
Yeah, my name's Patrick Gerhardt. I graduated from Midwestern University College of Pharmacy, Glendale in Arizona in 2009. I'm from Phoenix. Moved to Arkansas the last month of December 2020. Took a position here with R Pharma LLC. It's a 503B registered outsourcing facility. I'm in a leadership position in the VP of operations role, looking to get licensed just to be able to help facilitate some of the stuff as a startup, low end of the staffing right now, just so I can be able to help with things that are pharmacist required duties when needed, upon proper training.
And have you guys had your FDA inspection yet?
We have not, still waiting.
Okay. Well, let us know when they get there.
We will. We're hoping it's soon.
Yeah, so we're not hearing anything either, so we'll wait and see. Any other questions for him? All right. Mr. Getchman.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm Jor Getchman. I graduated at the University of the Witwatersrand in Johannesburg in South Africa a long time ago, 1987, I think. Yes, I know, actually. I live in Virginia Beach, and I'm seeking, or I've got employment with Janus RX, and we service two behavioral health facilities in Arkansas.
So talking to Mr. Getchman, this is the third country he's been licensed in. South Africa, Germany, and the United States now.
Yes, that's correct.
He also said he thinks it's the last one he wants to get licensed in.
I sincerely hope so.
Any questions for him? All right, let's go on. So let's see, Blake Graham.
Hi, how are you guys? My name is Blake Graham. I'm from Michigan. I went to school at Fair State University in Big Rapids, Michigan. I graduated in 2019. I work for OptumRx under the United Health Group branch, and I'm servicing as the backup to my PIC so we can service patients in Arkansas.
Question. All right, Michael Hardy.
Hello, my name is Michael Scott Hardy. I'm a pharmacist, graduated in 2004 from Midwestern University in Glendale, Arizona. Currently, I oversee operations for our Optum infusion site. I will serve as a backup to our PIC.
All right. Scott Hicks.
Hi, I'm currently living in Memphis, Tennessee, where I've served as the PIC for Walmart Neighborhood Market. I graduated in 2012 from the University of Mississippi, and I'm currently looking to get licensed in Arkansas to expand the area where I can help to serve patients in the Mid-South.
You mean once they fix the bridge?
Once they fix that bridge, that's right.
Any other questions for Dr. Hardy? Okay, Ms. Hockenberry, you're up.
Okay, now I have the right time zone, so I apologize about that. So my name is Maria Hockenberry. I am from Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. I went to school at the Wilkes University in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, graduated 2005. I currently work for Benecard Pharmacy. We're a mail order pharmacy, and I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas as the backup for the PIC.
And what's special about Benecard?
So we fill all different types of medications, a lot of maintenance meds. We also do specialty medications as well. So we kind of service a bunch of different medications.
Any questions for her? All right, Jennifer Hoffman.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Hoffman, and I'm originally from New England. I graduated from Massachusetts College of Pharmacy. I am, we moved I've been to a couple of different states in New England, but I recently moved from Arizona. I was there for 4 years. And my husband is an ER physician. He accepted a position with Mercy Hospital. And that's why we're moved here to Fort Smith. And I'm just seeking licensure. So I can just fill a position here in Arkansas. I've had 2 interviews already. So that's why I'm looking for my license here in Arkansas.
Dr. Hoffman apparently wasn't planning to move to Arkansas, but she stopped in Arkansas and loved it so much she stayed.
Yeah, exactly. We're actually initially gonna go to North Carolina. He was interviewing there for positions, but we passed through the border of Oklahoma and stopped at one of the visitor centers there, and one of the women talked highly about Fort Smith. And we came to visit it and we liked it. And he so happened to have a job here, and he applied and interviewed, and he he got the job, and here we are now.
Yeah, the Visitors Bureau might have you on a poster if you repeat that story. We're laughing because many of us are aware that is a really nice visitor center there.
Yes, it is. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah.
All right, welcome to Arkansas.
Thank you very much.
Miss Diana Homer.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Diana Homer. I live in Irwin, Pennsylvania. I currently work for CVS Specialty out of our Monroeville site, and I graduated in '97 from Philadelphia College of Pharmacy and Science. And I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas so that we can continue to service our patients that live there.
Any questions for Dr. Homer?
You could get her to expedite some Fermani sandwiches when you get her license.
Yep, they are original. That's for sure. Those fries, fries and coleslaw.
All right, how about Miss Daphne Holm?
Hi, my name is Daphne Hong. I live in Austin, Texas. I graduated from University of Texas at Austin in 2014. I work at PillPack by Amazon Pharmacy, and I am seeking license as an Arkansas pharmacist as a backup pharmacy license for our pharmacy.
So what date is your symphony upgrade coming?
Friday. Very aware.
Now everybody knows that.
Did not know. Nice.
All right, Eric Hopkins.
Hey, good morning. My name's Eric Hopkins. I went to the University of North Carolina Eshelman School of Pharmacy and graduated in 2014. And I graduated with somebody else who is here, Elisa Eibling. She sat behind me to the left, maybe 8 feet behind me to the left. Yeah, so it's nice to see a familiar face this morning. I work at Biologics by McKesson. We're a specialty oncology pharmacy located in Cary, North Carolina. Mostly oncology products. We are venturing out into other rare and orphan things too. But the reason I am getting licensed is to continue serving as the backup for the Arkansas license portion of our patients. And we serve patients anywhere in the United States, from Hawaii all the way to Guam. If it's a United States territory, we service them. And I have spoken to people in Guam. You got to wait really late in the day to call them because it's really early for them. So that's very interesting.
Any questions for Dr. Hopkins? See none. Andrew Huggins.
Hey, my name is Andrew, or I go by Drew Huggins. I'm actually from Raleigh, North Carolina, so not far from the previous gentleman, and I actually graduated from the University of North Carolina also in 2009. I'm the CEO of an independent pharmacy company in North Carolina. I actually started a specialty pharmacy that dispenses mostly hemophilia products and IVIG products in 2012, and we've been pursuing licensure in all 50 states ever since. So I'm getting licensed in Arkansas so that we can get our Arkansas permit. And Arkansas is actually our last state. So there you go.
Then you were not going alphabetical in order.
No, sir. No.
So who's your inspector in North Carolina?
So we just had one. It was a young lady named Summer Kanoy. We know all the inspectors well because we do that every 2 years. But as I talked to you about, Jay Campbell is a really good friend, and the chairman of our board, Gene Minton, was on the board of pharmacy in North Carolina for a long time. So they speak very highly of you and the Arkansas board.
Well, you're doing good until you brought up Jay's name.
Yeah, that's right. I understand that. I understand.
Any other questions for Dr. Huggins?
People in North Carolina, we gotta get excited barbecue.
I'm telling you, except they have weird sauce.
No, that's good sauce. And North Carolina barbecue is the best.
That's right.
All right, we're going to have to talk to Dr. Richmond over lunch now.
Okay.
Next up, Diana Nguyen.
Good morning, Dr. Kirkley and everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Sorry, my camera is not working today. My name is Diana Nguyen. I live in Seattle, Washington. I graduated from Midwestern University in Downers Grove, Illinois in 1996. Currently, I'm working as the PIC manager for Amazon Pharmacy in Seattle regional site. And I'm seeking licensure. Hopefully we are serving to your patient in the future, in the near future.
So she's with a new startup for Amazon. So it's a brand new store they're training on. Any questions, Dr. Nguyen? All right, we're good for you. Next up, we've got Daniel. Is it Jagiela or Jagiela?
Yeah, actually, you got that right. Jagiela, how are you all?
Doing well.
So my name's Daniel. I work at MedWise RX, formerly known as Symphonia RX, and I live in Florida. Went to school at University of Florida and graduated in 2019. So the company I work for, MedWise RX, performs services in several states. Mainly, we do MTM services for our clients, Medicare and commercial plans. We don't do any dispensing. We do complete telephonic services like complete medication reviews. And the reason for licensure, just for compliance reasons, to have a pharmacist licensed in Arkansas.
Questions for him? Next up, we've got Kenneth Johnson.
Good morning. My name is Ken Johnson. I live in Jeffersonville, Indiana, which is right across the river from Louisville, Kentucky. I graduated with a BS in pharmacy from Purdue University in 1980. And following Desert Storm, I went back and got my PharmD from the University of Kentucky in 1996. I work for Nipper RX here in Charlotte, Indiana. We primarily run patient assistance programs, and we have a pharmacist already who's serving as the PIC in Arkansas, and I'm just going to be the backup.
Any questions for Dr. Johnson? All right, see none. Next, we've got Adriel Joseph. See Dr. Joseph. May also be under Peter.
Can you hear me?
There we go.
Yes, hi, my name is Adriel Joseph, and I'm actually the second South African. One of your other guys was from Johannesburg, and I'm from Durban, South Africa. I graduated from the University of Louisiana at Monroe, and I currently am the PIC here at Sterling Pharmacy. We're a long-term care facility, and we're seeking to do business in several states. And so far, we have like 5 states, and Arkansas is one of them.
Okay, so do you do full line for long-term care or just a specialty?
Just specialty, long-term care facilities, and some prisons.
But you carry full line medications?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, so it's a specialty pharmacy in that it's focused on long-term care.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
So it's a specialty pharmacy in the sense that it specializes in long-term care, not specialty medications.
Yes, exactly. Long-term care, not special medication. Correct.
Okay. Any other questions for him? All right, so that is the end of this group. If the board wants to make a motion to adopt our group that goes up to 10 o'clock.
Motion to approve the pharmacist application. Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? The motion passes.
Okay, so you guys will all receive your licenses in the mail for your permanent license. It will also have an information sheet about the CE requirements. Since you are this late in our biennium, you don't have any additional CE that is required this year. However, your license will renew. It expires December 31st of this year. You must renew it. And each biennium, you do have to have 30 hours of CE, 12 live hours, 12 ACE hours are part of that. And we do 100% audit on CE. Some of you may have heard that conversation earlier today.
Dr. Krause, tell us about the association.
Oh, sure. Welcome to Arkansas, and just want to say that we have a very strong and active Arkansas Pharmacists Association. We urge each and every one of you to become members. I don't know, John, did you mention about the pharmacist Q&A to this one?
I did not yet. The association meetings, actually, they have a live in-person meeting Friday, but because of social distancing and COVID, they're also going to have a virtual meeting for CE if you want to join that.
Yeah, it's a great source of CE.
Yeah, next week.
17.
Yeah. And we also have a private closed Facebook group for Arkansas pharmacists, licensed pharmacists, pharmacy owners, people like that. It's got a little over 3,000 people in it. It's under Arkansas Pharmacist Q and symbol A. Has a lot of shared information about things that are going in Arkansas, legislative updates, regulatory updates. A lot of times we have people that are asking regulatory questions on there and getting answers or sharing wisdom with each other. Some job advertisements and other things. So if any of you are interested, once you have your license in Arkansas, we would be happy to approve you to join that group, and it helps you kind of see what's going on in Arkansas. I know of, I think, 3 states that have similar sites. I know Kentucky has one, Oklahoma has one that shares a lot of information.
Okay. Thank you all, and welcome to the state of Arkansas.
So if you have already been through, you're welcome to stick around and watch us through here. We will let you stay on through reciprocity. After reciprocity, we're going to kick everybody out who does not have an appointment. If you want to continue to watch the board meeting, it is available on YouTube to watch it now or to go back and watch later. So that's it for our group up to the 10 o'clock hour. We are a couple minutes early. Does anybody need a break, or are you going to keep pushing?
I can use it. Okay, great. But not upset.
You want to take a break till 10?
Right.
We'll be back for our 10 o'clock group right at 10 o'clock. So we'll give you just a few minutes. Thanks. See you now. I need the camera. Camera off.
John, when you get through Mr. Moon.
Yeah. And I've got my list. It said, please skip the following. Thomas Moon and Alex Stewart. Make you go to your car and get it. Do the rain.
Yeah.
Well, it's just compliance, right?
So it's still coming out pretty good, we are coming in. Yeah, it's rained here for what? 3 weeks. Yeah.
Oh, same in Texas. Same in Texas. All right, you'll unmute us. You're unmute, okay. So real quick housekeeping. So it sounds like our feedback from staff is they can hear me because I'm loud. And they want to be sure everybody else also speaks loudly and clearly. So usually they complain I'm too loud, but apparently it's a good thing today.
Yeah, it's Whitmore was having problems hearing the motions. So when you make a motion, you just speak up and I mess up. You just repeat the motion in just a second. That way we should have a double recording.
So we're going to start in with our 10 o'clock group. For all of you that are waiting, we're going in alphabetical order. When we call you up, the board members are going to want to know 4 things: who you are, where you are from or where you are now, where you went to school, and why you're getting a license in Arkansas. If we have any additional questions for you, they have part of your profile here on their tablet so they can actually look at. So if they have any questions, they will ask them. If not, we'll move on to the next person. Please wait until the end of this group for the additional announcements and approval of your license. So first off, we have David Kane. Have Mr. Kane with, there we go. Is that Mr. Kane? No. We have Mr. Kane with us.
I don't see him.
Hey, we do not see Mr. Kane on here. We'll come back and try that later. We have Mr. Cotta.
Yep. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes. So I graduated from University of Maryland School of Pharmacy in 2016, where I've been in Maryland most of my life, Baltimore, Maryland. Our pharmacy is located in Ellicott City, Maryland, close to Baltimore. We are our pharmacy name is Lifeline Specialty Pharmacy, and I'm the PIC for it. We have no plans of doing business in Arkansas yet, but right now we just need to get licensed in all 50 states for contracting purposes. We may be doing business in Arkansas in the future, but we just want to get licensed there now. We are a specialty pharmacy. We focus mainly on rheumatology, hematology, oncology drugs. We are URAC and ACHC accredited. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was all the questions that was there.
That's it. Anybody have any additional questions? All right. See none. Jonathan Keel.
Good morning. My name's Jonathan Keel, and I'm out of Las Vegas, Nevada. I went to school at North Dakota State University and graduated 2009. I work for Optum Frontier Therapies, where we're focusing on orphan and rare disease. And I'm seeking Arkansas licensure so I can be the backup PIC.
Questions for Dr. Keel? Next up, Omar, is it Kokar?
Yes, it is, Dr. Kirtley. Good morning. My name is Omar Kokar. I'm based out of Texas. I went to South College School of Pharmacy in Knoxville. Graduated in 2018. Currently work for a new pharmacy, AFA Pharmacy. The reason I'm getting licensed is because we're looking to get licensed in all 50 states for credentialing purposes and PBM contracts. Don't know if we're going to actually ship into Arkansas, but the plan is to now get 50 licenses in all 50 states.
Any questions for him? We didn't know that if you went to Tennessee, Texas would let you back.
Now, thankfully, they did.
All right. David Craigle.
Hi, my name is David Craigle. I went to South University in Savannah, Georgia, graduated in 2009. I currently reside in Lexington, Kentucky. I work for HDM Pharmacy, which is a veterinary-only pharmacy that is a 503A pharmacy.
So since you do veterinary compounding, be sure you read our veterinary compounding rules, patient specific, so that you don't get sideways with that.
I understand. We're not currently licensed in Arkansas. I don't know if we're seeking it. I've just been asked to start the process.
Okay. Any other questions for him? All right. Adam Labs.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, perfect. Hi, my name is Adam Labs. Good morning. I am licensed in, well, this has been my fourth state. I went to school at University of Wisconsin in Madison, Madison, and I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas to be a backup to our pharmacist in charge, and we do not do any compounding.
And so your fulfillment for Blink Health.
That is correct. Yeah, we do fulfillment pharmacy. We do fulfillment for Blink Health and other Serviu Pharmacy, Navitus, which is more of a Wisconsin insurance company, and then Smith RX. I think that's the majority of the ones that we do fulfillment for.
Just be sure that you are well aware of the fact that Arkansas patients have freedom of choice in their pharmacy selection, so that they know that it's you that they have chosen, or else they think you're not.
Correct. Yeah.
All right. So it sounds like we have Mr. Kane on with us now. We'll back up to him. Mr. Kane, can you hear us? I can see you, and I have clicked asking you to unmute. David Kane.
Oh, sorry. Hi.
Okay. So who you are, where you went to school, and why you want a license in Arkansas?
So my name is David King. I'm a pharmacist out in San Carlos, California. I work for a company called Alpha Script Specialty Pharmacy. We're trying to get a license in all 50 states. And although our customer base here is mainly our local patients. I am going to replace the current pick here because she will not be able to be on site full time, whereas I am available full time. So I am just been tasked to becoming the next pick here for Arkansas. I graduated from the University of the Pacific Pharmacy, the Thomas J. Long Pharmacy School in 2009. And I worked at Walgreens before for quite a few years, and then I worked at a sterile compounding pharmacy called Lighters for about 5 years or so. And here I am. And I kind of manage the non-sterile compounding pharmacy here. We don't do any sterile.
Any other questions for Dr. Kane? Okay. Lauren Lawson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Lauren Lawson. I'm in San Diego, California. and I went to school at the Massachusetts College of Pharmacy and Health Sciences in Worcester, Massachusetts. I work for OptumRx here in San Diego, and we mail out prescriptions everywhere. And I'm just getting this license to be the second alternate PIC for our facility.
Any questions for Dr. Lawson? All right. Van Lee.
Hi, my name is Vanny Lee, and I live in South Florida. I work at a very small independent pharmacy. We are licensed in over 40 states, almost 50. We're a full service retail pharmacy, but we do specialize in mail order. We do not plan on shipping controls, and we do not do any compounding. Okay.
So very small independent mail order pharmacy. How do people in Arkansas find out about you?
I'm sorry, it's kind of hard to hear. I don't know if it's my connection or.
So you said it is a very small independent pharmacy that's doing
Yeah, we just
across-
opened like 2 years ago. So we're trying to survive in, you know, this pharmacy world with all the big chains. And so
So what link do you have that people from Arkansas find you?
there's a lot of snowbirds, and especially during COVID, people are traveling back and forth. So we want to make sure that we don't lose any patients if they do move or travel.
Okay. Questions? All right, Andrew Leopold.
Good morning, Andrew Leopold. I live in Shawnee, Kansas. I graduated from the University of Kansas. Currently work at Optum Infusion Services. Seeking licensure in Arkansas to be a backup pick.
Any questions for Dr. Leopold? All right. Next we got Sua Mahmoodi. Looking to see if we see you.
Hello?
There we go.
Okay, good. I'm sorry. So my name is Soha Mahmoudi, and I'm licensed in Tunisia, North Africa. I'm also licensed in Canada, and I currently have most 15 licenses here in the States. I'm a staff pharmacist in Wells Specialty Pharmacy. We are a pharmacy in Orlando, Florida, and we service 49 states.
And where did you go to school originally?
Tunisia, North Africa. That was my first degree.
Tunisia. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions for her? All right. Jill McClellan.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Jill McClellan. I'm a graduate of Oregon State University. I live and work in the Portland, Oregon area for Arden Health Specialty Pharmacy. We are a broad provider of specialty medications, including oral oncology, injectables for MS, chronic inflammatory diseases, and just as an example of types of things we ship. We are licensed in all 50 states and ship to all the states. And I am seeking licensure in Arkansas as a backup to the PIC with an eventual PIC change.
Okay. Next up, I've got Julie Miller.
Good morning. My name is Julie Miller. I work in a specialty pharmacy in St. Louis, Missouri. We specialize in rare and orphan disease states. I went to St. Louis College of Pharmacy, and I'm getting licensed as the backup pick.
And what's the new name of St. Louis College of Pharmacy?
I knew you were going to ask me that. It's something about health and sciences, so it'll always be St. Louis College of Pharmacy in my eyes.
It's like 7 or 8 words now instead of St. Louis.
Right, right.
Anybody else? Next, I've got Anna Molina.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Yes, my name is Anna Molina. I am from South Florida. I live in the Pembroke Pines area, and I went to Nova Southeastern University. I work for ProCare Pharmacy. We're mail order and also service hospice patients, and also dispense specialty meds. And I'm retaining a license in Arkansas to be able to service patients in your state.
Questions? All right, next up we have Thomas Moon, who's actually here with us.
Hello, my name is Thomas Moon. I graduated from the University of Texas at Austin College of Pharmacy. I'm currently a pharmacy manager for Costco Pharmacy in McKinney, Texas. I'm reciprocating my license so that I actually am a training location out of Texas, and so I'm here to help train the new location on not only this project, but any future endeavors we may have in Arkansas.
You been by your store this morning?
We went by last night.
All right, they got lights on and walls up around half the building. It's looking exciting in Little Rock right now.
Thank God they have their roof.
Yes, I noticed that they got the roof on about 3 days before torrential rain started for the last 2 weeks.
Oh, yes.
So, any questions for Dr. Moon? All right, next Ario Nazari.
Hey everyone, my name is Ari Nazari. I'm based out of Washington, D.C. Graduated from the University of Maryland in 2011. Work for Carry RX Inc. And we are mostly a same-day delivery pharmacy in the D.C. metro area, but are starting to work with manufacturers and ship to all 50 states.
Who's the manufacturer you're shipping for?
Company based in D.C. called Vanda Pharmaceuticals.
Correct. Yeah. All right, Vincent Nguyen.
Hi, my name is Vincent Nguyen. I'm a graduate of the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Currently, I work in Raleigh, North Carolina at CVS Specialty Pharmacy. And our branch is looking to, the company as a whole services all 50 states, and our branch is looking to meet that goal. And so and I'm looking for just opportunities to advance as well, so. Were you able to hear me? Hello?
We can hear you. I don't know if we can hear the board.
Okay, all right. I broke it. I broke the system.
So we're fixing it. I turned on mine for just a second.
Okay.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, I could hear you.
All right, thank you. So Dr. Nguyen, we were able to hear you fine.
Okay.
So we're moving on to our next person, Christina Nutter.
Hi, I'm Christina Nutter. Live in West Virginia. I work out of Maryland for a company called InfuCare RX. I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas so that I can become the PIC for your state. I went to Shenandoah University in Winchester, Virginia, Bernard J. Dunn School of Pharmacy.
Any questions for Dr. Nutter? All right. Ayoyinka Ojatalo.
Thank you.
Tell me how to pronounce that right.
Very good. Yinka Ojatalayo. I reside north of just Boston. I graduated from VCU School of Pharmacy back in 2009. I worked for a mail order pharmacy in New Hampshire. and we're seeking licensure in all 50 states, and that's why I'm trying to get my license in Arkansas. Health Haven Pharmacy.
What's special about Health Haven Pharmacy?
It's a mail order pharmacy, sorry. A mail order pharmacy, no compounding and no control medications.
Okay. Any questions? No. He said no compounding. All right. Dominic Ortega.
Good morning, board members. Name is Dominic Ortega. I currently reside in Las Vegas, Nevada, where I am employed by Optum Frontier Therapies, which is a new business segment within Optum, which specializes in orphan rare disease and cell and gene therapies. We're obviously looking to have all 50 states covered to be able to provide services to all 50 states, including Puerto Rico and Guam, and providing these innovative services to patients in Arkansas.
Any questions for Dr. Ortega? Seeing none. Alan Alstave.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I'm Alan Ustayev. I'm based out of Hoboken, New Jersey currently. I went to school at LIU in Brooklyn, Long Island University. I am the COO and head pharmacist of Invictus Pharmacy. We're a specialty and mail order pharmacy currently servicing, I believe, 45 states in the US. We'd like to get licensed in Arkansas for different reasons. We partner with different manufacturers, and one of our bigger accounts is polybifluorinated multivitamins, servicing areas where there is no fluoride in the well water.
So I had a chance to speak to him briefly earlier. It is fascinating because, I mean, we do have rural water supplies or people with their own wells that don't have fluoridated water. So that's, you know, it's a thing here as well as most rural states. Any questions for him? All right, that is the end of our 10 to 10:30 group. I'll turn it over to Madam President.
Yes, I'd like to entertain a motion, please, to accept these reciprocity candidates. Okay. Okay, Dr. Richardson, made the motion. I'll second. Okay. And Dr. Mack seconded the motion. Is there any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? The motion passes.
Okay, so all of you will get your licenses as well as a letter outlining the CE requirements for this biennium. You do not have any additional CE requirements right now. Your license will expire December the 31st. It's not for 2 years from when you get it. It's actually part of our time period that automatically expires at the end of an odd number year. So be sure you renew your license for future CE bienniums. Be sure that you get your 30 hours. Be sure you have 12 live hours in that 30, that you have 12 hours that are ACP accredited at least. Most of you are licensed in multiple states, so you're probably looking at 30 hours of ACP no matter where you are during any given biennium. Also, we do have a closed Facebook group for Arkansas Pharmacist Q, then the AND symbol A. It's got a little over 3,000 people in it. There are a lot of different updates, what's going on in Arkansas pharmacy, regulatory questions that are asked and answered, updates about CE opportunities, many of which are even live via Zoom or YouTube or something along those lines. If you are interested in that and you submit an application, once you've got your license, we will be happy to preview so you can see what's going on in those discussions. Kraus?
And we would also like to ask you to join the Arkansas Pharmacists Association. It's a great way to give back and be a part of your profession. And we offer CE. In fact, we've got CE, this virtual CE, the 17th this month, because our convention is being held as a welcome to Arkansas.
That is it for this group. If you have had your interview with the board, you're welcome to stick around and watch through the reciprocity series. After reciprocity, if you want to continue watching, you'll have to do so on our YouTube link. continue to our 10:30 group, and I'll start calling you up. For our 10:30 group, you may have seen part of this. The board members are going to want to hear 4 things from you: who you are, where you went to school, and why you want a license in Arkansas. So with that, we'll kick off with Laura Parkhurst first. See if we have Ms. Parkhurst to unmute. We have Ms. Parkhurst with us. Oh, I saw it. I do not see Ms. Parkhurst on the screen unless that is her random phone number. So I'll go to our second one, Amy Patel.
Is it Sunil Patel?
Yes.
Oh, okay, yes. That,
No. Amy Dinesh Patel.
no, sorry.
We have Amy Dinesh with us. Do not see her.
Here we go. Hi.
There we go, Laura.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Wonderful. Hi. How's everyone today?
Good. So if you didn't hear it, the board members want to know who you are, where you live, where you went to school, and why you want a license in Arkansas.
Okay, wonderful. I'm Laura. I live in North Little Rock, Arkansas. I went to school at Creighton University and have been practicing pharmacy in Oregon for the past 7 years. My family and I decided to move back here because both of our families are here. My grandfather just turned 100 in March, and over this past year, just being away from everybody and not being able to get to them was just too much. So we wanted to be close to family. So that's why I'm here.
Do you have a job lined up here in Arkansas now?
I do. I'm working for CVS providing the COVID vaccine.
Okay, good deal. Any other questions for Dr. Parkhurst? All right, I'll ask again, Amy Patel. I did not see her going in. All right, then we have a Anil Patel.
He's on there, but we can't.
Hello? Hello?
No, that's Sunil. We're looking for Nilay Patel. We see you on here.
So you're trying to talk, but we can't hear you.
See her on screen.
All right, can you guys hear me now?
There you go.
All right. I was joining by phone, but then also by video. My apologies.
I got you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nilay Anil Patel. I'm a pharmacist, graduated from University of Louisiana at Monroe in 2015. I've been an active pharmacist for, 6 years now. I am currently with CVS Health. I serve as a field leader for the company, being the state of Arkansas, several stores in the Arkansas market, Louisiana, and East Texas. And the purpose for me joining as a pharmacist is not only to help assist with the pharmacist within the state of Arkansas, not only from a leadership perspective, but also to kind of help, continue the patient care perspective, and also just to ensure that any pharmacists that are currently under my span of control, I can kind of get a little bit more hands-on and also help with the community as well. So, I'm currently located in Shreveport, Louisiana. My closest Arkansas stores in Texarkana and a little bit going towards Walmart country, going towards Northwest Arkansas. So I touch Arkansas quite a bit. So I figured, this is a great opportunity and also just kind of be able to provide a much more in-depth patient care. So that is, thanks for having me.
So how many of the CVS stores in Arkansas are you supervising?
That'll be a total of 5 stores: Van Buren, Arkansas, Springdale, Rogers, Fayetteville, and Texarkana.
Okay. Any other questions for this Dr. Patel? Okay, Sunil Patel, you're up.
Hi, good morning. My name is Sunil Patel, and I'm in Dallas, Texas right now. And I did my pharmacy school in India, and I moved to US. And I gave my exams, and I got my license in Michigan. But right now, I'm working in Texas for almost 10 years now. And I have my pharmacy, Lindsay's Pharmacy, is an independent pharmacy, and I'm trying to get the license so we can start serving the patients in Arkansas.
Any questions for Dr. Patel? Seeing none, I have Brittany's at Fouts.
Yep, that's perfect.
All right.
So my name is Brittany Fouts. I went to pharmacy school at Duquesne University in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where I reside as well. And I work for Alliance RX Walgreens Prime, also in Pittsburgh. And I'm seeking licensure for back up to our PIC.
Any questions for Dr. Fouts? All right, Dr. Pham. Have Dr. Pham, P-H-A-M, with us? I do not either. Okay, we will come back and ask again later. Dr. April Porter.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I am April Porter. I was born and raised in Thayer, Missouri, which is right on the Arkansas border near Mammoth Spring. I went to school at the University of Missouri, Kansas City School of Pharmacy, and I actually worked underneath Paul Gubbins at the Springfield campus here in my recent past. And I have recently moved back home to be closer to family. I think COVID hit a lot of us that way. And I will be working with MJ Clark down at Palace Drug in the 2 locations in Mammoth Spring and in Salem, Arkansas.
Any other questions for Dr. Porter? Seeing none. Dr. Paris Priyadarshi.
Yeah, hi, good morning. My name is Paris Priyadarshi. Currently, I have licenses in Florida, Michigan, Idaho, Utah, and at Magellan Specialty Pharmacy. I'm the pharmacy manager here. I did go to school at St. John's University in New York, and I am trying to acquire license in Arkansas to be a backup to our PIC, Isaac McGee.
Any questions? Okay, I've got a note that Dr. Amy Patel is Pixel 3 XL on our screen. Dr. Patel, can you hear us? Let's see if we can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning.
There you go.
My name is Ami Patel. I went to St. Louis College of Pharmacy in St. Louis, Missouri. I'm born and raised in Kansas. I currently reside in New Jersey, and I'm getting licensure for our pharmacy that I work at can get licensed in Arkansas.
And what's that pharmacy?
It's Home Care RX in Fairfield, New Jersey.
And what's special about Home Care RX?
We're an infusion pharmacy.
Compounded infusions or just like IVIG that's commercial?
IVIG, yeah, IVIG, no compounding, no clean room or anything.
Anything else for this Dr. Patel?
All right, I show Philip Raghunandan.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Philip Raghunandan. I went to Rutgers University in New Jersey, which I was born and raised. Been a pharmacist since 2002. Worked in home care, know of Home Care RX. Nice to meet you, Ms. Patel. Right now I'm working for Cardinal Health Nuclear and Precision Services, and we're looking to expand our theranostics division with a specific drug, Lutathera, which is lutetium-177 for neuroendocrine tumors. So we kind of want to centralize it from one location, New Jersey. And that's about it.
So you got the 177 variant, and you'll be able to ship that in Arkansas?
Pardon me?
Instead of being, yeah, it's radiopharmaceutical 177 to ship to Arkansas?
Yeah, well, we are a sterile compounding pharmacy, and if we do have business, we will be shipping product into Arkansas.
Yeah, okay. Any other questions? All right, Christopher Razor.
Hi, good morning. My name is Christopher Razor. I graduated in 2007 from Purdue University. I currently live and work here in Louisville, Kentucky for Chewy Pharmacy. We service mail order pet prescriptions, and I'm seeking licensure to become a backup pharmacist in charge.
Questions for Dr. Razor? All right, Sarah Elizabeth Clyburn Reed.
Hello, I'm Sarah Elizabeth Reed, and I'm a pharmacist in South Carolina. Went to the University of South Carolina and graduated in 2011. Recently joined the Right Dose Corporation, which is a new extension of their business, 503B, and just providing backup to our PIC is why I'm getting licensed.
And when was your last FDA inspection?
We haven't had our first one yet, so we are thinking it's going to be very soon.
That's what everybody thinks, whether they've had one or not. Any other questions for Dr. Reed? All right, I've got Virginia Rivera.
Good morning. My name is Virginia Rivera, and I graduated from the University of Houston in 1984. I am currently living in Fort Smith, Arkansas. I transferred with Walmart, and I've been working with Walmart for now, it'll be 27 years in July. And I am living in Arkansas because I am starting a new chapter in my life. I met someone when I was in Northwest Arkansas in 2019, and I found love. So I am living in Arkansas.
Any questions for Dr. Rivera? All right, got Jared Rossworm. Let's see if our whole Zoom is frozen.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. My name is Jared Rossworm. I'm a pharmacist stationed out of Phoenix area, Arizona, and I graduated in 2006, University of Arizona. I worked for Costco for 8 years, and I want to position myself to be a top candidate for PIC for the. It's really exciting. The new store, first new store in Little Rock. So I'm excited about applying to that job. So in the next month or so.
So what's the draw to Little Rock?
I want to get somewhere green. Arizona, I've been here most of my life, and I like hiking in the outdoors, and I really like the Ozark Mountains. I spent a few days before my my interview when I did a test to hang out there, and I don't know. I just think that Arkansas seems like a great state and a new beginning for me. So try something new.
If you like green, everything in our state's green right now.
Very green.
Yeah, can't wait. I mean, either way, either me being the staff or the PSC, which I'm gunning for. I want to be part of a new store in a new state and build the store from the ground up. But those opportunities don't happen that often, and that just seems like an opportunity that I can't miss. So, thank you.
Any other questions for him? Next, I've got Nathan Schoenauer. We have Dr. Schoenauer. See him. Is that Nate's U phone? I think that's the only Nathan we have. Hey, your phone is still on mute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Is that, yes, but we're looking for Nathan Schoenauer. I'm clicking to try to start video as well. I will skip Nate and see if we can come back. Deanna Schreiner.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
All right, so I'm Deanna Schreiner. I live in St. Louis, Missouri, at St. Louis College of Pharmacy. I'm a director of pharmacy for Blank Health, so I oversee 2 different pharmacies in the St. Louis area, one of which is already licensed in Arkansas, and the second one, which we will be applying for shortly. Blank Health Pharmacy and Script Partner Pharmacy.
I'm sorry, we lost you for just a second. Where do you live and where did you go to school?
I live in St. Louis, Missouri, and went to St. Louis College of Pharmacy.
Okay. Any questions? All right, Kimberly Schwartz.
Hello, excuse me, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Well, good morning. I'm Kim Schwartz, and I am from Memphis, Tennessee. I went to school at the University of Texas in Austin, and I am originally from Paris, Arkansas, born and raised there, and am looking to retire there. So that's why I am seeking licensure in Arkansas.
Questions? All right, then, Rachel Carey Schwartz.
Wait,
Hi,
Okay.
my name is Rachel Schwartz.
I'm sorry, hold on 1 second.
Sure.
Kim Schwartz, we do have a question.
Yes.
Hi, sorry about that. This says you last practiced pharmacy in 1992.
Yes. So, well, I've had my license active in the state of Texas for all of these years, but I have spent my career in the industry. So I've had various roles in the pharmaceutical industry. I worked for 28 years for AstraZeneca, was in a compliance role. I had a clinical role, and now I actually work for Bayer Pharmaceuticals as a sales leader.
Okay. So you said you had done some volunteer work. When was the last time you were working in a permitted pharmacy?
In the what pharmacy?
In an actual like permitted pharmacy?
It's been quite some time since I've worked actually as a practicing pharmacist. So yes, I have my license, but I have not practiced in a clinical setting in a while.
So we have a flag on your application. Has any of our staff already talked to you about practice after inactivity?
No.
Okay, so because you have not practiced in the last couple of years in a permitted pharmacy setting, acting as a pharmacist, you would have a restricted license that would mean you have to work with another pharmacist and log up to 240 hours to get that restriction removed to work independently.
Okay, that sounds perfect.
That prevents you from basically getting stuck in a store all by yourself until you had some practice after an activity.
Okay, and I might have some questions around that. A lot of kind of what prompted me to do this is I did retire from AstraZeneca, and I was hoping to get more involved in COVID vaccinations and helping out with that. So as long as there's a practicing pharmacist with me overseeing, then I could still do that as well, correct? Because I do have a permit.
Yes, as long as you have the requisite training for administering immunizations, yes. But by all means, we'll be in meetings today and tomorrow, but after that, if you've got any questions on it, reach out to us, we'll be happy to discuss.
Okay, thank you all so much.
Okay. All right, Rachel Schwartz.
Good morning. I'm Rachel Schwartz. I live in Hatfield, Pennsylvania, and graduated in 2005 from Temple University in Philadelphia. And I'm the pharmacy director at CAPS in Lehigh Valley. We're a 503B outsourcing facility, which is why I need to be licensed as a non-resident PIC in Arkansas.
Any questions for this, Dr. Schwartz? And when was your last FDA inspection?
We actually just had a desktop audit with them in February. So I'm not, the last time they were actually on site was 2018, and I'm not sure, they wouldn't really give me any documentation from the desktop audit they did. So I'm not sure if that's going to, if they're going to show up soon or not, but we were one of the first sites they did that with. Trying something different with COVID. Yeah.
All right. Catherine, is it Skirsik?
Yes, Skirsik.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Catherine Skirsik. I graduated last year from Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine in Georgia. Lived there until just this past month in Georgia and moved back to Bentonville, Arkansas to be near family.
Questions for her? Do you have a job lined up?
I do not yet.
Well, we might as well let Pierce tell us the same thing.
That's what I was just about to say. I guess I really don't need to do
the difference in color on that wall makes it almost look like it's two screens.
Oh yeah, I do see that. Yeah. It was planned that way. Absolutely. My name is Pierce Skirsik. Yeah, obviously met my wife Katie. We both went to the Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine in Georgia. I transferred out here with Walgreens, so I am currently floating with Walgreens right now. But we did move out here to start a family and be closer to our family that's out here already.
All right, next up we have, flip my page, Alex Stewart.
Hey guys, good morning. My name is Alec. I just graduated last year from University of Tennessee down there in Memphis, Health Science Center. So I've been working with Costco since I was an intern, since my second year of pharmacy school, and I've been floating for my first year as a pharmacist. And for the past couple months, I've filled in as pharmacy manager while the manager stepped out for health reasons. And I'm just getting ready to apply for this new PIC position in Little Rock.
Any questions? All right. Next up, we have Michaela Summers.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Michaela, as you said, and I'm currently a quality assurance pharmacist for a 503B outsourcing facility here in Colorado. And I went to school at Texas A&M. And so I'm trying to get my Arkansas license. This will be my 9th license to be a backup PIC for our facility. And our last FDA inspection was before I started working here, July 2019.
Any questions for Dr. Summers? Seeing none, Jay Sarati.
Good morning. My name is Jay Sarati. I live in San Diego. I I went to Midwestern University in Chicago and I graduated in 2013. I currently work for Solara Medical Supplies, which is a mail order pharmacy that primarily specializes in diabetic supply products. And I am seeking licensure in Arkansas, kind of as a backup.
Any questions for Dr. Sharati? Okay, I have two that we're going to try to call again. Swan Pham. Ever get Pham on?
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize for being late, got my days mixed up. That was tomorrow. But my name is it's Sung Quinn Pham. I just go by Quinn Pham. I graduated from Presbyterian College School of Pharmacy, and I currently work for Omnicare Pharmacy. I am seeking licensure to help with after-hour backup calls for our spokes in Arkansas.
Questions? All right. And then I also have Nathan Schoenauer.
Hi, Nathan Schoenauer. I am in Golden, Colorado. It's a compounding pharmacy. I graduated from Regis University. I'm a dispensing manager, and I'm getting licensed as a backup to our PIC.
And Nate, what was the name of the pharmacy? Cut out for a second.
Belmar.
Belmar, okay.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions for Keon? All right, that is the end of the 10:30 group. I'll turn it over to Madam President.
Yes, I would like to entertain a motion to accept this group of reciprocity benefits, please. So made. In a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Dr. Mack and a second by Dr. Mitchell. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? The motion passes.
Okay, so all of you will receive your license. We have one of you that will receive some additional information about practice after inactivity. Two things, you may have already heard us mention this. You will get a letter about CE requirements. You do not have any more CE requirements for this year. Your license will expire December the 31st of this year. It must be renewed to continue with that license. It will be a 2-year renewal, so it'll be going until December 31st of 2023 at that point. Also, we do have a closed Facebook group for Arkansas pharmacists and pharmacy involved people. Arkansas Pharmacist Q, then the and symbol A. If you're interested in keeping up with the discussions on there, which will include some regulatory questions that are often asked and answered, what's going on necessarily potentially politically, changes to other areas of practice, job notifications, and just kind of overall updates from the state. You're welcome to do so. Once you have your license, we'll be glad to approve you to have that. I think Dr. Krause is going to tell you a little bit about the Arkansas Pharmacists Association.
Yes, good morning and welcome to Arkansas. I'd like to ask you to consider becoming a member of the Arkansas Pharmacists Association. It provides a voice as well as a plethora of CE for our pharmacists in the state and elsewhere. We actually have a CE Zoom on Zoom the 17th, which is our convention. I think it's 7 or 8 hours. I'm not sure, but somewhere right in there. And if you have any questions, please give us a call. Thank you.
All right, thank you all, and welcome to the state of Arkansas.
Thank you.
So you guys are welcome to stick around and watch the next group through the end of reciprocity. You're also welcome to join us on YouTube if you want to continue watching, or you're welcome to go back to work. So I'll start calling up our next group at 11 o'clock.
Thank you.
First off, we have Hala Talanen. And when we call you up, the board's going to want to hear who you are, where you went to school, and why you want a license in Arkansas. So we have Dr. Is it Talanu? I do not see her.
It's still a couple minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, well, okay, so it's 10:59. That's what I get for looking at my watch, not the digital readout. See anybody else coming in? Give them just a minute though. We have, that's where we're just not. Well. All right, so we're going to kick off at 11 o'clock. I'll start down. If we're missing someone, we will come back and try to check for them again. The board members are going to want to know who you are, where you are, where you went to school, and why you want a license in the state of Arkansas. So I'll try again. I don't know that Dr. Talanu is on. Again, by first name.
Okay. So my name is Mihaela Talianu, and I live in Boise, and I work for Amazon Pharmacy. And so I'm required to get extra licensure in multiple states. I volunteer to do that. So that's why I'm getting licensure in Arkansas. I went to school at Pacific in Oregon, graduated in 2013. I can't remember the other questions, sorry.
Yeah, we want to know who you are, where you went to school, and why you're getting a license. So I think you answered all of them.
Okay, perfect.
Any questions? Seeing none. Got Asha Thiel.
Hello, good morning. I'm Asha Thiel. I went to school at the Albany College of Pharmacy in New York. Graduated in 2006, but I am currently located in Las Vegas, Nevada. I work for CVS Specialty, and I am seeking licensure to be a backup to our PIC.
Any other questions? All right, I have Tori Tuggle.
She's here, I see the name, I just saw the screen. Just wanted to TT on it.
So for Tori Tuggle, we're clicking for you to unmute and start your video.
Sorry about that. I'm on my phone. I didn't know it was muted. Hi, everyone. My name is Tori Tuggle, and I'm in Louisville, Kentucky. I graduated in May of 2020 from the University of Kentucky College of Pharmacy. Currently, I work as a staff pharmacist at Medvantix. We are a non-resident mail order specialty pharmacy, and we dispense prescriptions to patients that are part of patient assistance programs. And we don't do any compounding or dispense any controlled substances. And I'm getting licensed in Arkansas as a backup to the current PIC.
Any other questions for Dr. Tuggle? All right, we've got Samuel Varghese.
Good morning. My name is Samuel Verghese, and I'm a foreign grad. I graduated in 1986 from Madras Medical College, and I've been a pharmacist with manufacturing, sales, and community. And now I'm with US Bioservices Specialty Pharmacy, a subsidiary of AmerisourceBergen. I've been with them for the last 14 years, and I am getting licensed to be a backup to my PIC, and we are a non-resident pharmacy based in Carrollton, Texas.
Any other questions for him? See none, we've got Neha Bias.
Hello, everybody. My name is Neha Vyas, and I'm licensed in Tennessee, work in Tennessee. And my husband is moving to UMS from Union University here to work at the pharmacy school there. And so we're moving from Tennessee to Little Rock, Arkansas. So getting licensed for that.
What's he doing in the College of Pharmacy?
He is going to be the director of assessment.
Okay. Anybody else? All right, we have Amy Watts.
Good morning. My name is Amy Watts. I currently live in Cary, North Carolina, and I work, I went to pharmacy school at Ohio Northern University in Ada, Ohio. I've been a pharmacist since 2003. And I currently am the PIC for a men's health specialty pharmacy in North Carolina, and we ship to 48 states. So Arkansas was just one of the last on our list to get licensed in.
Are you linked to like a teledoc of sorts?
We are not, no.
Any other questions? All right, next we have Jamie Welch.
Hi, I'm Jamie Welch. I am in Abilene, Texas. I graduated from Texas Tech here on the Abilene campus. I work for Clark's Big Country Dermatology Pharmacy, and I'm seeking licensure so that I can be the non-resident PIC so that we can ship out to patients in Arkansas.
So with your pharmacy, it's mainly topical, non-sterols?
Yes. Yeah, we do all kinds of dermatology prescription products, not just compounds, but the compounds that we do are almost strictly topical. We do a couple of capsules, but nothing sterile.
And I was looking, is there any prescriber ownership in the pharmacy?
There is. There are two prescribers who have a minority ownership. One of them is not a dermatologist, so we don't see any prescriptions from him. The other is a dermatologist, but he does have a disclosure that he gives all his patients to let him know that he does have ownership in the pharmacy and to give them options to go elsewhere if they're not comfortable with that.
And on your prescriptions, are they high dollar prescriptions like over $500 routinely or less?
No, much less.
Okay. And do you waive copays?
No.
All right, any other questions for her? All right, next up I have Daniel Wentworth.
Hello, I'm Daniel. I work with CPS Telepharmacy. We're in Naperville, Illinois. I went to the University of Iowa College of Pharmacy, and I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas what we do at our company is we cover hospitals overnight across the country, and Arkansas is one of those states, so that's why I'm seeking licensure.
Do you know who you're mapped to yet?
No. No, we have a few sites though.
Any questions for him? We have Nicholas Westbrook.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Yeah, my name is Nick Westbrook. Currently live in Dallas, Texas. Work for AIS Healthcare. Graduated from Ole Miss. And I'm just getting licensed as a redundancy for our facility.
And on your facility, you do have some sterile controls that you compound and ship?
We do. So we're a 503A, and we ship some intrathecal medications, and we are looking to get our pharmacy license soon in the state to be able to ship.
So one thing we've learned in Arkansas numerous times is if you're doing patient-specific, scheduled drugs, our DEA has a very direct interpretation. Those have to go direct to patients, not to clinics to be picked up later by patients for 503A facilities. That is definitely something that prior to shipping any controls other than direct to a patient, you want to probably have a conversation with us and DEA to see what their current stance is.
And John, I've talked to the council, he is their chief legal officer, chief compliance officer, John Finley. He's here in case there is any legal questions or anything he needs to comment on. He's on Zoom calls. I just wanted to let you know that he's there in case there were any questions. He said he wanted to Zoom in case there were questions.
Anybody?
Hey, John, this is John Finley. We're happy to, given the size of the group here, and happy to answer any questions about that. If you want to have a second call, we're happy to answer those questions. But we currently operate under an exception from the DEA relative to that particular issue that you're mentioning there.
Yeah, we'd love to see the letter you got for exception, because what I've seen in the past have been from regional offices, not DC.
Yeah.
And we've had some significant cases in Arkansas dealing with that, so we can catch up at a later time.
Thanks.
I have some questions about.
Absolutely.
This form says they test the stock solutions, and that's typically then going to be further manipulated. So
You have to do tests on final products for us if you're
right, because that's
manufacturing.
not what this says that they do, and the intrathecals are typically preservative free. So I'm trying to figure out. Can someone
Yeah.
speak to that?
So we test our stock solutions for the endotoxin, pH, potency, and sterility. And then from those stocks, once we get the results back, we make the medications with those.
So you're not testing the final product.
We terminally sterilize the medications afterwards, but each individual patient-specific product, no, we do not test.
How do you terminally sterilize it?
We have an autoclave system that we have studies that can that prove the stability and sterility test for.
Can you tell me what they're packaged in? Like what, is it a syringe, a vial?
Sure, yeah, we have all our medications in plastic syringes.
Okay, I have.
Yeah.
Can't
I'd say-
autoclave a syringe.
Yeah, not a plastic one. So does AIS have a license yet? No. Okay. So what we'll do is whenever AIS applies, we would probably just refer them to an informal so that you guys can actually have a discussion with them about their application to the pharmacy. So it should not necessarily hold up Dr. Westbrook on his reciprocity, but we will flag that pharmacy application for further discussion.
Totally agree. Thank you.
Okay. Have y'all seen an application or in the process of doing that, or what's that status?
Finn, I'll leave that up to you.
Yeah, we are currently licensed. AIS is licensed in all 50 states. For Dallas, our Dallas location, I'd have to look that up to see if it's still pending or not. But for our Mississippi location, we're currently licensed in Arkansas. And happy to answer any questions. It's not the first time we've heard that question.
Is it under a different name other than AIS?
Bond Pharmacy.
What was the first name?
Bond, like James Bond, EOND.
Yeah, I showed the Ridgeland, Mississippi is licensed as an state advanced infusion solutions is licensed at Ridgeland, Mississippi. They have been licensed. They've been licensed a while. I showed basis on that.
Okay. So we'll pull that one and probably start a discussion with them, and then if anything comes up on the Texas one, we'll have it flagged.
And y'all are sending in one for Dallas, or we see you'd have to check.
I'm sorry, Luke, I didn't hear that.
I'm sorry, I just said you were sending in one for the facility in Dallas, or you were gonna have to check on that.
No, I'm fairly certain we've already submitted. I was just checking to see the status of what that is. I will check with my licensing team to see where we are with that particular license in Arkansas.
Anything else on this one? All right, Melissa Williams.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Melissa Williams. I'm a pharmacist with Divvy Dose Pharmacy. We do adherence packaging for patients, and I am getting licensed to be the backup to the current PIC. I graduated from the University of Iowa College of Pharmacy in 2017, and I still live in the Iowa City area.
Any questions for her? Next up, I've got Erica Michelle Wright.
Hi, everyone. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Erica Wright, and I am currently in Austin, Texas. I graduated from the University of Tennessee College of Pharmacy in Memphis, Tennessee. I currently work for Ascension RX, which is a home delivery pharmacy that only services Ascension associates. And I'm seeking licensure with Arkansas as the PIC of that pharmacy.
Questions for Dr. Wright?
Do they have a phone number there?
Yeah.
What was that?
She was asking if you had a phone number now.
Oh, yes, we do.
Right.
That's gonna be 833-633-7279.
Yeah. Just be sure for any application, you don't have a 1-800 number according to our rules, we won't process it. Well, not for you, for the pharmacy.
Got it.
All right. Amy Ye. Have Amy. Shin May Ye. I don't see her. I do not either. Looks like we do not have
Hello,
that.
can you guys hear me?
Oh, there we go.
You guys can hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. I was on mute. Sorry, guys. Hi, I'm Amy Yeh. I'm a veterinary pharmacist. I currently live in Fremont, California, and I work for a pharmacy called Pet VM that's located in Concord, California. I went to school at Palm Beach Atlantic University in Florida, graduated in 2015, and I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas because Pet VM is interested in shipping RX medications to Arkansas. We don't do any compounding or controlled substances.
Okay. Any other questions for her? All right. Is there anyone on with us that's expecting reciprocity that we have missed? All right, seeing none, that's the end of my list.
Okay. I would like to entertain a motion concerning the last group of reciprocity candidates.
Go ahead.
Okay. Have a motion and a second by Dr. Jolly and Dr. Kraus. Any other questions? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes.
Hey, many of you might have already heard this, but you will get your license. It will have a description of CE requirements. You are late enough in the biennium, you will not have to show us any more CE this year. But our CE requirements for every other biennium are 30 hours, 12 must be live hours, 12 must be ACE accredited hours. Most of you are probably already going to have far more than that for your ACP due to your license in multiple states. We do a 100% audit of CE each biennium or after each biennium to see if pharmacists have it. Another issue, our Facebook group. We have a closed Facebook group in Arkansas for pharmacists, Arkansas Pharmacist Q and Symbol A. If you're a licensed pharmacist in Arkansas and have interest in seeing the news, events, CE opportunities, job issues, questions about regulatory affairs or regulatory issues specifically, you're welcome to join that group, and we'd be happy to help get you approved as an Arkansas licensed pharmacist. Krause?
And as a member of Arkansas Pharmacists Association, I'd also like to welcome y'all to the state and ask if you would consider becoming members of the Arkansas Pharmacists Association, or at least the association in your home state. We offer quite a bit of CME. Just so happens the 17th of this month, our convention is going to be on Zoom, and should be a way of picking up some BCC. Thank you.
And welcome to the state of Arkansas.
That is it for our reciprocity. So if you are done with reciprocity, we'll ask you to sign off. If you want to continue watching, you're welcome to on our YouTube channel. I imagine our board members may take a quick break and then come back for our agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have
Break, and we've got one that was here in February that y'all asked to come back, and then we've got a member of the hospital here to discuss their application. That's what we have.
So be back at 11:30.
sounds good.
We'll give you 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. That one's still going.
Oh, that was just saying that
Yeah.
right there.
It's like, who's wasting?
Yeah, it wasn't a good angle.
He's out. I think he's out for an hour.
He's out 1 hour.
He's out.
We're back up soon. This is scheduled 11. This is on Hewitt. She was here. She's, if you look on, she should have a tab on your tablets there. It's just a few documents.
02.
She was here in February. This was, she was employed at St. Vincent's. They were doing, I believe, calling people in for random drug screens. So she told her employer that she would test positive and use marijuana. She came to that hearing. They did not drug test her. Dr. Locke there tried to get them to drug test her anyway, and they wouldn't say that she admitted, so they did drug test her. She was here. She came in February, and just the short version of that is stated that she was joking with some friends when she said that she was using and that she had actually in fact used. Like I said, since she's made that statement, St. Vincent's did not drug test her. So when she was here in February, the board told her that she had to come, the board did not do anything on her license at that time. Told her she had to come back today. And also a copy of the letters in your documents there. They told her she must attend St. Vincent's Employee Assistance Program and follow its recommendations. She must reappear in front of the board on today and provide the board with a progress report from St. Vincent's. And that she also must submit to random drug testing at the request of the board. We have drug tested her since, Dr. McCready has set that up. We have drug tested her since that drug test was made. She did provide this letter, which I've just handed out from Mind Fitness Management, which is through St. Vincent's. And it states that, I mean, you can read it yourself, but it states that she did attend individual therapy for both grief and loss and stress management. It was, when we were here, I was under the impression, along with Dr. Kirby and Dr. McCready will also state that going through that St. Vincent's Employee Assistance Program was about drugs and alcohol. So I don't know, I just asked her if she'd done anything through their program of drugs and alcohol, and she said she hasn't, so maybe she can explain that. But anyway, that's why we're here today, is just start coming back after this. So Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it back over to you this time, and like I said, she is right here. Just knew that she's ready.
How are you doing today?
Turning down a little bit, it's cutting off, all we can see. It's about the half of your face. Down back a little bit. There you go.
Okay, you want to give us an update of what's been going on?
Same thing. I had requested that I take 3 classes.
Okay, you have to speak up a little bit, or you can, have you been, at your organizations?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
You just need to speak up because there's a microphone in that camera. So you just need to speak up, be sure you talk clearly, okay?
Okay. Well, St. Vincent had only requested that I take 3 classes, not 30 alcohol.
So you haven't had any drug counseling at all?
No. And the last time we were at the board, my manager, Todd Martin, and Kim Ferguson, had said, you all requested drug testing. And I sat there.
Does St. Vincent have a program for drugs?
They do not, and they had made that statement in the last week that they were not.
No, I mean, she's drug tested through us, but I think Dr. Newsom's question was, do they have something that you could go to,
Right.
like to get some counseling or get whatever it is for alcohol and drugs?
To the best of my understanding, Kim Ferguson said she would check into it when I was at work. We went to the brief council, that same thing was required.
And you're still employed at St. Vincent?
I know.
Great.
Okay,
Still- I'm sorry, go ahead. I was just wondering what she's doing there. You're still working in the pharmacy?
I'm still working in farm.
That's what I was going to ask. So, we're good. Does any of the board members have any questions? Dr. McCray?
I have a couple. When you were here before, I was under the impression that St. Vincent's had an EAP program.
And this was through the EAP, the grief council.
Well, and this is not a, when I go to their website, and this is why I asked, it's called Mind Fitness Management. And it basically talks about the fact that this is just an educational type. It says, is a program for both men and women that offers, but not limited to the opportunity to become mentally and emotionally fit in an affordable rate. It's not clinically based, nor is it treatment oriented. It is an educational experience that provides tools and skills for managing everyday life. Doesn't have any component of drug abuse in that time at all, from what I can tell from their website. Is that correct?
Well, the counselor that I used, she said Mind Fitness was a scheduling company that schedules those. And the EAP program gave me a list of people to reach out to, and she was the one that had an opening at the time.
So where is she? Is this somebody that's contract out with? It's not St. Vincent?
She's overall.
Yeah, I saw that address.
So for what it's worth, I just Googled it because I didn't know what LADAC stood for, and that's a licensed alcohol and drug abuse counselor. So that's who this letter is from.
Yeah, she has, as a licensed counselor social worker, she has apparently a LADAC certificate.
And the last time we were here, the board, which she agreed to, if you agreed to be, I wouldn't say monitored, drug tested for a year. Through the board, like I said, Dr. McCray set that up. We have drug tested for the stuff. She will continue to be drug tested through February of 2022. And that's random. Like I said, she's told us, we've given her contact information for everything she has to go out of town. So we can get in contact with her if that happens. But yeah, like I said, I just know we just have a concern with, the grief and loss and stress management if there wasn't any type of drug or alcohol. But like I said, here's that it's a licensed alcohol and drug abuse counselor.
Is her license currently?
It is. Y'all took no action on it, and when we were in February, I told her to do those things that are on the bullet points. So, like I said, she still is employed. I guess Dr. Locke is still over. He's still a supervisor where you work. So this is just kind of checking.
One part of the concern in February that she said she would test positive, but then she came back and said she wouldn't test positive. I mean, that she didn't actually.
She came back and said that she was joking.
Right. So I think that was kind of the concern in February of, well, which is it? And so we had her do several things.
So like I said, this is just a report. You can just take no action, move forward, or something different.
So you received no alcohol and drug training?
No.
Okay.
It was on the grief council.
Okay, I would like to see you pick that up. I still think that there's a need for it. Check with some of their counseling people and see, check with this person if she says she does have leg up.
I don't have a problem, but also I only got 5 sessions and she did all 5 sessions. In fact, it's only 5 sessions.
So as part of their EAP year, you're pretty much through. That's what they told you.
With the 5 sessions.
Did you talk about drug and alcohol abuse or abuse? Did any of that come up in your sessions? I don't want to get that whole personal.
Yes, she did talk about the situation here and actually have.
How about you? We did talk about it.
Did she know the reason you were there? Was she aware that the board sent you there because of the marijuana?
She did, and she watched the YouTube from that day as well.
She's aware, and she's a professional in that situation. She was aware of it, and what choices she took.
So it was something that was discussed.
She was discussed,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. I was thinking that you had not had, any discussion on it.
We did, but she mostly talked on the Greek law.
She think that the Greek is really the root of everything.
But she tried to see what better than we did.
Well, I guess with everything we've heard today, I guess I would just recommend that she just continue, like I said, we've got her drug testing for a year. And then, I mean, she's still employed at St. Vincent, so if they have problems, I know Dr. Locke stated he would make us aware. And if we have problems with any drug test or anything, then we'll take appropriate action at that time. But at this point, I don't really see a reason that she would need to come back in the near future unless the members see otherwise.
I think she made a good faith effort to do what was asked of her.
And can we just get a motion for no action today? Any future incidents?
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, Dr. Jolly and Dr. Mitchell, make the motion and second it. Any further discussion? Those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? The motion passes.
So you won't need to come back unless there's an issue that's brought to us by St. Vincent's or unless there's an issue with a future drug test. So you just, like I said, Dr. McCrady's got, we have your information, so we'll contact you when we need you to submit for another random drug test, okay? Thank you.
And also remember, if you feel the urge or start having issues, talk to somebody. There's plenty of help everywhere. Yeah, so, talk to somebody you can trust. And, if you need help, someone will point you toward the help, because there's other places where you can get help. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I know about the process?
We start back here in just a second, but up next we'll have Costco Pharmacy. This will be the first Costco Pharmacy in Arkansas. One of the almost running jokes is every time we've had someone from a Costco to mail in, one of the reciprocity questions is, when are we getting to Costco? Well, I drive by the location about once a day and have gotten to in person see, before I was out of town a little over a week ago, I was like, hey, they got a roof on that place. And as much rain as we have seen lately, that is a very good thing. Otherwise, I don't think they could have gotten to the building to work on the building. So I think I think a lot of people, and especially Little Rock, are excited to see our Costco. You guys,
If you want to come up and you can just pull an extra chair up if you need to. We've got two. Let me turn the video on here. We're going to keep these muted so there's no feedback, but the sound will pick up right there. So pull another chair up. Dr. Curley, you're going to introduce everybody up here, and you can introduce yourselves.
We don't always introduce.
Wrong button. Hit my microphone instead of my video. So we don't always introduce everybody, but as you guys have seen from our website and everything else, we have kind of two sides of this table. On this side, we are all staff members of the board. Myself as the director, Dr. Brent Cray is our assistant director. Mr. Luke Daniel is our legal counsel. Dr. Kevin Robertson, Dr. Cindy Fain are inspectors currently. Those are two of the three people that you would actually potentially see in a store for inspection or investigative purposes. At times, you might also see myself, and Dr. McCready, or Mr. Daniel, depending on what the issues were. On the other side of the table, these are all of our board members. We have 6 of our board members are licensed pharmacists, Dr. Rodney Richmond, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Rebecca Mitchell, Dr. Lenore Newsom, Dr. Debbie Mack, and then we have 2 public members, Ms. Amy Ford, Ms. Carol Rader. Generally, when we have a new corporation that is starting a pharmacy in Arkansas, and not say one-off, but a group entity, there are a few things we have to do. We oftentimes love to have an introduction with the store itself, and kind of just see if there are any questions between the store and the board, back and forth. Another thing is we're going to ask you about what type of computer system you use. If it's one we've approved before, that makes things really easy. If it's a proprietary system, we'll have some questions, and then probably want to do a visit after the meeting if the board has a motion to approve or make a license application approvable with that review. So if you want to tell us who all you are.
My name is Michelle Morgan. I'm the regional pharmacy supervisor for Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Louisiana, and soon Arkansas. I've been with Costco for 27 years, and I've been the regional supervisor in Texas for 14.
Hello, my name is Jimmy Mason. Michelle and I share the Texas region. I have all the other stores in Texas that she does not have, mainly Houston and out to El Paso. I've been with Costco 15 years. I've been in this role as a regional supervisor for 4 years. I am originally from Arkansas and licensed here in Arkansas. Actually, I worked with Dr. McCready when I was in pharmacy school. So I'm just here to answer questions about Costco and come back and visit Arkansas.
Hi again, I'm Thomas New, pharmacy manager at Costco Pharmacy in Katy, Texas. I also help assist Jim and Michelle here in training new pharmacy employees, new pharmacy managers, help out at different locations. Been with Costco for 14 years and just excited to have this opportunity to help out Arkansas.
Hey, good afternoon, you guys. My name is Alex Stewart. So I'm going to be the incoming pick for this new location.
Are we sure about that?
We were a little surprised. He hasn't applied through the appropriate channels yet, so we'll definitely have to get in touch with him.
There you go. It's funny because a lot of times people, especially the reciprocity folks, are like, why are we going to do this? They don't realize how much information the board is looking at with their application. And every time we have 100 people and there's at least 1 or 2 that make the whole meeting work. I'm not saying that was, but it's like, actually, you can't really do that. We've had people, do you have any kickbacks to help incentivize prescribers sending you, prescriptions? Well, yes. And everybody in the room's like, did you just say what we did? Because
I want to do more.
And then we remind them we're recording the meeting. So it's been comical. So for your pharmacy operations, I imagine for us Arkansas folks, it's laid out similar to the way we would think of a Sam's Club type situation. Are the pharmacy hours generally the same as the store, or are they limited?
We're not quite the same. So we open at the same time. So starting in September, we'll go back to our regular hours because we've had senior hour from 9 to 10. Currently, our regular operating hours are 10 to 7 in our pharmacies and 10 to 8:30 for the warehouse in general. So the pharmacy is its own entity within the club itself. It's secured independently from the rest of the building. So when we close at 7 o'clock, everything's locked down and no one has access to it until the next day.
We're actually open on Saturday from 9:30 to 6 and closed on Sunday.
Okay. And do you have to have a current membership to access the pharmacy?
No, you do not.
That's been a question that we've had with some, mainly out of state, but it has come up in state before, that once you have a prescription somewhere, saying you have to also have this membership to get access to your prescription or something would be a problem. So I appreciate that answer greatly.
And I just put a diagram up, this is a diagram of the store. That yellow is a pharmacy. So I guess there's a door, I mean, does it have It's like a screen that comes down, like you said, like a Walmart or another place. rather than-
We call it the garage door because it's what it looks like. That comes down between the register and the cubbies where we store finished prescriptions. Then there's a consultation room on the end that has a locked and alarm door as well. And then all the windows for drop off and counseling are both locked and alarmed at night.
You have a drive-through?
We do not, which our pharmacists appreciate greatly.
I was saying, your pharmacists are probably very happy about that.
Yes.
And maybe I missed it, but Dr. Curley, you mentioned about non-members.
Yeah, they can still access the function. When you guys, knowing that you have been in Arkansas before, do you have any kind of overall description of how you guys schedule like pharmacists, techs, cashiers, like who does what in your workflows? We haven't seen that before.
With this location, we'll have the PIC, Alec, he will be the primary pharmacist. We'll have a limited part-time pharmacist, probably 2 or 3, that we'll use to give Alex his 2 days, his days off during the week. We don't expect him to work 6 days a week, unless he wants to. We'll typically open a new location with 2 full-time and 2 part-time technicians. And then we usually have at least a full-time and a part-time cashier. It's Jim and I's philosophy and Costco's philosophy as well. You really can't run a pharmacy unless you have at least a pharmacist and 3 extra people. With the way our workflow works, we have a drop-off window, so we want a technician there. They're doing the input of the new prescriptions. We typically want to have a technician that's working our fill station to fill all of the prescriptions. Then it comes to the pharmacist to be checked and verified. And then the cashier would be at the register to sell it to the member.
Do you guys go ahead and get tech permits for your cashiers?
It depends on the location. Smaller locations, yes, we will go ahead and get tech licenses. Our Costco technicians are required to have the national certification.
Okay.
We require that to work as a technician. So what we have done, I'm not sure if Arkansas has it, but Texas has a tech and training position where they have 2 years to work towards that national certification in Texas. So a lot of times our cashiers will do that program, which allows us the flexibility to pull them in and use them as a technician as needed. So here in Arkansas, that would be similar.
We don't have a requirement for tech certification or tech and training. For us, you've got to have a high school diploma or GED equivalent and pass a criminal background check. We have seen some corporations, especially and even independent pharmacies, that one of the ways they help vet their potential employees is they understand that a licensure entity finds out a lot more about an applicant than an employer can. And they will oftentimes use getting your tech permit as your allowance to actually touch the medications, even the prepared medications, to be sure that there may not be like a past drug felony the person doesn't want to tell you about that they think is protected, but it's still a DEA issue for an employer. So we've had a lot of that, even for their clerks. They're like, you're functioning as a clerk, but we want you to have a tech permit because you're still going to be handling even prepared drugs. Just from the insurance side of, well, we know the state has looked at their application and approved it, which gives you some, I guess, conscientious comfort of, someone says, well, how do you know this person didn't do this? Don't have to do that. Some people do, some people don't. If you have cashiers that are working part-time for you that are still high school students, you can't do that really. But it's helped, I think, somewhat.
Yeah, and I know a lot of states are different. We have a 3-to-1, tech pharmacy ratio. So if you had 2 techs there and 2 cashiers there, and both those cashiers did 1 tech duty that day, and you've got 4 techs. I mean, that's how it is.
Yeah, and we look at a given time.
Yeah.
So who's performing tech duties at a given time? So if you've got a licensed tech, but they're literally restocking empty bottles, we're not going to count that as a tech duty. But if they're inputting, processing prescriptions, counting, most of the things like that, that's going to count.
Well, thank you very much. That's a good suggestion.
Oh, I was just curious, you said it's PTCD.
Yes.
Do you require it upon hiring, or do you hire and give them a certain amount of time?
We give them, if they're hired into a technician position, we give them 6 months to pass the national board. And we have a program that we pay for them to go through to pass that exam. So we give them the opportunity to train to take the exam. But if they haven't passed the exam after 6 months, we would put them into a cashier position, or we would move them out into the building itself. They don't get, we don't let people go for not doing it, but they can't work in the pharmacy any longer.
You're talking about staffing 3-to-1. Do you have any pharmacist overlap? Do you have scheduled lunch breaks where pharmacist gets lunch? Do you have restrooms in the pharmacy?
We don't have restrooms in the pharmacy. They're around the corner. We do have, in a one-person, with a one-man pharmacy, we do close for lunch for half an hour, sometime between 1:30 and 2:30. And that's posted on our signs. So obviously we all would try and get out at 1:30, but you know how that is in pharmacy. So if they leave at 1:45, they're back by 2:15. So they'll be gone for 30 minutes. But the sign says sometime between 1:30 to 2:30, they'll be gone.
And we have a clock that's posted on the drop box window that tells them that. We usually always leave the cashier behind to man that register area. Pharmacy secured and locked. They don't sell prescriptions, but they can answer questions or show people where products might be if they ask.
So is the cashier section outside, I guess it's outside that door?
Yes.
So it's going to be completely separate.
Yes.
So what kind of, the board has had a lot of discussion about tech duties and what is a tech duty and what's not a tech duty. I'll just say, if you have questions about that, you might want to call Cindy or myself or even Dr. Kirtland, just to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Okay.
Depending on how your workload is, you may want to discuss that with us and make sure that everything flows into the way that we look at it. The board, not we, the board.
And when the pharmacist is going to lunch, the technicians would do, the whole thing's locked up, nobody's in there.
Correct.
Totally wrong.
And depending on if we don't have a cashier that day, then it would be the first tech that came in that day. They would have already taken their lunch. They would stay behind and man the cash registers to answer member questions or concerns.
Do you guys do emergency call after hours? Do you put up the sign that says we don't?
We have had the sign printed. It's in our office, ready to go.
Let's say if you don't have it, we have one we can send you that is compliant. So what processing system do you guys work with?
PDX.
PDX? Well, the good news is PDX has been approved by the board.
Yeah.
So we don't have to worry about that. And like what's funny is every system we ever hear of, whether it's proprietary or some other commercial product, half the people love it, half the people hate it. It's either the best one that I left or it's the one I'm learning and I hate is what I generally observe. But
We had Condor up until 3 years ago. It was actually Condor Symphony up until three years ago. So PDX is a nice change of pace. I still miss Symphony for some things.
every once in a while you hit a hot key and it doesn't work.
Exactly.
Because you revert to old behavior. Yeah, been there. What other questions you guys have?
I'm just listening to y'all going back and forth, it's sounding good. Do y'all get immunization vaccine?
Absolutely. We have given over 500,000 COVID vaccines. We have over 500 pharmacies across the United States, and we've given over 500,000 COVID shots, and we gave just shy of 1 million flu shots this last fall. And we're actually right now ramping up to get ready for the next flu season.
So what makes, especially during flu season, so what would make it to the point where you would add another pharmacist? Like it's there, like we're doing this many shots, we have this many prescriptions filled and stuff. I mean, looking at it from a safety, patient safety standpoint, So what would be the matrix that say, hey, we need another pharmacist, or these are our busy hours, so we need to have two?
Typically, we're looking at 1,000 prescriptions a week. Is typically when we would pull the trigger on having a set part-time pharmacist. Now, any day of the week prior to that, say our Mondays are getting busy and we're at, 175 to 200 routinely on a Monday, Alec could start looking at having those limited part-time pharmacists come in and do some hours on those Mondays. And he'd be able to add hours on, typically our busy days are Monday, Tuesday, Fridays. And so those would be the days where, when those days got to the point where he felt that he was uncomfortable with it, then that we would be adding. But typically that 150 to 200 a day routinely on a day, we start looking at adding pharmacist hours.
And just speaking as a current pharmacy manager, both of my regionals and the regionals that I've heard from across the nation, they know that you're going to be busy with the flu shot season or with the current COVID vaccine season that we're having. They're not shy about saying, hey, well, it's someone else that help you out, because Costco's biggest thing is patient safety. That's why we open buildings with usually 3 to 4 people. That way we have the right flow to maximize patient safety and patient service.
In cities like Dallas and Austin, where we have multiple locations, we have a team of limited part-time pharmacists who routinely go to the other buildings just to support things like the immunization program. We're expecting a large number that day, or we're actually scheduling a clinic, and so we move pharmacists around to cover those buildings. It'll be a little bit more difficult here, but that's why we got TC license. We'll ship them up.
So of course, he's just starting, it's gonna be slow at first, but is there some kind of required quota for the number of vaccines he should give, or?
We don't have quotas at all. We don't have any metrics that we hold our pharmacists to. We'll be wanting him to get out there and trying to get as many as he possibly can, but there isn't a set number that we require.
Running down the street or the signs.
Yeah.
No, he's gotta be in the pharmacy.
If he's, we'll find somebody to go spin one on the corner.
We spin it around.
So when do you guys expect to be ready for us to do an on-site inspection of it doesn't have to be ready to go, but ready to see it's a securable operation and layout?
We drove past the building last night, so when we're leaving here, we're going to put on our hard hats and go into the building.
They're putting walls up.
They're putting walls up. We have a roof and it's drywalled. We could at least see that. The pharmacy was drywalled in. So you can see the footprint, you can kind of see right now. We will, hopefully, they're going to start receiving product into the building the week of the 21st. They're saying that they're going to be ready for receiving. So I would say at that point, we should be close. And that would be our goal, to keep in communication and try and be there as soon as possible.
You're talking about June?
Yes.
Okay. Because they're announcing all over Facebook it's opening with July
It's
21st.
Yes, so there will be receiving products starting the week of June 21st.
And that's the warehouse.
Talking about the warehouse.
Because written a couple things here, you have to have a request for inspection in at least 14 days before you want the inspection.
Okay.
But we are not able to inspect for the last week of June due to,
It's local.
this one as well.
Yeah, it's West Laurel.
So, anyway, but make sure you get that request in, even if you have to wait a little bit longer.
Okay.
They're on the website already.
Yes, you're well, and Nancy would have sent a request for inspection along with the information she sent you when you sent in the original application.
And I think we update EIC.
Yes.
Now that Cal has their license.
Yes.
Yeah, you want to just let Nancy know, this Nancy Sweet, her email address is on our website, she's going to handle all that, if you just sit there with updated information, that should be taken care of.
As far as the initial inspection, I know we had a conversation about that. Hot and cold water, securable, lockable. You said it didn't have to have an alarm system, is that correct?
That's correct.
A glass windows, everything locked and secured totally, correct?
Right.
Okay,
We have to see that it's a securable location. It's a box within a box.
right.
And, you know, we've had issues in the past. I don't think this would be one, but we've had issues in the past where someone would put up a facade for a front, but then you go around the side and realize there's a hole in the roof, like it's not secured above, so.
So one of the things that we do at Costco, and I forgot to mention it earlier, we have a metal roof over the
Okay.
pharmacy.
That's
So,
good.
so that there isn't, you couldn't come in from the top
Yeah.
easily.
It's
They-
not a drop tile that people just move out of the way.
No, there is a plate metal roof over the top of the pharmacy.
Do y'all do any compound?
We do not do any compounding.
And then I'm sure both these pharmacists have read the Arkansas counseling rules and, you know,
Yes, ma'am. Well, and
understand the difference.
Costco takes, Costco in general takes counseling to the next level, you know, all the prescriptions. We don't really, even if you kind of know that they've been taking it for a year, we don't give them that opportunity. We say the pharmacist wants to verify this with each of our patients that says it's new prescriptions. They come over, the pharmacist goes over, you know, we ask the open-ended questions. Who were you picking up for? What were you expecting to get? And then we can go through the counseling levels as needed after that, as per.
Then I wondered for your two levels, are y'all only over the pharmacy or the whole warehouse?
We're only over the pharmacy. So in comparison to other large corporations, pharmacy is handled strictly by pharmacists. Everyone from the senior vice president down is a pharmacist. We've all been pharmacy managers. We've all been pharmacists for Costco at some time or another. A lot of our support personnel are former pharmacy technicians who have moved into their graded insurance. So now they handle our third-party team. They were great at the technology side of things, and so they moved into our IT department to support the pharmacy. So from the top down, we have pharmacists overseeing everything.
That's why you're able to say if he needs help, we'll supply help.
Exactly. We've all been there. We've all managed a pharmacy and needed, you know, you have to sick calls and you're down people and you're trying to figure out how to make it work. So we're all sympathetic to that.
It's like the Oregon rule didn't affect you at all. The Oregon or Idaho, you had it, that we're talking about having a whole rule that only pharmacists could supervise pharmacy operations and.
Oregon wanted, yeah.
They were looking at it for a while.
Oregon is where I was originally licensed and where I went to school. So we have a few unique things there.
I think that's all we had from the staff perspective, just to go over with them and just have a good chance for everybody to meet each other. I don't know if the board has anything else. If not, we probably ask if you consider a motion to make their application approvable on inspection.
I'd like to entertain that motion, please.
I'll make the motion that we approve this pharmacy application pending the inspection.
Second. Have a motion on the floor by Dr. Mitchell and Dr. Mack. Any further discussion on that motion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? Motion passes.
Thank you so much. We're excited to be here.
Like I said, if y'all just get that extra information to Nancy, and then that request is on our website, if you don't have the original one, y'all just go and get that sent in and send you make a time to get out there.
We'll have a much better idea of the time frame once we get there this afternoon. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, you have a very loyal group of customers. If they come to Costco, they love Costco.
Okay.
I know the hotels and rental places.
The hotel manager was worried we were going to take his employees last night.
just stopped it though.
Hey, John, will you make it where they turn the video on? Microphones are off, but it says.
Mine was 0, it's been about 2 weeks, so. All on the side.
Are y'all good?
All right, how are you? Well,
Good.
So we got for 1 o'clock, we've got Mr. James and the support group, so I'll turn it over to him. If no board member have anything, before we go.
First is Dr. Benjamin Murray. We met the latter part of last year. Board decided that he go back to rehab, do a relapse prevention, a relapse track. Dr. McMurray had some issues going on, didn't make it back there until April this year. Y'all said that y'all like to see him back after he got back. Dr. McMurray made every attempt to go. He had some personal issues going on. Kept in contact with Cornerstone during that time period. I talked to Janet Hicks down there on a monthly basis. Said she was talking to Ben the whole time. Finally, he was able to make financial arrangements to go down there. First part of it, they said, I told Ben this, he wasn't too interactive the first couple of weeks, but then he got very interactive. And the first question I asked somebody when they get back from the treatment center, I go, are you mad about having to go down? Are you mad? Are you mad? And Dr. Murray said, yeah, I'm pissed. I'm pissed, but I needed to go. And that's the first time I heard him really be honest with you. Because most people go, yeah, I needed to go. I enjoyed it. I enjoy going to rehab. You know? I don't think anybody does, even if they want to go, you know. But he was honest. He called me the first day he got back, sent his contract in on the timely. Of course, he's been trying to find a therapist. It's been a little while, but every therapist he's called and tried to get a meeting with, they put him off till August, and that's just how it is right now. The mental health and it's boom. My wife is in private practice, and she's got a waiting list till September. And he's doing everything he can right now to get in there. He's got the job already. He's in the middle. You care what I say about the divorce? Yeah, he's in the middle of the divorce. He's trying to get joint custody signed, and he's doing the deal. He's doing the deal, and I would say he went to great lengths to get back to Cornerstone to go through the process. And I'm glad he was able to come before y'all ready, so we could give y'all an update on him. I really think he's doing good. So.
And I've included in what you've got, I've included his last updates from Cornerstone or when he was there when he went back. How long were you there when he went back?
28 days, well, actually 30 counting the COVID isolation.
And so his updates are there, and I've also talked on his, who can make a report yet?
There's a plea deal for misdemeanor.
Yeah, and rising out of this, there was that diversion issue, and he was charged criminally. So I talked to the prosecutor, just talked to him, what's today, Tuesday, in the last week. And so they've got a plea agreement worked out with the misdemeanor. Because he was calling, the prosecutor was actually calling to check that he was doing what he was supposed to be doing here. And I said, yes, he's done what he's supposed to be doing. So they've got that deal worked out, so there's not gonna be any felony or anything like that, he will have that, misdemeanor plea deal.
Okay, are you ready to speak?
Sure.
Okay, have you been before the full board before?
I'm not.
Okay, will you kind of give everybody a synopsis of what happened with you?
And speak up, not, because some of us are hard of hearing, but we also have to pick it up on our microphone. We have one mic that works in the room.
Okay. So I believe in late 2019, December, I'd gotten another job at as director of pharmacy at a psych hospital, but I was moonlighting at Anderson's still. And so I am prescribed alcohol, but I would blow through my prescription in probably 8 to 9 days. And so around midnight, I would let myself into Anderson's pharmacy, and I would take just certain amounts of alcohol. I think before it was over, I did it on 4 separate occasions. And the very last time that I did it, I, for whatever reason, decided to take a steel bottle of Vyvanse 7. So I was on camera, and that's basically the end of February. Dr. Kirtley called me at the psych hospital to let me know that my license had been suspended.
Ben had the best sneak walk we've seen on camera for a while.
Sneak walk.
Duck down and sneak past the counter.
Yeah, well.
They said he was here, he was in, I mean, he went through, Cornerstone was in the support group, working the program, and we got a letter, and I think it's attached back in October. Mr. James sent a letter that there was an issue with some alcohol test, or he tested positive for alcohol, so that's why he went back to the second trip to Cornerstone. Am I saying that right?
Yes.
So, like I said, we're here, this was kind of round 2, so that's why he's back today.
Okay, so how did you come about with alcohol? When did that start?
Well, no, I've had insomnia for on and off since I was 15. And I could not sleep for everything I was going through. So I was taking large amounts of Z-Fluid with alcohol in it. As well as like Turner said, I was going through a divorce and finally had to see my breaking point and decided to have a few drinks with friends of mine. And I randomly selected the next one. So.
And if you can remember when we first talked to him about this whole thing, he's like, I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know. And that's like the first time he really got into depth about what he's covered from the pharmacy. And then he was actually drinking alcohol. So, I mean, you know, that's good. How do you feel?
I'm feeling very well. Healthy, mentally, mental clarity is coming back. Personality, I know y'all can't see it, but personality is much better than it was. So I'm on the right track.
Those are moments where you feel pretty good about things.
Yes, sir.
I would say I can actually see it for the first time in a year. I think I just remembered you, resistant to suggestion. See
All these things happen after you're already on a contract, is that the way I'm understanding right?
He was on the contract, the first thing happened, and he went on the contract.
Okay.
Yes.
And then went to rehab, and then.
Yeah, he got the stimulants, he got on contract, went to rehab, then he relapsed on alcohol, and he was back to rehab.
Okay.
Were you ever gone, have you ever been given access to go back to work?
I have not.
What's the recommendation of support group today?
We put him back on the contract.
you know, he's checking in every day. Just to remain on the contract, follow the contract. Yeah. I mean, he hasn't been granted advocacy about support group, he's not going to go back to work. I just told him, I mean, if he continues this, I just will be in here shortly. Right. Yeah, the board just wanted to see him back after he went to rehab the second time, just to kind of check on, but no, he has not been granted advocacy about support group this time. This was more of just an update, check up, be sure everything's on course.
Yeah, we normally know who it is, but in this case, it's just like, they don't drive it out, let's go, and, finally, I was able to go.
Yeah, like I said, there's also that criminal issue, the board, like to see that resolved. That from what he said, and like I said, I actually spoke to the prosecutor last week, it is going to resolve very shortly with this.
I actually will start working for Hogan Transportation on Monday. I'll be driving a truck across the Midwest.
That comes with no fun.
Yeah, just the only thing is, I want to see my son a bunch. I might be home 2 or 3 weekends out of the month.
I have to find a bunch of life hours.
We'll have some stories to tell.
Probably so. We'll probably have a pretty bad case of road rage too when I come back.
Great. Having friends that their route used to be back and forth across the Memphis Bridge every day, Midwest sounds pretty good compared to that right now.
I guess my only recommendation would just be to, no action today, and just continue. When support group comes, when the support group lets us know something about advocacy or if there's any issues, we will resolve it. But as far as right now, we'll just continue with Mr. James and the support group, and then we'll hear from them at some point in the future.
Is that good with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah. How are you today?
Fine, thank you.
All right, this is Dr. Morrison. Back in February, over Zoom call, she got advocacy to work 20 hours per week. Since then, she's had 5 tests, 5 negatives, 0 missed check-ins. In May, support group voted to support her advocacy to work no more than 32 hours per week. So I'll let her take it from here. I think the only issue she's having right now, have you got your thing with Louisiana resolved? You have not done that. Well, she's got a license in Louisiana too. They haven't called me, so.
I have a license in Louisiana, and when I went to renew at the end of December, check the box that your license has been suspended at some point. And I reached out to Turner. They're wanting me to, we sent them the contract that I have with the support group and the board. They're wanting me to appear before their board live and go through whatever they want me to go through. I wasn't able to, that was a letter I received from me in May. I wasn't able to attend the May meeting. And it included Turner on the email, and then when he responded, it included Turner, but it said, well, we'll just put you on the meeting for August. So they make it sound like I need to appear before them live as well. I'm not sure what they're going to, they will just, I have no idea what to expect. But they seem to want me to appear live in August.
Do you know, is it the full board or is it their impairment committee?
The impairment.
Okay, so Louisiana is a little bit different in a couple of ways because they have like 17 board members, and as I recall, which going from memory is a bit dangerous, but they have an impairment committee that deals with almost all their pharmacist impairment stuff. So it's probably just that subcommittee meeting. It may very well be live, but that committee functions in a lot of the same ways that we do with our informal conference committee here for impairment issues. So we know most of those members, their attorney and executive. I think it's a fairly similar process to here.
So I should just plan to make that policy.
I mean, if they want you to appear in person, I think you're gonna have to. I mean, and I'd be glad to check with their attorney.
Yeah, we can reach out to Carlos and find that out. I think Horace is there, or Brad, I think, is the chair of that committee too, so.
Yeah, and I talked to, Dr. Lottie.
Yeah.
About this. He said in the past that there's been a great working relationship with, and that, she would tell Carlos to just reach out, and usually that's bypass because we can send her stuff now.
Yeah, and I'll reach out to Carlos and see if we can.
So, I talked to him once, but.
Yeah, I know since I've been here, we've worked with their stuff for, there's a lot of pharmacists in South Arkansas.
Yeah.
In northern Louisiana, they're licensed in both states. I mean, there's a lot of towns. They'll go back and forth. So, yeah, I mean, we've worked with them. I know that.
Dr. Morrison's done everything by the book, been involved, she's just not checking boxes. So, I think she can tell you that going through the rehab and support group meetings and monitor and stuff has really made a difference in her life.
So this is alcohol, right?
Yes.
So what pharmacy you working at now?
Proceedings medical, everyone now. Here and I fill in for Midget Post.
So you got your steel toe shoes to work there?
I actually do not.
Okay. So you're mainly on the inside, not the warehouse then?
I go out in the warehouse and check all the supplies. If Dr. Kirkland knows, I work at Boutique, non-pharmacy related anyway, and so I asked one of the guys that I was working with, I said, I noticed you and Benji have the same shoes. I said, where did you get your shoes? Yeah, I still touch shoes. So I do not, so maybe I should.
That was a joke at first when Benji took that job. He had to go find steel toe shoes, and half the time he'd be wearing a sweater and shorts with steel toe boots. Because then it's a 75,000 square foot warehouse, and you have to get out of the warehouse where all the forklifts were, and had to wear those boots for a while.
Does anyone have any questions? Everybody heard the story?
Her request today is to move up to 32 hours.
Staff has no issues.
Okay.
But, you said that she was working 32, or she?
No, she wants
working,
to.
okay.
Yes, she wants
to.
You do the second? Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Mitchell and, second by Dr. Kraus to increase, Ms. Morrison's, Dr. Morrison's, hours of 32 hours per week. Any further questions? All in favor of that motion, signify by saying aye. Any nays? The motion passed. Thank you so much. Hey, get those steel toe. Yeah.
She's got way better shoes where she works.
Yeah, I was talking to you about that weekly. My wife spends a lot of money.
Yeah, I see your own.
She's getting her $15 every time she spends this. She's not telling you about it.
And I know somebody mentioned this earlier. I mean, this is usually heard by the informal committee.
Yeah.
But they have 3 people, we just said, well, yeah, that's what we asked for.
Next pharmacist is Dr. Brandon King.
Here,
Okay, Dr. King, in January of 2020, got APC or approved to work full time. Now he's got a chance to be pharmacist in charge. I only did from the first of this year, this morning, just to show you how many tests he's had. He's had 10 tests that are all negative, no missed check-ins. I don't think you've ever missed a check-in since you've been in, and none of your tests have been, all of them have been negative. It's been a tremendous asset to the support group, done everything, from the first time, saw Brandon at St. Vincent when he came in, broke it, and want help. Now we're there. So, look at it, I mean, it's unbelievable, so.
I remember coming in here, folks on legs, emotional, everything. I'm really grateful for this program. Again, that's just an update on life. Last time I was here, I got to go back full time, and I just got a job at Mercy and Fort Smith. And, just blessed beyond measure. And I didn't, like I said, a lot smarter to do hospital or anything like that. It was an invaluable experience. It gave me a lot of confidence in myself as a person and a pharmacist. And I love working there. You know, I felt like it gave me a second chance to get back to my patients, you know, with COVID and everything going on. On the so-called front lines. And even through all the tough times, God sent us a blessing. I was telling her I got a new boy, and I got Carter, my 4-year-old. He's going to be 8 months in a couple of days, so time really flies. And, just I feel like that's another second chance, you know, to be a better dad. And with the addition of Corey, I'll drive now 15 minutes one way to work. I started looking for something closer to home and then a long-term care pharmacy, premier pharmacy in Springdale. And I was really happy where I was at. I was really scared to take that leap. But after, you know, praying about it and talking to my wife about it and after everything, they offered it to me. So that's where I've been at. I love that. It's definitely really relaxing. To me, it's like retail is stressful and in hospital, and I'm way down here now. It seems like, so I feel like I'm at where I'm supposed to be. Now, as far as the big thing, current fix, she's not fit anymore, but she wants to do the other opportunity pharmacy, and so she actually called me and said they might be looking at it. I don't know if I want to do something like that, but I talked to my sponsor, I talked to my manager, and they said that, well, whether or not you do it or not, I think it would be prudent to apply, you know, to be able to do it. Because you never know, you know, the job market and everything. If there's a job, you know, something like that, it's like, so I'm listening, you know, it's smarter than me. So here I am. I said, I'm happy where I'm at. I don't think that's going to happen at all, as far as there. But said, if anything, I get to come up at you guys on how to do it. So I have to be here.
She's been working full time for almost a year. Motion.
Okay, I get a second?
I'll say.
Okay. I have a motion by Dr. Johnny and a second by Dr. Richmond to accept Mr. Brandon King to be able to be PIC. All in favor of this motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? The motion passes. Good luck. It is your decision.
That's all we've got for you today. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Trevor. Good to see you.
Thank
Good
you.
to see you.
Next is, you should have a tab in your.
Yeah, tab number 5.
All right. just whoever's speaking, if you would, just sit from one seat or so.
How are y'all today?
Good, how are you?
They have, they sent in their policy procedures already, so you should have a copy of it.
I'll tell you, and I think most of you probably already know this, but at the table you're facing, you've got, on this side of us, we're all staff. Myself, Dr. McCready, our assistant director, Mr. Daniels, our legal counsel, Dr. Robertson, and Dr. Payne are two of our inspectors here at the board. And then we have our board members from the other side. 6 of them are pharmacists, Dr. Richmond, Dr. Jolly. Let's see, we got Dr. Mitchell, Dr. Newsom, Dr. Mack, and Dr. Kraus. And we have 2 public members also, Ms. Ford and Ms. Rader. So you guys have submitted an application to do some workload balancing off-site order entry, which we'll get to in just a minute. But first, how about you tell us who all you are?
I'm Neil Ducote, I'm the Vice President of Brookshires for the Pharmacy Department.
So tell them the area supervisor for Arkansas.
And I'm Ben Sims, I'm the pharmacy compliance analyst.
So in your application, what you're asking to do is to have off-site order entry just between your Arkansas licensed pharmacists.
Within the state of Arkansas.
Yeah, and I know it's weird, I say this partially to reiterate to the board, but also for anyone that's listening out on YouTube or anything else. On the retail pharmacy side, we only allow any type of off-site order entry between 2 licensed pharmacies. You can't do it. It's not that you can have a home office and do it from there or anything else at this time. We did have some exceptions while we had rule suspensions during COVID for someone who was COVID exposed or COVID that they could do some from home, but all of that ended March 31st when the many of our exemptions throughout the state ended. That may be something the board looks at some later date, but I don't think they're even prepared to talk about that today.
You should have in there, it shows the list of pharmacies that they're asking for. It's part of what should be in your packet.
Page 5.
Does that just show how it looks like now? From the 12 pharmacies there.
11.
So you guys real quick want to kind of tell us what you're trying to work on and why?
We're seeking approval for offsite data entry, workload balancing in the Arkansas stores. Basically because we saw where our customer service suffered during COVID, other things when we were getting short staffed and people calling and things. And staffing in Arkansas is going well, but I'm trying to be prepared for down the road. I understand they're building a casino in some part of the state. Their pay rate is pretty good.
Several areas of the state.
Yes. So with the offsite data entry, in order to be able to take care of the customers in the manner that we would like to, we just want to be able to do workload balancing and take the pressure off the stores that they're facing the customer instead of having to worry about that description through the winter.
What, because I don't remember, what processing system do you guys use?
We use McKesson Enterprise.
Okay. Is that like the old PharmServe system updated?
Yes.
As I recall, I think it was PharmServe 20 years ago when I used it, and then they updated a few times and renamed it.
Correct.
So that way people can still hate one and love the other and don't realize they're kind of the same thing. In your plan for this, you're not planning on like reducing staffing levels in the stores,
No.
just to cover gaps?
Not any whatsoever.
Okay.
Strictly just for customer service, improving that, and helping us with that.
And it'll, in that system, as I recall, and I want to verify, it has the ability to tell which person at which store did each step of the process.
Yes.
So on the enterprise, it does scan in scripts. Is that correct? So you scan it, so you would have the ability to have someone at offsite do the order entry and the order review check off. If I'm at the pharmacy and it's asking me to check for another pharmacy, how does that show up in my queue? Is it a separate queue? Do I realize that's work for another store?
Yes, it's a separate queue that comes up and it will identify what store it's at.
Okay. And is there anything in policy that would prevent your pharmacist from being able to, refuse at that time or to avoid that at that time, because the discussion the board's had for years is the computer knows what's in the computer, but it doesn't know that there's 4 people in line and a cash register is broken or something that isn't working at the time.
Exactly. So they will reach out to the area supervisor at the meeting current time, let me know that they're having a staffing issue, someone's on quarantine, someone's sick, it was an emergency. And then I will check with other pharmacies to make sure that they are capable of supporting them before asking them to do so. So it goes through the supervisor, and then we find the store that's going to be most capable and get them to take care of it. So
It's a manual turn on system rather than automatic.
absolutely.
Okay. I like that.
Yeah, yes.
That's the first time we've ever heard that.
Yeah, I don't like it where it's set up and it's like, oh, you have to clear this queue and keep going down for, you know, it feeds you work.
Yeah.
We like to be in control of what each pharmacy is doing, so. I just do not like it when it's just pushing.
So basically, the decision to do it is going to be taken on a case on a daily basis.
Yes. Based on the circumstances as to, you know, why they need it, and then also we have the option of looking at all of the surrounding stores and saying, okay, well, who's not having any problem, who's caught up, and where are they at in their day, in order to ask that store to take that on. So it's not like the next door neighbor store that could be suffering just as much.
Any other questions on that other staff?
I have a question for, I guess, Cindy and Kevin, really. How do you expect something like this, as far as where the prescription is, and all the necessaries for inspection? How do you expect something?
I don't think you really can inspect for that. However, you might if Brenda was complained on this or anything, and she requests documentation from the pharmacy on who participated in what capacity. All that information will be available to Brenda on her request. But as far as actually looking at it during an inspection, I don't feel like there's really a good way to do that unless.
It's an audit trail to look back. The board's only ever approved this on systems that can track each individual step of the process and be able to tell where it's from. I don't think today, but you know, years ago when I started here, we had a lot of systems that was just one person's initials are in the computer. And all you do is that's the person of record that basically takes responsibility for everything. And now in systems like this, it's you can see, you know, the system's gotten up to date enough where you can see who dropped it to scan it, who input it, who approved the input. And then, you know, oftentimes they even have the point of scanning a code or something for who counted it, who validated it, and then who was there when it was sold and is the person record of counsel. So it's helped a lot. I mean, systems that are robust enough to track and split the prescription instead of the prescription being a one-step process according to the computer, it may be a 4-step or an 8-step process on how far they have, you know, delineated the process. And
You're saying it'd be like 8 steps to send work to another place?
no, it's already 8 steps. Like, and I don't know that 8's the number, but literally it's when it comes in, you know, I scan it, you know, she then sees the scan and inputs it. Then Luke validates that it was input correctly. And then after Luke validates it, then it kicks back and someone actually counts it. And if it's a control, then a second person validates that. And then it kicks to, it's had its final check, like its final 4-point, goes to the clerk, and then whenever the person picks it up, and this is the pharmacist who counseled them. So I mean, it counts all those steps regardless, and in a process like this, what it'll say is, well, it was scanned in this store, and then went into his store to be input, and then someone there also checked it, or it could be a third store that checked the actual electronic input, and then it goes back to the home site for fulfillment, final check and counseling.
It just documents.
Yeah.
every step of the
It's
way.
easily tracked.
Yeah.
So is the prescription in which computer?
Well, it's a shared system. So all the systems can see the prescription, but the hard copy is housed at the fulfillment pharmacy basically. Because it's, in some ways, it's very similar to central bill, except the only thing they're doing off-site is typing. Typing or looking and checking versus also fulfilling. It's actually a lot easier system than central bill because all the drugs and drug records are maintained at the home site pharmacy.
Anytime we have an issue, it's standard practice to ask about it, whether they do remote work or whether they don't.
And it has been years since we've had an error that involved multiple stores like that. But when it happened, we brought in every step of the process. And the problem is, if there's 4 different people in the 7 or 8 steps, and you bring in 2, then it's like, why didn't we talk to the other 2 people? So we brought everybody in and let the board figure out, in a kind of just culture, where do you think the problem happened? Why did it happen, and who's responsible?
Yeah, so it would be like, several cases the board seen recently, that there was the board received a complaint, so Cindy did an audit. So that way, if some of these came back on that audit, we'd be able to track, well, it was input at this store, but that's kind of the main issue. Or one of the main issues the board has to be able to track that, and it just looks like there's not an issue with that, so.
We even rewrote our rules, gosh, probably a dozen years ago, to talk about, in a system that can delineate the various steps, each person is individually responsible for that step. But in the computer systems that down there, maybe more opinions, like if you are still working in a store that just has one person's initials on it, then that person needs to know that they're the responsible party because according to the computer, you're the one that did it.
So in my own mind, it's like almost like a login. So you're in location B is looking at the location A's computer and basically filling us scan, copy, or prescription.
I think that's one of the reasons why on the retail side, they limited it between Arkansas located pharmacies because it allowed technicians to be involved with the input. On the hospital side, since it's mainly order validation verification, you don't let techs do order verification, so it's pharmacist to pharmacist only. There's never been any stressor onto an inappropriate ratio or someone's training when it's been licensed pharmacist. But since it's also been involved techs, we originally wrote that rule where it's only between licensed pharmacies, which are all, in and under Arkansas rules.
And does the rule still say they have to come before you to get it?
Yeah.
Because we let several do it, but we want to talk to them and make sure they can document every step. Some places can't document.
I think Walmart and Walgreens were the main 2 that did this at first, probably 10 years ago. And, a couple of the guidelines the board wanted to know back then, since it's automatically pushing the work, it was, the corporation had to agree that if the pharmacist got there and the work was popping up, if they're too worked or overworked or have too many other stressors in their store, they had the ability to bypass the work. And if you bypass the work, it just keeps coming up in the home store.
Anybody else have any questions? Currently,
I've got no other issues.
I make a motion to accept.
okay. We have a motion by Dr. Kraus and a second by Dr. Mitchell to approve Brookshire or entry claim. All those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? Motion passes.
And I'll just put together just real quick later. It just says it was approved as presented. Just so you have something on paper, being I've got your email address, I just email to you. That's good, and you can get it to whoever needs it. Okay, sounds great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Dr. Krause, one of the big things, this is.
That's an over.
Almost like saying, can I have a cookie? Yeah, you can have a cookie. It's funny, I've seen someone do central field. In central field, you have to get the growth ready and do it. And it's, you have to look at, is the stressor in your pharmacy the time of process or the time of fill? And for a lot of them, places, the lockdown is the time to process, not the time to get.
There for a while, I had cameras, and I could see you working at the wedding stores, I just quit working, because they gave you upset something.
Yeah, that's what we do.
I was getting out of here a quarter.
This is street
Yeah,
end.
that's what we got.
You could have just stopped watching TV.
I did, I stopped.
We see you quit working.
Yeah. The cameras were working.
Oh, misunderstood.
We have Mercy Rehab Hospital, and Ms. Orr has, she is going to recuse from the discussion and vote, just based on her employment. So we still have, just for the record, still have no present. So John, I'll turn it over to you.
Absolutely. So if you want to tell us who you are, I'm going to tell you who everybody else is.
Okay, my name is Rachel Meyer. I'm the director of pharmacy for Mercy Rehabilitation Hospital.
Okay, Rachel. So when you're looking at this big table up here, I'll tell you that from here over, we are all staff. So myself, Dr. Craig is our assistant director, Mr. Daniel is our legal counsel, and Dr. Robertson and Dr. Fain are our inspector investigators. Dr. Robertson is probably the one that you would most require to see in practice. On the, I
said, I'm sorry.
Yeah. She's probably rather him than me. So on the other side of the table, these are all of our board members. Dr. Griffin stepped out for just a second, but should be right back. Dr. Jolly, Dr. Mitchell, Dr. Newsom, and Dr. Mack, Dr. Kraus are all pharmacists, and Ms. Amy Ford, who I think you know, and Ms. Carol Rader are both public members. In this process, we're going to just kind of have a back and forth conversation. You applied for a remote pharmacy services for this location, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but hasn't Mercy been approved at some other locations? So is.
But if I were to find, is it owned by exclusively Mercy? No.
It's a partnership. It's a partnership on this. You're welcome to speak. So it's a related entity, basically, rather than an ownership parent.
50-50 partnership.
Okay. So in under our rules, it can either be an ownership or a partnership either. So.
I'm sorry, I had a different case under this folder.
06 Mercy Hospital?
Yes.
Everybody else, or is it Mercy's popping up on?
Shelley's is
Oh.
popping up on under my folder 6. I did, it's the same.
Okay. We can give you Dr. Christian, he's away.
Here, man, right here. Yeah.
So.
There you go.
We'll find you 4 more by the time you get one to work.
And I'm good, but I don't think I'm that good. Well, more.
So, Dr. Meyer, if you want to just kind of tell us what you guys are trying to work on and what your application is.
Sure, so, right now, the pharmacy has to be staffed by myself, and I also have 2 flex pharmacists and a full-time pharmacy technician. I'm set to have the pharmacy open between 8 and 4:30 Monday through Friday, so we are working with Cardinal Health, remote order entry services, to have them service our patients on hours that pharmacy is not there. So that would be after 4:30 till we open back up at 8 and then on.
The Cardinals been approved for, so we didn't ask them.
Dr. Robertson, any concern or question?
So the 2 systems, if I'm having to work together, I guess, each one's gonna say, I mean, I know that you can look at the time and see if it's after hours, but it still says Cardinal and who did it versus yours during the day, y'all did it. Very big documents, every step of the way, pretty much.
Like, if we looked at an audit trail, we can tell who did what, even if it was done by Cardinal.
Yes, they have their own sign-ins to the system, so their names will be on.
And it helps to ensure that you still have order validation or verification instead of direct nurse access, that correct?
Well, I mean, you're gonna have automated dispensing cabinets.
Yeah. So it ensures you do have a pharmacist involved, even if it's after hours, there's not one on site.
And if Dr. Robertson goes into your pharmacy, can you see what's billed for your pharmacy at night? I mean, or does he have to go to Cardinal?
They would be using your system, the
Yes,
big login they have to log
Okay.
into your software. In your software.
Pinpoint and Arts Connect. Cardinal, they have used it before, so they're familiar with it.
No staff issues.
Okay, okay, we have a, motion by Dr. Cross and a second by Dr. Mack, to approve, Mercy location, for, remote order entry after hours. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? Motion passes.
All right, we'll get you a letter letting you know.
Yeah, I'll get you a letter and it'll literally just state that this was approved as it was presented, just so that's what.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jill, you ready? Shelley. You got Mercy in the Walmart?
Yeah, under number 6.
There's a great one.
It's funny because it's such that
Oh,
one.
wait, 7, hang on, that's the wrong one.
7.
7, I'm on the wrong one.
That'll do it too.
Yes, it's 1. 7.
Who's on first?
And that email, if you look at the email, that's what Shelley sent. So if you look at that, it's just kind of got some frequently asked questions and stuff that they want to talk about. The attachments on that email are those 3 PDFs, speaking of printout, introduction, and Shelley, I'll be glad to put it on the screen that you want, but they've all got copies of it.
Sure, perfect.
So I think Shelley knows everybody and that everybody knows Shelley at this point. So Shelley, I will let you take off with your request to the board.
Okay, perfect. So today we wanted to discuss our guiding process further, and one of the enhancements that we have to our guiding process called print pickup. So it was probably around 2013, we changed our bagging process where the pharmacist visually verifies the prescription and then the technician bags it from there. And so it's a barcode scanning system. It's a very system-driven process where the barcode that is actually printed on the label of the bottle is scanned, and then the paperwork is scanned, and then that is matched up in the bag. And then on the bag, it indicates counseling. If counseling is required, of course, at that point, whenever the prescription is sold to the patient, they're directed over to the counseling area for counseling. And if the prescription is a refill, the prescription is bagged up and handed to the patient at that time. And so the most recent enhancement we have in our system is, we call it print and pickup. So instead of printing everything back on the pharmacist counter, now there are individual printers underneath our, we call them passcode units, which is what we use to scan out the prescriptions for patients. And so it's still the same process. The technician, he would come up, the patient would come up to the technician who is acting as a cashier at that point and would state their name and birthday. We go and grab the bag that contains the medications. And then it goes through the same scanning process where the technician would scan the barcode on the label, scan the paper, and then the paperwork would print out. And then the paperwork is scanned. And then at that point, if it's a counsel, directed to the counseling area, if it's a refill, it can be backed up.
So the thing that she's kind of seeking clarification on is if anybody calls and asks staff, and if we believe is asked the board in the past, at what point, it's kind of, at what point do the materials need to be with the prescription itself for check-in and everything else? And what I would always say is, you need to have everything that's going to the patient to the pharmacist if you for final check. And in their system, it's bar coded, and what they were doing at one point that the board seemed displeased about, but I thought it had given some guidance, and we're trying to get clarification on what the board's guidance was. Once the prescription itself was checked and went over, well, then at the point of sale, the barcode could be scanned, or at some point during bagging after final check. Then all the other paperwork, counseling information could then be stuck with it. So if you ask me, could we do that? I would say, no, the pharmacist has to check the entire corpus of whatever the patient's going to receive, if it's information from the pharmacy to either be an adjunct or in replacement of counseling face-to-face or anything else, because that's all part of the pharmacist's responsibility. I think what they're asking is it okay after the check of the prescription, can that, through the barcode process, be scanned and added by a technician or a clerk without the pharmacist looking at that? Is that kind of it in a nutshell?
Absolutely. Everything is bar coded. There is a very specific policy and procedure to it. And so if you scan and it is the wrong barcode, the paperwork will not print, or you will get an error message that says this does not match. And so everything is bar coded technology.
And I think the board discussed this we had a hearing with some issues, and the board discussed it. We have that, what the board stated at that time, if you want to listen to it, it was basically that the paperwork was considered as part of the label. Everything that came out together was all part of the label, and that should all be together, looked at by the pharmacist, then handed to the cashier back. And when we talked about the bagging process being, this is everything, all the paperwork, everything, yes, the cashier could put that in back. But there was an issue about whether they print out paperwork combined with medication, and the pharmacist never looked at that. Other possibility of pharmacy.
So the question for you guys is, does that have to be done before the pharmacist's final verification, or if the pharmacist verifies the script, can that be added afterwards without the pharmacist seeing it?
Is the label, is the paperwork part of the final verification before it goes to the cashier?
So it's not being done in the pharmacy.
It's been done down the cash register.
It's in the cash register.
But the pharmacist doesn't review it.
It's in the pharmacy.
Dr. Shelley?
Yeah.
This is all me. How do they, how does the cashier go find that bottle to start scanning it, to get it all put together? Usually it's barcode.
Sure. So when the patient, the system is working the same way as it has since about 2013 when we started this new scanning bagging process. And so whenever the patient presents to the pharmacy, the patient will get their name and date of birth. The technician enters that information into the computer, and at that point, the computer will say which bag the medication is in. So the technician can retrieve that bag and then inside are the contents for them to start scanning.
But the paperwork is in there, like it used to be.
Correct, no, the only change is that the paperwork is not in the bag with this new update. The paperwork, after the technician scans that barcode that's on the label, at that point, the paperwork prints out on their one designated printer that's right there with them. And so they have to scan that, and then they scan that paperwork so it matches it together.
So they still do the same procedure that they did, it's just they're printing it instead of pulling it out of the bag.
Correct.
It's not being verified by the
So you
pharmacist.
might turn the printer around and have it print in a pharmacy, and then just go with the sack and go over with everything else.
That's what it used to be.
I mean, it's just like,
Why was this change?
To make it easier.
Yeah. So the advantage of this is that you have, whenever the patient presents, you don't have wasted paperwork. If a patient only wants to pick up one prescription, you only print the paperwork for that certain prescription. Or if they don't come to pick up their prescription and we have to return the medication to stock, you don't have any paperwork to shred that sort of thing. So it helps also with HIPAA concerns to ensure that you have all of that information only printed when needed.
So it reduces waste.
Correct.
It reduces. Does it in any way enhance patient safety?
So I would say from a HIPAA perspective, we only print the paperwork for you for that order that you're picking up at that time.
Okay, and I guess the way you described it a moment ago, it doesn't increase the risk for a mix-up.
No, that's correct, yes.
Can you explain how that doesn't happen again?
Sure, would like you want me to go through the process of when the patient presents to the
Yes.
pharmacy? Sure.
Just teach me like a kid, because
Yeah.
I really didn't get it.
Sure, not a problem. So when a patient presents to the pharmacy to pick up a prescription, the patient will give their name and date of birth to the technician that's working our pickup. And they type in their name and date of birth into, we call it our task code, it's our computer that shows all the prescriptions that are ready. When they type in that information, the computer system will give the bag number that the ready prescriptions are in. At that point, the technician retrieves the bag. And then inside of the filled prescriptions, there's a barcode on the label. And so they scan the label, and at that point, the paperwork prints out of the printer, and then they scan the paperwork, and then they can bag the prescriptions.
The bag that the system notifies is one of the reusable bags, not a.
Yes, thank you for that. Yes, it is a white opaque plastic bag that has the number on it that the technician retrieves. Whenever they are bagging the prescription for the patient, that is in the white paper sack.
So who's required in the process, not the new process, but in the way it ordinarily goes up to this point? Is it the technician that bags it, or is
Yes.
it?
Technician in
technician
both
anyway.
processes, correct.
Our difference is everything together for the pharmacist to view it. And part of that, my concern has been, well, an info sheet for propranolol is going to be an info sheet for the FDA approved uses of it. And if it's someone that's taking it for migraine prophylaxis or, something that's not an FDA approved use or an off-label use, the clerk or technician isn't going to know that, but the pharmacist would know on John Kirtley's prescription for this, we don't need to give him this piece of paperwork because it is opposite of what I'm going to counsel on. So part of my concern has been, well, if that happens after the final check, I understand that it is the right information for the right drug, and maybe for the wrong reason, which, I mean, I've seen this. I had patients that it would print out leaflets for me when I was in practice, nearly 20 years ago. And I'm like, I do not need to give this calcium channel blocker information to this patient because it is going to confuse them and cause them to not want to use it because of all the other side effects and misinformation that is not what they're taking.
How would that be different though? Because if it's a new prescription, the pharmacist is going to see that paperwork regardless, whether it goes in the bag. And then before it gets to the patient, or they simply, the bag, then it gets printed, then the pharmacist gets all of it.
We sure hope so. I would hope that that information never makes it to the bagging process unless it should be in the bag. And I think that's the pharmacist who's filling it and doing the final check on it may be different than the pharmacist who is handing it to the spouse picking it up. And I mean, we've all seen issues in counseling to where, I don't know, for me, there's a little paranoia that there's a potential gap that is the same thing as saying, here's a QR code, scan it and read about your drug versus me being involved in saying, this is information you actually need to know. And even giving someone a heads up, you may read this on here, but that's not why you're taking this.
Not certain that, I'm not certain that would happen. I mean, pretty much everything that comes out, they're gonna give the information. I understand, I think that's a very valid point. I don't want to say a pharmacist didn't take the time, but I don't think a pharmacist is gonna analyze what is there and give it. I think if it prints out, it's gonna give it. Now, I get your point. It's a very valid point.
I think one of the issues also is that we have this current culture and we had this discussion when this came out before about the metrics and the pressures and the things they're putting on the pharmacists to do that don't involve patient care, filling prescriptions, looking at the labels, looking at the packaging, so making sure everything goes together. And it's a pharmacy or pharmacist/technician function. The pharmacist is responsible for the ultimate visual verification of the paperwork being part of that label, the direct supervision of a technician right here, looking at that paperwork, rather than the pharmacist over here dealing with the metrics they have to deal with, and the lack of staffing, and the tech down there printing it and sticking it back in information.
Because that is counted as part of it.
And that is part of the label, and it's part of the process, and that is no longer under the direct supervision of that pharmacist. Where if they print it here, hand it in a bucket like they used to, all of it in there, this is for that patient. Then it all goes in there, the pharmacist will look at it and read it and verify. And I think that's part of the process.
Yeah. I'm still.
So,
into that.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
In essence, it's only the location that's changed. The scanning and the bagging that the technician would do, the pharmacist visual verifies the prescription. And since 2013, we've had this bagging process where you scan the barcodes and the paperwork prints out, and the technician bags it. That is all the same in this process. The only thing that has changed is the location versus being on the pharmacist's workbench. It's now at the checkout. And there's now dedicated printers where when you scan it, if you scan it on this computer, the paperwork prints out on this printer, and scan on this one, it prints out on this other printer.
So what
It'd
you're
be
saying-
nice to get all the clutter out of the board pharmacists.
So if a patient comes in and says, I need some information, I got this prescription, I lost my paperwork, I dropped it, whatever. Can you print me out a monograph? How would that happen?
They should direct it to the pharmacist, and the pharmacist can print out the monograph at any time.
But if it's at the point of sale, I mean, the difference I see is if you ask me as a pharmacist, what all am I checking before I pass it over the counter? I think it's everything. And what this does, I mean, if I draw a diagram, it's like, okay, I look at things behind the counter and in front of the counter. And I didn't pass a basket over unless it was ready to be checked out. And oftentimes it would be ready to check out, but I'd say like new script, or we had a specific policy on how we would identify new scripts that require counseling. There would be times when I would say, here is the label or the receipt for so-and-so, but when they get here, they have to come to me and I'll hand it to them because it was that important on the thing. The difference is, and I don't know, if this changed as far back as 2013, no one ever asked us about it. We weren't aware of it to even look at it that way. But the difference is everything is put together and the pharmacist checks it and passes it over. And it's after it is passed over from the pharmacist's eyes, and then the information leaflet be printed from the cashier side of things, even if it's a permanent tech, or is that supposed to happen before the pharmacist passes it? That's the ultimate question.
I haven't been at very many mail orders, but I would venture to say they vary that paperwork and prescription later after the pharmacist has looked at it, just because I don't think, at least from the few mail orders I've been in, I don't think the paperwork is zooming all around the room with all these bottles that's happening. So
But very frequently, the pharmacist verifies it.
at least the ones I've seen, they're verifying, is the information correct on the label, did it get entered, right?
In Arkansas,
This would not be in Arkansas.
So just for clarification, you said it changed in 2013. You mean the printing of the paperwork? It didn't start printing down at the cashier in 2013.
No, that would be a recent enhancement. The location is what changed.
Yeah,
In
this-
2013, our bagging process still occurs after the pharmacist's visual verification, but it was back on the pharmacist's counter. And so it was moved to the front. And it's actually just to the cashier area, basically, but it's worked by a technician and it's considered a technician duty in our technician ratio. Whenever they are printing this paperwork and affixing it to the prescription bag.
I just want to make sure you understood, this hasn't been going on since 2013. It was something that they changed in their workflow that wasn't discussed with the board prior to it. It's from what I understand.
So the location was the only thing that changed, and we were under the understanding that the flow was okay, that we printed the paperwork after the pharmacist visual verified it, and we had inspections, and we had the understanding, we didn't think changing the location of where it printed would be the problem.
So let me clarify this one. So what's happening now, pharmacist checks it, puts it in a basket. That's the basket for a technician. mechanism, takes the basket, scans it, puts it in a bag, paperwork prints, that goes in the bag and it gets hung.
No,
No.
the pharmacist checks the bottle, right? And with a receipt, just the receipt standalone, and passes it over. The clerk puts it in a white bag, and the clerk may have a technician permit as well. And then when the patient comes up, and if there's 4 prescriptions for me, and I say, I want these 2, they pull those 2 out. It could be 10 minutes later, could be 3 days later, and then scan it, and it prints out the legal.
That's what the proposals were for.
That's what they're doing.
Yeah, this is not. a
Yeah,
proposal.
they didn't ask us about this, they just started doing it.
Or months, or
And-
years.
It would be months.
Yeah.
We were under the understanding that this process was okay and then a location change would be an issue. And we had this as a pilot at another pharmacy that was approved, and so we had the understanding that this was okay.
We have an error coming with the board eventually that somebody's prescription was filled. The doctor changed it. They filled it again, along with the refrigerator. When the patient got there, they had failed to take out what was in the refrigerator. Took it out, had a problem printing the paperwork, so they printed it anyway, and sent it on the counter. The pharmacist never saw that paperwork before it all went out, and it turned out that the paperwork said one sweep, the drugs have another. Patient got the wrong prescription. So it's not that the error doesn't happen.
Yeah, well, I think it's putting a lot of responsibility on the technician, and that's, to me, it's not a technical duty today. It's the pharmacist's responsibility to take that prescription, verify it, and have it backed up. That's how I've always worked.
Well,
Never let somebody else put a label on something that I have verified taken care of.
right, and, you know, so I know that it's all being done in the pharmacy, but like, if you go, of course, you've got a pharmacy inside of a big store, right? And so if you go into a store that's only a pharmacy, I'm saying this because I'm gonna ask a question, and that is, there's duties pharmacy related that can be performed on one side of the counter of the pharmacy versus the other side of the counter. Just because you're a tech or a pharmacist doesn't mean that you can necessarily fill a prescription wherever you want to with the pharmacy, because now all of a sudden you have people that should be in the pharmacy, right?
Yeah. So I'm not as concerned about where it happens, okay? I'm concerned about where in the process it happens, not physically, but in the, if I delineate every step of the prescription filling process, it's at what point does it have to happen? And the ultimate question is that paperwork supposed to be with it before the pharmacist does a final verification? Or can it be after the pharmacist has quit looking at it?
I mean, I think based on what she's saying though, I mean, the pharmacist would have to check it again before it went to the patient.
No, this is at point of sale. If I have 4 prescriptions ready and the clerk who also has a technician permit, I say, I want these 2, they scan those 2, and at the point of sale, it prints out the patient constant leaflets and they put it with the script at that point and hand it to you. That, correct.
Yes, so and I mean, you could want all the prescriptions in your order, but I mean, however it is, we retrieve the bag. They scan the barcode, the paperwork prints out. If counseling is required, the patient starts to the counseling area. If it's a refill, they can place the prescription in the bag with the paperwork at that time.
So which is part of it? Is it on the bottle?
It's on the bottle. Yeah, it's on the actual prescription label. So it'll say, take 1 tablet daily. It's on the end of it. It's kind of discreet, but it's a barcode.
So before the relocation of lectures, the process that you described, the pharmacist is doing the final verification, was the paperwork with the prescription. So since 2013, the pharmacist is doing the final visual verification without the final piece of paper with it. It just went into the bag and waiting for the patient to arrive to retrieve the prescription. So since 2013, I guess my follow-up question would be, how many med errors have we had at Walmart pharmacies since 2013? And have all of those med errors, like the example that you gave, is that the process, is that the point of the process of the breakdown that caused the error? Or were there other steps in the process that could have, I mean, the example earlier, if a physician calls in an update to a prescription, you could, if the old prescription had refills, you could refill the old prescription, it could still show an error. So I guess that's where I'm trying to understand, is this process the process that's causing the potential threat to public safety, or are there other pieces of the process that would be the?
Or was it the projection in 2013?
Right.
Was that when the
Is this required paperwork?
problem?
It's considered part of the label.
Right, but is it required?
If you, I mean, our counseling rules read, you're supposed to do face-to-face, but you have supplementary information. And as many times as we have the non-patient pick it up, many pharmacies feel like that is their effort in counseling or to give the necessary information to the patients is leaflets.
Well, a lot of times you get, do you have any questions from the pharmacist? No.
But isn't, the FDA has been going through different permutations. It started with the estrogen back in the 70s. And they've gotten to the point where they're requiring that a patient leaflet be provided with every prescription. And so that has become part of the standard of care, but even if that wasn't considered in that regard, the fact that it gets printed out still has become the standard of care. That's been at least since the 90s.
You know, I'm gonna back up to something that, Ms. Ford said. So right now, not right now, before this new thing was implemented, when the pharmacist verified it, was that leaflet, like,
No, when the pharmacist verified, they verified the pills that are in the bottle with the image on the computer screen, and then they would set it on a separate bagging rack. At that time, the technician would come and they would do another scanning process, and the leaflets would print out, and they would place the leaflets in the bag.
and this has been like that since 2013.
Yes, sir.
So there's no difference, so now, or 6 months ago, the pharmacist is not looking at that paperwork anymore.
The technician added it to the bag. I mean, it occurred on the pharmacist's counter, but the technician added it to the bag after the pharmacist visually verified the contents of the bottle.
And why are you using a technician for that capacity?
We were told that that is a technician duty whenever we were here previously.
Okay, I just wanted,
Because you would have, at that time, I think, when it cashiers did it.
Correct.
We're told it had to be a technician.
It had to be a technician because it was
Was
a,
it
it was a
technician rental paperwork or technician?
both, go back.
And let me say, the reason this came up was because the board made the comment at the last hearing that this was not a function that should be going on at the cash register. So Shelley emailed me, we had a conversation, I sent her the recording, and that's how this came to fruition today. I mean, it wasn't just something that we thought of, that this is going wrong.
Dr. McCready asked me, I mean, of course, I worked in a Walmart store at the pharmacy school. She worked for the company before she came to work here. And we were both trying to wrap our heads around, it's like, no, I've never seen that. Like, that's not how it worked. But I mean, I understand the workflow changes over time. And, but if you ask me how the workflow worked when I was there, it would have been the prior to 2013. And someone said, well, you have any concerns? I don't know, I have no concerns with that. If they said, well, if we were going to set up this way, would you have concerns? I would tell you, A, I have concerns. B, I don't know that the board would approve that. I don't want it to be an issue down the road when we do have a med error and go, no, wait a minute. You're telling me that paperwork was added after the pharmacist did a final check? Because the board's not going to be happy about that.
Is the paperwork making an error, or because the paperwork's going to reflect what the label reflects?
Supposed
Supposed to.
If it is paperwork that reflects indications or treatment from the drug that are not what it's being used for.
And the patient goes off the FDA approved treatment, even if that's not what it was.
so legally required either way. So everything would be the paperwork anyway.
Well, in my practice, if it was something the patient would would not be applicable to the patient because it wasn't correct for the treatment, we would remove it.
Here that happened with council.
I'm gonna say last time when they came before us, we said, okay, I remember all this, the cashier can't do this, this is a pharmacy tech function. But pharmacy tech has to work under the supervision of the pharmacist.
All duties must be.
So really, even though the pharmacy tech is doing it, they're still acting as a partner. Because there's no pharmacist, it's open.
We would generally tell you
I said, don't put it out.
that a pharmacy technician doing a technician duty should be supervised and their work has to be checked by the pharmacist. After they do.
Today, on the leaflets, does it print all the drug information or on the refills? I know that, so what does it do up there?
I mean, I don't think it has to. On a new prescription, yes, that information does print out the leaflets, it has the directions and everything. That's what's sent over to the pharmacist for counseling. If we don't need this information for a refill, do we have to print the leaflet? We just print the receipt and then.
So, I mean, the pharmacist is technically, well, if it's a new prescription, the pharmacist is going to see it again. They didn't see it while it got put in the package, I guess, but they're gonna see it because they're seeing their counseling.
It's been eons since I worked in retail, but I don't think it's put the
I don't know.
Well, I don't think you
I don't
should.
usually don't do it.
It's
It's not
just-
standard of care.
We usually don't.
Unless it's a rim.
If it's a REMS, you're supposed to.
Oh, yeah. That's the whole side of
Yeah, that was the first one.
All the control.
Even in the hospital.
Sure.
Well, there's 3 points that I'd like to make. One, the barcode helps to detract from human error. So if you have a barcode wherever, by having the barcode print at the cashier counter, it would seem to be taking the printing from a busy printer in the pharmacy where paperwork has to be separated to a dedicated, you're checking out one patient at one time, that what comes off that printer is specifically for that patient, it doesn't get mixed up.
That's correct.
But what I also hear and have a feel of concern is that this is in fact required paperwork, at least under FDA standard. Now, the Board of Pharmacy governs the state practice of pharmacy, but the FDA can still have things where it must be part and parcel to the practice, like the REMS. And so because it is an official part of the labeling, I think what I'm hearing, the feeling is that that should accompany the drug. But I'm now concerned, before it ever leaves the pharmacist count. But what I'm concerned about now is that we go and try to reverse an 8-year process that has already been going on, at least in all Arkansas stores. And are we going to introduce unnecessary error and try to reverse that process?
It's not an 8-year process. Putting it down at the cashier station or the cash register is only been going on for a couple of months.
No. She said that the printing of the paperwork has been going on beyond the pharmacist. So now it's
It's
just
been behind the
geography.
counter up until the right.
So the pharmacist still in.
Well, when I worked at Walmart, we printed it, we put it in a bucket and we sent it to the tank. And that's been since I've been here because I did some relief work for Walmart.
Well, and I worked for Walmart too for 2.5 years, and that was 2008 to 2011. And that's what we checked it, paperwork, put it in the basket, set it up, put it
Right,
back.
the pharmacist did all of the paperwork at that point.
Right.
Around 2013 is when it transitioned to the tech. The pharmacist would visual verify, put the contents after it's visual verified back into the bag. And then you go through the barcode scanning process with the technician, and then the paperwork is added at that time.
So, in 2013, Walmart came before this board and said this is what we want, and what did they just do?
I am not certain.
Do we know it?
I'm sorry.
Do we know it? Did they bring that before the board, or did they just make that?
It was just done.
It was just done.
I've been here since '04 and I don't recall ever having a workflow change. I mean, most companies don't. This one is different than most workflow change we've seen. Most of what I've seen in my time here have been things where, pharmacy is changing how many steps they track in the process. It goes from being a 1-step to a 4-step to a 6-step process or something on those lines. But the counseling side is, or the patient leaflet side, I don't recall ever having a conversation, but before we had the finding out that clerks were printed out and the board going, no way, clerks can't do that. That, you have to at least be a tech to be printing out the medical information for people. And I mean, we've got a 3 to 5 minute audio of that previous conversation that the informal had. But when I say something is a tech duty, I've always meant it's a tech duty that must be supervised and checked by a pharmacist. And this one is not being checked by the pharmacist. And that's why we brought it to you.
It's a perk, it's tech license.
I don't think switching the person from being a clerk to having a tech permit changes the issue that the board staff had with the process. But I think that for some people, they think, well, if this person is a clerk with a tech permit, it's okay. Right. But that's up to you guys to make that final decision.
I don't remember, Dr. McCready, how they got brought here with the question. Somehow they were instructed to come here, I guess, but to ask the question about the cashier or the tech. And that was the last discussion I
The
remember.
last discussion we had, I think the one that's on the tape, was when they were here with, because City had been doing audits, and there were so many prescription errors and some things, and this came up during that. And so then Shelley reached out to me and said, hey, I need clarification on this. I said, well, this is what the tape says. Because of course we were recording the meetings, this is what the tape says, so I sent it to her, and she said, well, we want to come to the board and ask to be able to do what we're already doing.
Because it was a cashier.
There's not a lot of difference, to be honest, if I pick up my prescription bottle at the counter and they have a kiosk over here, and I have to go over here and scan that bottle and it's out. There's nobody in the pharmacist is looking at it. I mean, it's just being printed out and handed to the patient.
So it was a part of our technician ratio informal conference, and we walked away with the understanding that day that we had to switch this from a cashier function to a technician function. And so that was what we did. At that point, it became a technician function. The technician who is printing that paperwork is included in the ratio. And then a few months ago, I don't know the exact time frame, but we moved it to the print and pickup process where it prints the paperwork for that patient at that time. And because we thought, we had the understanding that this process was approved, whenever we had what we call the pharmacy of the future in Rogers, they also had that same format when you would print it at pickup. And all of that was approved, there were no concerns, so we thought it was okay. We had the understanding that this process was okay.
It was changed after this discussion.
I'm
We
sorry.
went back from cashier to technician after the discussion.
It has been since we had that technician ratio informal, the bagging has been performed by a technician. Yes. And today that is still considered a technician in our technician ratio.
But it's down at the cashier.
Correct.
So all of your cashiers are now licensed as technicians.
We don't have cashiers.
So everybody in the pharmacy
Everybody,
now is licensed.
right, everyone who works in the pharmacy is a technician.
So they count the ratios that they are.
But Shelley, if you have one pharmacist working at 3 techs and a cashier,
Don't have.
We don't have that. We would have one
but you got
pharmacy.
somebody running the register, are you ever in a scenario where you have, in the pharmacy space, not out of the cashier, you got one pharmacist and 3 techs, and then a second person that's out of the cashier?
No, we don't have that anymore because now that the paperwork prints at pickup, you can't even have that person who's running your cash register be a cashier at that point. And so that person counts in the technician ratio, even though they aren't performing the pickup because of the paperwork.
So the lanyard deal that you told us about is not in effect anymore?
No, they still have the lanyard deal,
So
but
they-
that person wears a lanyard.
That's for
So
the number.
if they have 4 people in the pharmacy, 3 of them have lanyards, this one doesn't have a lanyard, they're not going to take these.
They should not be performing any techniques. They could check out like OTC products just in the register or clean the pharmacy or I think screen a patient if they are coming with their questionnaire.
They're not going in and out from cashier to tech cashier.
No, they should not. We have been very specific in that. It is a very well-defined process. You're not a tech 1 minute or a tech 1 minute at cashier the next.
So
That's where this last pharmacy that came was gonna have an issue because, as we were talking to them, they have a cashier still. And anytime you have a cashier, you're asking for trouble because they can be a cashier right that minute, but then you need them over here. So until we did the linear thing, how did you know that was being a tech? So if they have a cashier out front with this other store, one pharmacist trying to manage a couple of techs, a cashier, and keep it all ordered.
Well, and I think that was the issue at the ratio, the hearing about the tech ratio and the errors was that all of the metrics that have been put on pharmacists. And so but we took this away from the pharmacists. And so the pharmacists are not seeing this part of the billing process.
And I think in general at pharmacies, the biggest issue is techs not doing tech work and pharmacists doing pharmacist work, because pharmacists are wonderful people that jump in and do everything, anything that's needed. And then you'll find these pharmacists hanging on the phone and doing third-party calls and doing things that then they're stacked up with their prescriptions. So there is a fine line of what the techs do, the techs do, what the pharmacists do stuff.
Is that a staffing issue?
Well, could be, but I mean, it's mostly a pharmacist being very helpful.
I see it like the old euphemism where, you know, how many legs does a dog have if you call it a leg? You know, I mean, just because you're calling this person a pharmacy tech and they're up front checking people out, they're not doing tech duties. And it's almost like an end arounds from what we said last time. So somebody went out there and dubbed this cashier a tech. So now we can still take the paper out and do it the way we've been doing, but there's still no supervision over that tech, in my opinion, from what I'm hearing.
Well, it sounds like the basic issue that we're all kind of addressing is that the paperwork is part of the labeling. And if it's part of the labeling, then it needs to be finally put together in one set, drug paperwork with last vision by the pharmacist. And then at that point, a tech can bag it, or a clerk, whoever.
Because that's your counseling material, right? I mean, that takes the place of me telling you how to take your antibiotic.
Or it's supplemental information is the way the rule refers to it.
Okay, so here's where I'm at. I can't get around the fact that the pharmacist is not checking what's considered to be part of the label. However, this has sort of been the process for a while, and I agree with Dr. Richmond in that I have some concerns about saying like, effective immediately, it can no longer happen this way. So it sounds like there's a reasonable consensus behind this table that we would like the pharmacist to be responsible for the paperwork.
And the work with tech.
Yes, but I would like to maybe give Shelley a chance to put some pharmacy managers' heads together, try to come up with a solution, and like maybe come back to the board with, you know what I mean, like let's not just say immediately effective now, this has to change, because that's not reasonable in the workflow. I think that could actually do more harm than good in the short term. So I would like to figure out a way to give them some time to come up with a different workflow. That's just kind of what
And we would have to have some time, but
Yeah.
absolutely, because it's done this way across the nation. And so it would be a specific change for Arkansas, and I honestly don't know, I don't know, I have to get with a lot of other people.
I just want to point out one thing though. If you guys think that it is not legal for them to do it, the board didn't give them permission to do something that doesn't meet the rules. And you were flirting with saying they violated the rules and we really think they did, but let's just see if we can work it out to where we don't make them go back in. So if the rule is bad, then by all means, we need to change the rule. If the rule is bad in patient care and safety, then we need to reconsider the way we say techs must be supervised.
But I don't think it's our rule to change, that's the drug cosmetic.
No, I'm talking about our rule. If we say it is a tech duty, all tech duties must be supervised. Now, if in your board interpretation, are there tech duties that must be supervised that the pharmacist isn't responsible for or doesn't do a final check on?
Verifying that the drug label is correct is not a tech duty.
I would agree with that.
So the paperwork is part of the label.
Are you considering changing the rule to let that be post final check of pharmacist?
That, I guess maybe I'm not understanding. So Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act is federal. It
Yes.
says that if it's printed material that
Yes.
accompanies the drug product, that it is considered part of the label. I don't think we would be in a position to change our regulation to say that the pharmacist doesn't have to check this one part of the label.
I would agree with that. I thought you were saying, let them figure out another way to do it instead of telling them, this is wrong, y'all need to fix it.
No, I'm
No, they can
saying
fix it.
they have to fix it, but we give them
I'm-
60 days or
yeah.
whatever it is to come up with how they're gonna fix it.
I'm not opposed to that at all, but I also think that you guys probably want to send the message, why don't we vet these major life-changing updates to workflow before we implement it and get 2 years down the road?
We can, I'm sorry.
Like that, I mean, this happened 2 years ago, and I mean, we've got multiple people who work in that corporation. If you ask me, Dr. Richmond, Dr. McCready, Dr. Mack, how does the workflow work? None of us knew
Well, it's 2 years ago.
when they started doing it this way, when they started
Well, if you-
having it, or less, 2 years ago is when we discussed it at the board, that's right. In February 2019, where we said clerks can't do this. So we already had one hiccup of, no, you cannot have clerks do this. This is not a clerk duty. So they got the clerks tech permits and then even moved it further out of the workflow to the point of sale at the front cash register. Like, I'm not saying that we need to play Mother May I with every decision a corporation makes, but that's a long step forward compared to what it sounds to me like any of you would have been comfortable with in that decision-making process.
Well, what it sounds to me is that they don't understand what the tech can and can't do. There's some doubt there, you know?
I have a question.
Sure.
Is it the location that is causing the issue if it was still on the pharmacist counter?
No, it's the order and the process it works. And if we saw it happening, I'm just telling you, in my experience as an investigator, if I saw it happening behind the counter on inspection, maybe incorrectly, but my thought would be it's behind the counter and everything that happens behind the counter is checked by the pharmacist before they pass it over the counter. I would not have ever thought that you would have a pharmacist do a final check behind the counter and then add extra information to the label behind the counter, and have someone besides the pharmacist pass it over.
Yeah.
Like that, to me, would never have.
When somebody calls our store and wants a monograph, the pharmacist comes down. You know, it's always something that, you know, I can think of maybe 1 or 2 times where a text is printed it out, but they always bring it over and say, here's the so-and-so's monograph or whatever. And you put the sign, wow, it fills out. But I don't see where, I don't see how. I mean, by changing that cashier to a tech, what did they hope to accomplish there?
We were told that was a technician duty, and so we reworked everything to make sure that it was a technician that performed that function.
They fixed one of 2 problems. And at the time, we might not have been as clear as we could have been of, it's a tech duty that also must be checked by the pharmacist. So they wouldn't fix the tech duty part.
Yeah.
But then they moved that tech duty, said, well, now the clerk is a tech, so we can also do it out there and further remove it from the pharmacist.
But I mean, by making it a tech duty, you put it under the pharmacist, but it should be, you know?
Dr. Reed, I think.
Yeah, I think to come back to Dr. Mitchell's point, where she was saying kind of where I'm at, I think to clarify, the FDA rule says that the literature must be given to the patient. They don't dictate at what point in the process that happens.
No.
That's our rule.
Because they don't dictate scope.
Right. So I don't know that we would be saying that we recognize that it goes against a federal rule and we're gonna say it's okay anyway. I don't think we're doing that. I think the FDA rule says that the information must accompany the prescription. They leave it to the state board of pharmacy to govern the practice of pharmacy, and where it fits in the process, that's on us. If we then are saying that we don't want to interject error by acting in a rough fashion, that I think that we're on solid footing with regards to any federal rule. And so I think that what we're saying is okay, we're concerned that it doesn't meet what our state guidelines would call for, but we can, I think because of that, we can take time to interpret and make sure that we're clear on that point.
I think I would just add or clarify that I don't know about the rule, what, other than rims and like the corners, when it is required that there be a paper handout. I'm just saying, I would have to do some research on that. I don't know the answer to that. And I would probably defer to corporate counsel for Walmart, because they're gonna want to do their own research anyway. I do know that if there is printed material that accompanies the drug, then it is considered part of the label. As far as what's actually required to accompany the product, I don't.
Outside of the receipt, so if the only thing that prints,
Yeah.
that prints is the, maybe the prescription number and the price, that's totally different than the actual information.
That technically is still considered part of the label.
That information is counseling. That information is taking the place of a pharmacist telling you how and when to take the medication.
Or it's an adjunct to it.
Yeah, so what my point is it's not required unless it's, Accutane or, those, that REMS drugs, but it's not required if you're counseling.
So it would be really interesting to know, and we kind of did that with errors, but it would be really interesting to know what every pharmacy out there does. I mean,
Oh, believe me, this conversation, and Carly's especially having our inspectors here, that's something that, what you guys tell us today, we may uncover more problems elsewhere. But I mean, when we've seen pictures of baskets lined up with other companies, it looked to me like all that information is in the basket, waiting on the pharmacist to check, pass it over.
and at one time, I think
It was, I mean, it
So
was
I mean,
that.
I just say it might be interesting to know as technology
I
is evolving, whatever
guys, sitting here
they do.
deliberating over something that you can just turn the printer around and let it print in the other direction and probably solve.
If you look at regulation 03000005, all pharmacy technician, a pharmacy technician may assist the pharmacist in performing the following specific tasks in accordance with specific written policy and procedures. The supervising pharmacist is responsible for all tasks performed by the pharmacy technician. All tasks performed by the pharmacy technician must be supervised, checked, and approved by the supervising pharmacist. That is in our rules and our regulations.
So that's clear.
Motion. I think what Dr. Mitchell, because I misunderstood what you're saying at first, but I think we're actually saying the same thing. I think what you want is say, you know what, we've got a meeting again coming up in July. We want you to come present the solution to this, or we're going to fix it.
They're not fixing it anyway.
I know.
I mean,
And she's wanting it reported soon, and.
Well, I mean, 30 days, 60 days, whatever's reasonable.
And I honestly don't know what's reasonable. I would have to take this back to our technology team and some other people. And I would be more than happy if I could take this information back, see what the level of effort is, what would be reasonable, and then contact board staff, and then we could arrange it from there.
And it is, I mean, it gets beyond Shelley, but I think what you're trying to give us a chance is, we could tell you to fix this today, or we could give you the chance to come show us how you have a plan to fix it in a month and a half.
Yes, but I think today we should put a motion on the record saying what the board's, although we need one, if it's that clear in statute, right? But we need to clearly say that the pharmacist is responsible for checking all of the printed drug information that goes with the prescription.
Or don't print it.
I mean, it's already there, I mean, it's in the law already.
It's in the rule.
Things is happening.
And it goes down further to talk about approved tasks and discusses later in that same section.
Yeah, you don't have to print everything out for that. You don't have to.
Well, I guarantee any chain out there, they're not printing anything they don't have to, because they've already done that research to figure out what has to be printed, they're only printing what has to, so maybe it's a small
It's
percentage.
making some money.
It may be a small percent that they're printing anyway that matter, but, I think from a chain perspective is, and what Becca's trying to say is, they can go back and quickly work through and figure out what can we do. But then that's when the time comes in, because if you have to reprogram everything, you can't do it in
Overnight.
right, not even
So I
6 months probably.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I would propose, and I'm still kind of thinking out loud, but is it reasonable to come back in 30 days and tell us a plan to say over, like, by the end of the year, or by the end of the third quarter, to have this workflow issue fixed and personnel retrained, and
Can I take that back and let you know what's
like,
reasonable?
can you come back in 30 days and give us a plan?
I don't know. I need to consult with some other people and figure out
Sure,
what
that's
the
it.
level of effort would be, or figure out what we need to do from there. But I would be happy to take that back as quickly as possible, work through what we think would be reasonable, and communicate with court staff of what happened. I mean, we'll do whatever we need to.
And please encourage whoever you have to take it to realize that the board has already told you they believe this is a violation. If they decide to go back and count it, it's catastrophic. They're trying to say, you know, we're giving a chance to fix this because it hasn't necessarily been identified as a major issue, but it's not an issue we were looking at because we weren't aware of it.
And next, just so everybody knows, the July meeting will be July 7th.
And just for the, I'm just gonna say, just for the benefit of the board, I went back and looked at my law lecture notes that I researched on prescription labeling for information for the patient. My concern wanted to make sure that the CMI, the Consumer Medication Information, which is what this constitutes, that it does not constitute misbranding if you fail to give it. The TPIs for estrogen and whatnot, those are deemed to be misbranding if you did not give it. But the CMI, the Consumer Medication Information, the FDA had proposed a rule in '95 that they give med guides and consumer information for all of the drugs. Congress convened and intervened and prevented them from implementing it. It said they needed to do a study. They did a study, it was not being done by 2006 then. They then came back with the requirement to give CMI. And then in 2009, they began going forward and saying, let's just take everything and combine it into one document. So the requirement is to give CMI, but it does not constitute misbranding if it's not given. So it's required.
But there's no penalty for non-compliance. That makes sense.
From the FDA, because they're not an enforcement body.
Right. Right. So I'm just saying that there's a requirement at that level. And so it then becomes our interpretation as to where the process should be done and who should be overseeing it.
Was this the meeting, this was the meeting that Tim came to, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think John said it well, and I think it needs to be really digested. They left with a plan of what was it?
Fixing half the issue.
Right, well, I think the issue that was discussed was kind of cashier tech different. And so I think, and I remember ad nauseam you being questioned, oh, can you do this, can you do this, can you do this? And then I think in good faith, they went back and tried to do that because they did try to make it technician duty. Now, moving it out, that wouldn't question.
Yeah. It's assumptive on my part that I would assume that most regulatory folks, if I say it's a tech duty, that there's an automatic connection, there's a tech duty, and therefore, if they do it and it's going to go to the patient, the pharmacist checks it. and I probably need to be more clear, like, I tell people taking their law test, you can't use your phone to look up answers. I would assume I should not have to say that, but I have had to say it now after someone did it. And now I have to tell them you can't use your smartwatch and you can't have your earbuds in. And I actually jokingly say you can't have your earbuds in listening to the law review while you're taking the law test. But, you know, our most like 2 weeks ago, someone would have their earbuds in while we listening to something, while we kind of think, like, no, you can put earplugs in and not earbuds.
And I think like the fact that it's a little bit nuanced and that, you know, to your point, a good faith effort was made. I think it's why we're like, okay, let's get up the point. Let's be reasonable.
Because even if, I mean, think about this in some pharmacies, that even if you're having, now a technician can do it just with the pregnant, but let's say the technician's out front giving immunization. That's still the pharmacist's responsibility. It is still the pharmacy's supervision, but they aren't standing out there with that tech doing it. So I mean, I can see how they would assume a few feet away, they're still supervising, they're still in charge, and it's still their responsibility. I don't think anybody said, let's move out here so pharmacists won't see it. I don't think there's
Correct.
any intent like that.
Correct, that's exactly what it is. Immunization was eye shot, ear shot, and this is honestly the same.
Well, if you go back and listen to that, that clearly says
About the label.
about the language. She clearly states in there that
Right.
the label, the pamphlet is part of the label.
Right.
I mean, it's very clear in the.
I remember here.
So what do we need to do here?
Do we need to make a motion?
That's up to y'all.
I mean, it sounds like I want them to go figure out how to solve this and report back.
I can take it back and report back to board staff and get on the next appropriate agenda.
Yeah, I mean, July 7th may not be possible. I mean, it sounds like it's gonna be a big undertaking, so that may not be possible, but. I mean, and then after that, we've got a full board meeting in October. I mean, who knows, we may have another thing between now and then, it just depends on what pops up. But right now, we're looking at July and or October at the latest.
So I'd like to make a motion if possible,
Okay, go ahead.
that, they have a pharmacist, if they continue doing it, well, the pharmacist inspects all, make guarantees that all the labeling material that goes with the drug is correct and appropriate for that patient. And, that, you know, if it's not done by the time of their next inspection, that they're gonna be penalized.
Which inspection?
Yeah.
Which store?
Yeah.
It's 140. And these pharmacists don't know.
Right.
They didn't, this
Right.
was not a pharmacist
No.
or
They don't know
pharmacist or
more.
PIC decision. Some of them are watching, I guarantee you, or will watch, because it'll spread like wildfire and they're gonna be going, oh crap. I
So
did
what
not-
you're telling me is because this pharmacy is so large and they're breaking the board of pharmacy rules, that us as board of pharmacy can't effectively.
I'm saying, I'm asking you for guidance.
It is a very big issue nationwide.
I'm just saying, if it was one store, it would be fixed tomorrow.
Not a technology. I mean,
You're not talking about a printer in one direction versus another.
but it's probably all, I don't know how to speak.
It's
the
adjusting the
language.
workflow.
It's probably
Rest of
all,
it any way you want.
it's all connected. You can't move a piece of the connection out. Now, it's not to say that if you tell her tomorrow she has to do it, of course she'll do it. It's not that, but it's being,
But what you got here is a violation of pharmacy rules. And you've got an elephant that you've got a store that you can't punish because of the size and scope of that business. That's what you're telling me.
you can punish it. They weren't brought here for punishment, they were coming here. for
You have to order a notice of.
How do you correct it then? I mean, it
I
wasn't.
would say that we would make a motion that we deny the request for, permit pickup process, which is right here. Our motion would be to deny that request for that.
Okay.
And that we, make a motion that Walmart respond to board staff plan of action for addressing printing of the, patient medical information after the review of the pharmacist, to come back to the board for the plan of action within a
by the next informal, they can at least have some sort of idea where they're going. And just come back and let us know.
I'll come out like 3 weeks though.
Yeah.
Because we
I mean, I think if you guys do not feel like the response is happening in a timely manner, you're going to instruct us to follow orders for a hearing.
I think somebody said earlier, we are dealing with a large corporation that's got several stores in the state. If we try to intervene and say, starting now, you know, and this, how does that impact the current workflows? It's potentially make the problem worse.
For patient care.
For patient care.
It could potentially be worse off.
Because I hear what you're saying.
I do hear what
I
you're
do
saying.
I hear what you're
But I
saying,
think
but, and I have to like forcefully tell myself, like, to turn my brain in a different direction and go, okay, my role sitting at this table is not to make sure that everything is perfectly fair and there's a level playing field for everyone. Do I want that as much as possible? Yes, absolutely. But my job at this seat is to protect patient safety and public health. And so if we were to say, boom, gotta make a change tomorrow, that potentially is going to jeopardize patient safety. So I think we have to be careful.
Try not to make it worse.
Yeah, even though, I mean, it's not a good situation, period. And it needs to be fixed, but it doesn't necessarily have to get dramatically worse before it gets better. And I think that's very careful.
Okay, Dr. Jolly, has a motion on the floor.
Same.
All right. And Dr. Mitchell just seconded. Is there any further discussion on this motion? If not, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Any nays? Motion passes.
And just to be sure I got this down, it says to deny the request today, Walmart reports back to board staff for a solution to present, and then will be set for a hearing with one another day. So,
within a reasonable time.
I think for Shelley's benefit, she needs to clearly go back and it doesn't wait till they come here and think of something and try to think about it and have a long time to fix it. So I think from at least most of the board here, you probably want to make sure that they know they're talking very soon.
Yeah, we'll send a letter and we'll probably include when the next informal is for an update.
Copy that box, that I section out of it.
It's out there for YouTube. They can go back and watch it now too.
And as far as technology goes, it might be better interest in the board are really, not that we've never said don't have to tell us your changes, but some technology changes need to be vetted before they even make it. And that isn't how the real world works. Unfortunately, people are back there trying to figure out how to make all the change. They can tell you, here's what it is. You go before the board, and if they don't like it, then you're in the world of hurt. So
It's the
very
same.
hard.
It's the same thing that happened. Good gosh, I mean, I was early here. Remember when all the scanners started coming up and people just wanted their clerks to be able to scan scripts. And black and white scanners, and so I used 7 different ink pens, 3 blue, 3 black, and a red. And it was like a blue and black of this ink pen, a blue and black of this ink pen. And I wrote all kinds of stuff with script and tested through scanners. And other than you could tell the thickness of the ink on different ones, you could not tell that they were even different color ink pens. And we took to the board and the board said, no, that is a tech duty. And then furthermore, wanted the pharmacist to look at, have the hard copy available, especially in those early black and white scans. And there were some people that just could not imagine that you wanted a pharmacist to look at a hard copy after a scan. And I'm going, this is what we scan, and this is what the pharmacist sees on screen. And it's got 7 different ink pens with 3 different colors. Like, you can't tell me that it's not a patient safety issue to know that. But I mean, there were people upset about it, but then once they had their text form student, it was fine. They just had to rethink their workflow.
Well, we used to say all the time that it was wonderful before technology. You
You're
actually
right.
just got your hard
You're
copy,
right.
and the pharmacist looked at it, they did their thing. And then there wasn't any, he's doing this, he's doing this, she's doing this.
Yep.
all right, all right, we got, one thing else we have said is to Take a 5-minute break.
Please.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute break and be right back for ECP.
So guys,
Nicole, we all on there already?
Yeah. I'm the last one.
oh, I think we lost close to it.
Nicole, can y'all hear us already?
Yep, can you hear me?
And
All right.
There we go.
we have, next we have ECP up with software integration when it comes to long-term care. They have a request. We do have a slideshow that is in the documents that I provided, and Nicole, I have that, and we'll be glad to put it up while y'all talk about it if you want me to. But first, I'll turn it over to Dr. McCready, our executive director, and he'll introduce us here, and he'll turn it over to y'all.
I'm gonna be Kirkley today.
What I say?
McCready.
Oh, Dr. Kirkland, sorry.
So, hey guys, I'm John Kirkland, director of the Board of Pharmacy, and you've got both a single screen of me, and then you've got the full screen. You can see the full board. So on my left, your right, looking at the screen, these are all of our pharmacy board members. Starting next to me, Dr. Rodney Richmond, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Becca Mitchell, Dr. Lenore Newsom, who's our current president, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Lynn Krause, Ms. Amy Ford, Ms. Carol Rader. The other people that you're going to see on screen or hear from are going to be our staff members, myself, Mr. Luke Daniel, who is our legal counsel, who is to my right, your left, as well as, and you can't see him probably on the main screen. We also have a couple of our pharmacy inspector investigators, Dr. Cindy Payne, Dr. Kevin Ross. I'm going to let you guys tell us who all you are real quick, and I'll try to do a quick overview for the board to see if they want a presentation or to launch any questions, since they can also look at the presentation on their own.
Sounds good. Well, Ben Holtz here. I'm VP of Business Development, and today we have our compliance staff member, Nicole Shelton, on the call here. She's been calling and speaking with a few of you over the last couple of months to help set this up. Also got James, our Director of Pharmacy Integrations, and he'll be here to kind of back us up on some of the technical aspects. And we also have Adam Azen, our CEO, on the call here with us today.
So in general, we've had a few of these systems the board has reviewed and approved over the years. I know that Mr. Daniel sent you guys kind of a list of questions that are very common for the board members to ask as they've had these. You know, when we hear things like the integration capability from the technical side, I think the board pretty well understands that the technical integration of being able to talk through, you know, HL7 or whatever interface, you know, that technical jargon is not necessarily what our board is generally interested in. So I'm going to defer to the board to see if you guys want us to go through our normal questions. Do you want to take a look at the product first? If you have specific questions you want to go through, how do you want to proceed?
I would personally rather have y'all ask some questions, so I can get a little up to speed and see if I have questions.
So, and I know Mr. Daniel had sent these. I know some of the main questions that the board generally had. I'm gonna try to pull up his list first. I don't think you include that email that you're here.
And we did send a presentation. I wasn't sure if we were going to pull that up or kind of use that as our guide.
Well, we have that if that's what the board members want to see. We all have our own tablets. So your attachment for the tablets is quite literally the presentation. It looks like it's about 32 slides.
Yep. So we can definitely chop things if you guys feel like you read through it or you understand some of those technical aspects, like you said. So we're willing to kind of adjust your schedule here today.
Okay.
Yeah, I sent them a copy of your presentation yesterday, so they've all had the time to kind of go through it. So.
And it might help start too with just kind of real briefly explain that, you know, a lot of this all started with us speaking to a few facilities out there in your region. So working with a facility called Sycamore Springs, about a 60-bed assisted living out in Mountain Home. And then we started working with Friendship Community Care, who have 14 locations throughout Arkansas, and they really want to go forward with us. So before we could start working with All Care and some of the other pharmacies out there, we were understood that we have to present this to you, make sure we get approved so that we can work in your state.
Okay. All right, here we go. I'm trying to pull up
the main. So I know some of the main questions that they generally go through, and Luke, you can find that email.
Yeah, I've got it right here, and I know, I had sent this email, some of the issues, I think the question was, we pulled up, are there areas of concern that, you also be mindful of in your presentation, and I said, some of the issues that the board members have had in the past, the questions is around the cost, who pays for this, who and how, gets that, or who gets access and how, and, what about any other pharmacy that wants to participate, or how are they able to connect? So if you could just maybe talk about those issues real quick, and again, that's the cost, who pays for it, who has access for it, and how do pharmacies maybe outside of your network or outside of what you would be doing, how those pharmacies, how are they able to connect?
Sure. I believe it's roughly slide 27 or 28, I think, on your document, that's going to kind of cover the pricing model for pharmacies. And so we do have an EHR and care planning module, and the communities, not the pharmacies, are billed for the use of that. As far as the pharmacy costs, there is a one-time setup fee for connecting to the ECP pharmacy interface. And that covers unlimited communities after that. So once they're connected to us, they can work with as many facilities as they like in the state. So no further per community charge. And then pharmacies do pay a per resident monthly fee for residents electronically connected to the ECP EMR interface. And this is what's handled differently across the board. We work in 40 plus states. Some pharmacies take on that cost, sometimes as a competitive advantage, sometimes they pass some of that back on, sometimes they pass all of it back on. And so we run into lots of different scenarios with that with our current pharmacy partners. So that's typically how our billing process works to the pharmacy.
Yeah, and I've got that slide pulled up so they can see it where it says pricing model for pharmacy.
So what is the one-time connection fee for a pharmacy?
That is $3,000.
$3,000, okay. And
That allows everything.
that what?
That allows everything.
That builds a connection between the two systems for full functionality.
Correct. That is the setup fee that creates the server-to-server interface connection so that we can start sending med messages. Oh, can you guys hear me? I think you're muted on the board side. Hopefully that's not just me.
Mr. Curley, we can't hear you. Oh.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Zoom works great until the internet connections get a little fuzzy, and we've had about 3 times a. So on the connection, one of our board members, Dr. Krause, was asking, that gives full connectivity between the two systems. And then I was saying, sometimes we've gotten into these where the other part of the pricing model is, well, this home is connected and it's X cost per licensed bed of that home. And the system has said, and we charge that directly to the pharmacy. But the pharmacy does not have all the beds in the home. The pharmacy could have a contract to have all the Medicare A beds, but all of the patients have freedom of choice of pharmacy. So in our rules, a pharmacy cannot pay for something of value for the home itself. Like I can pay for what value that has for me processing as a pharmacy, but I can't pay for the EMR system for the home. So how is your actual setup on that?
Yeah, we excel at that. Part of what I had within the presentation was the freedom of choice for the resident. And that according to our feedback, we're still the only EMR system on the market with all the pharmacies we work with that allow multiple pharmacy connections to one community. So if the resident's choosing another pharmacy, we can just connect to that pharmacy and allow them to put the meds through. Otherwise, the community covers manual entry of medications for residents that are not connected to your pharmacy. So ECP is running an active census, look at how many connected residents you're submitting to that community and are actually being accepted and used by the community. So you only get charged for what's sent, what's used, and then we run a census report to you upon billing time so that you can review that list and make sure, yep, these are all my residents. These are the only ones I service. Looks good.
Okay, so we're having just a little bit of trouble hearing you as well. It's just a little bit muted, but I think that's just part of the system. But it sounds like you're saying that even if you have 5 pharmacies, the first one has 10 people, the second one has 4 people, the next one has 50. It actually delineates, the cost for the home that 70 people are using it. And then the home can further break down and say, and the connectivity time for these 10 people cost that for the pharmacy interconnection, correct?
Correct.
Which that's a clearer approach than what we've seen with several. And I'm talking to the board members. We've had some that wanted to say, well, we're charging the pharmacy 70 beds worth of connectivity, even because that's the licensed beds. And there's not 70 people even in there or anything else. It's just an easier calculation because everybody knows how many licensed beds.
Even on the community side, which might not be as relevant to you guys, we don't charge per bed. We charge based on actual census numbers, which makes the assisted living happy and the pharmacy happy.
So in your setup approach for Arkansas, are you trying to charge directly to the center, to the assisted living or the home, or to the pharmacy?
For these instances, we are, because they do want our full suite. So they want to use the EHR for care planning, incident reporting, assessments. So they would pay for that functionality. And then the pharmacy would be charged only for the active pharmacy links that they're submitting through their pharmacy software to our connection.
Emergency box. So on yours, I did not see that in there, but does your system, I'll ask 2 questions. One, is your system integrated into emergency kits?
Say that again, in the emergency kits?
Is your system integrated into the emergency kits, the emergency tackle box of drugs?
I can't say I'm familiar with the emergency tackle box of drugs. Is that something?
Yeah, one of our board members said that's a good answer. Most nursing homes, not assisted living, but nursing homes have an emergency kit of drugs in Arkansas. We've had some systems that want to connect to a Pyxis type machine to control that through this integration as well.
Yeah, and that if that's more strictly SNF, that's not really our wheelhouse. We maybe have a handful across the country. We mostly deal with private payer assisted living type communities.
I think we lost your audio again, John.
How about now?
Yep,
sounds good.
There we go. I think y'all got my wife turning my voice off or something over here. She's not here today.
John, I put up one of the other issues about any pharmacy connect and all of that, so I put that up.
Okay.
This is their slide. And these guys, I just put up the one that's, I think it was 29, says pharmacy free. It just show the board members about your, where it's not exclusive.
So the privacy agreements that you have are with the individual pharmacy and ECP. So there wouldn't be any crossover or any need for privacy across. So one pharmacy wouldn't have access to protected patient information from another pharmacy or.
That is correct. Yep, you'll each have your own connection to be able to see your connected residents only.
And is ECP
that cut out for you guys too? Can you repeat that question? Sorry, it cut out a little bit. Oh. I think your wife muted you again.
All right, we're going to see how bad this feedback is. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. We have a delay. Yours muted.
Try it again. Let's see what happens. I'm watching it.
All right, let's try it again now.
Okay, I can hear you. For now.
This half virtual meeting is going great. So does ECP have the ability to send electronic prescriptions for the prescribers, or is it just taking orders into the EMR that the pharmacies are seeing?
We do have physician order sheets, but yeah, we're getting the medication details from the pharmacy management software, or QS1 or a framework.
Yeah, we don't support any kind of e-prescribing.
Okay, so how is the pharmacy getting or how are they getting their orders for controlled substances?
As far as how are they getting that through the order process, or how are they putting it in on their side initially?
Is that something they're trying that you're saying they're pulling out of ECP, or is the long-term care physician having to send it just like they do currently via fax or call, or?
They do just send it, yeah, as they currently do right now for that process.
I heard part of it.
Yes, that's what
Yeah, ECP, they're not.
tradition.
Yeah, they're doing traditional delivery of prescriptions rather than having an integrated electronic prescribing system.
Correct.
Okay.
So I get it, this is trying to follow a law that New Jersey has passed, but what exactly is this particular system responsible to do? What does it do?
Well, so, and you guys correct me where I misspeak, but Dr. Mack is asking exactly what this system does. And my understanding is this system connects the electronic medication records and health profile of patients in a long-term care or assisted living center, so that the pharmacy can see all of the orders and give feedback on those to the prescriber and everything else. Some systems we've seen also integrate to where the prescriber is sending electronic prescriptions to the pharmacy through that. This one does not do that.
And then the pharmacy pays to be connected to that home, and they're hopefully getting a pay per patient basis.
So,
and then would they have to go sign up for every home in the?
well, it's if a home decides to use this and the patient decides to use pharmacy A can choose to either have a connection directly to this home or not. Sometimes we deal with homes that want the pharmacy to have it because they can actually send in verbal things like, hey, we need a refill for patient so-and-so. The pharmacy already has the record, but this system prevents them from having to pick up the phone and call it in or get a fax and hope and double check that it made it. It really allows a two-way communication stream where the pharmacy sees that, yes, a refill is needed to be sent, and yes, this patient has been taken. So they're doing change outs at the end of the month. In ancient history, when I was practicing, some homes wanted to send you paper EMR records so you could see all the meds that were needed. And our preference, and what was better for us at home, is like, tell us exactly what this patient needs. But what it always reverts to is, this patient needs everything. And then you send everything, and they send two things back. Well, we didn't need that part of everything.
So what if Lynn's Pharmacy has patients in 5 different homes? To see if the pay is $3,000, I think, for every home?
No, her question was if a pharmacy has patients in 5 different homes, it's just one connection fee with you guys.
Yep.
And then if they have 15 patients across the 5 homes, the pharmacy pays for the amount of connectivity to the number of patients that they are actually connecting and using it for.
But then if there's another system in another home, they'd have paid to connect to that.
The other approaches that we have seen on these, and Ben actually said this a while ago, he's saying that they are fairly unique, that I hate to use the word agnostic, but you're agnostic to how many pharmacies want to integrate with you. And many of these systems that we've seen that have had major trouble with approval from the board, they only wanted to connect to one, like one pharmacy per home. They wanted a 1-to-1 ratio. And what I'm hearing, and stop me and correct me if I misspeak, you could have one pharmacy connected to patients in 5 different homes, and all those 5 homes could have multiple pharmacies connecting their EMR, and they basically map then patient one goes to pharmacy A, patient two goes to pharmacy B, and so on, so that the home pays for the package of the EMR, the health records, and all that functionality. And whatever pharmacies choose to connect to patients, then pay the fee to connect to those specific patients alone, not a set value for home or anything else.
Yep, you nailed it.
But he's answering what the board has been asking people to do in these agreements for some time. And sometimes the connection's $1,000, sometimes it's $10,000, but it is what it is if you want to connect.
But it's not preferential.
It's not preferential, and it's also different in here where they're willing to connect to anyone. Can you guys tell me what pharmacy systems you currently have connections with?
Yeah, as far as management softwares that are out there, you know, the big ones, QS1, Framework, we're going to be connected with, SweetRx. We work with the big chains and any of their proprietary software, so Omnicare, Guardian, down to, you know, small retail mom and pop shops that also use management software. I think we have historically over 20 different pharmacy management software interfaces since 2008.
We have a lot that use Pioneer, like PDX. You got those?
We have Pioneer, and I can't say, I believe we had PDX. James, is that on the list?
PDX doesn't ring a bell to me, actually.
But we do have Pioneer. And that list is also within that document too. As you look at the interface section, I think it's roughly side 9.
The very bottom on the left side.
There it is. That answers my questions. I don't know.
It's PDX.
No, I thought I wrote it down. What other questions you guys have?
I don't know. This is what we got asked.
So their request is to be approved to interface with pharmacies as they have presented.
Motion to approve.
So
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor to approve this plan. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Any nays? Motion passes.
So that may have been painful, especially when you couldn't hear us, but my guess was it was going to go much faster if we just tried to wade through questions in this type of interface than do a presentation with interruptions of questions and more questions at the end. So
smart, savvy group. So you guys see you're on top of it. So
I will get this in writing, and I'll send you a letter just so you have something in writing that says that this was approved. And Nicole, I have your email address, so it's okay if I just send it to you, and then you can.
Sounds good.
Needs to go. Okay. Thank you. I'll get it sent over to you. Latest by first of the week.
Thank you all so much.
thank you.
all right, thank you all. Likewise, thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
So I think Ms. Whitmore had something that she was going to bring in here. I'll check on that.
Press the tablets here, tablets. A few more things to talk about, but we're done with tablets, that way Jennifer can start working on.
That way we can get everything uploaded for tomorrow on those. Tomorrow, I will tell you, I've been working on my law update for the association meeting on Friday, which will also be presented next week. I know, like most boring lecture ever around 2. John Benson and I are going to try this time and tag team. We have so many legislative issues, several of which do involve the Board of Pharmacy, some of which were ours, some of which were APA's, some of which fell out of the blue sky that neither one of us had even asked for. That we're going to try to go back and forth and just kind of discuss those back and forth. So I'm happy to get you guys a copy of what I've submitted so far. I hope John's doing some updates on that as we talk each day. And I'm also going to get you copies of the rule changes that I have kind of identified have to be done so far, so you guys can instruct me to continue with rule changes. So we have Ms. Whitmore and Ms. Bergen both have flowers for Ms. Rader and Ms. Mack, that we know that on paper, at least, that their terms end June 30th. We wanted to do something nice for you guys. But the thing is, you're actually not done until you are either reappointed or replaced. So even if you didn't want to be reappointed, until someone else is reappointed, you might spend a year with us or something, which is absolutely
Still
fine.
smell roses.
Yeah.
They just not good.
So we really wanted to recognize you ladies for your years with the board, and Debbie, we worked with Debbie before she was on the Board of Pharmacy with her previous role in regulatory affairs, and have seen her at national meetings for years. And it's been such a pleasure to steal her knowledge at that national and regional level as we wade through weird issues here at the state. And for Ms. Rader, unfortunately, we already knew her family, but she has far exceeded the expectations we would have had from those relatives. I'll go and say, and I'll say this to Amy and Carol both. I always love, with all my years here and watching it work well, seeing the public members go, now, wait a minute. I may not be in this profession, but this doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's really good because they say, as a consumer, I want this, and everybody else has to take a second and back up. But sometimes they say, as a consumer, I don't think this is a good idea. You might try this, but it's never going to necessarily work in my thought process.
I think my first meeting, my John did the thing. Really, God, you said that?
I tell you, it's.
Yeah, and she was talking about stuff Lynn
Good God. I don't know.
Thank y'all, these are gorgeous.
Well, congratulations, ladies.
It might be the last time I'll see it.
Wow. I hope not. But you're gonna be back tomorrow.
Oh, sure.
But
You can say it's like that.
now you can decide if you're gonna take these, with you tonight or tomorrow or what, so.
I think since it's raining, I'm gonna wait till tomorrow.
They'll keep it here when it gets prettier in here,
Yeah.
right?
And they smell so nice.
They do.
Yes.
They're
Nice.
So I know Dr. Newsom.
Dr. Newsom has something here, and stuff for tomorrow, just to think about, is, tomorrow we've got hearings, but we also have to have a few discussion topics tomorrow. New officers. This is when we appoint new officers. So date, we've already got October dates, but if y'all look at your calendars tonight, look at dates for February. We like to try to set it out 2 ahead of time, so we can already start setting hearings or, whatever we need to do. So if you look at your calendar for February, also we have, we've got a full day of hearings tomorrow. We've also got we have 2 matters that one will take a full day. I mean, this is not set for tomorrow, but we have a matter that will take a full day. They have counsel. I talked to that counsel, and they have several witnesses. We have several witnesses. So we're looking at a full day there, and we've got 2 other matters that will take at least a half a day apiece. So we're looking at, if you would look at your calendars, we thought about, we won't have time to hear these in October.
Is it formal or informal?
The formal hearings. So we were looking at, let me pull up my calendar. I had talked to a couple of the attorneys. All 3 of these cases have private outside counsel. So, and I've talked to most of those the counsels. So we're looking at possibly, and I don't know, this may have a big issue with school starting back, but the week of August the 10th is a Tuesday. So
like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I don't know what would work, but we would need 2 days, but I don't know if that, anybody has a huge conflict that week. I mean, school maybe starting back then, I don't know, I know that's the following week, is the following week. I know that's usually around school start back is a rough time for a lot of people. Just trying to get back in the swing of everything, but if y'all just look at your, like I said, we don't have to set a date today. But if y'all just look at your calendars and see if that week would be an issue, and then look at your calendars around February dates, what is it usually, John? The
Second Tuesday of February.
Usually the
on-
second Tuesday of February, so if that's an issue.
Our normal schedule would be February 8th and 9th.
You know, this year some years we've had snow, this year we got a foot and a half right after the meeting. So, I mean, it's hard, but it's snowed in March, it's hard to, it could be 90 degrees, so it's kind of hard to plan, but it's what it is. So like I said, if y'all would just, look at that, or look at those dates for tomorrow, and I know Dr. Newsom, you had something for this afternoon, I believe you want to discuss the
Yes.
evaluation of the executive director.
Just take a few minutes on that.
So I wonder, just really for February, but if you plan the meeting and it snows, sleets and ice the day before and nobody can come, can y'all turn that to virtual kind of on the fly?
The only thing that would be an issue would be, and another thing we wanted to talk about, and I know, but it just reminded me when you said that, is, John Brennan and I discussed this, what the board wants to do from now on was reciprocity.
Yeah.
Reciprocity seems to go pretty well. The times we've had virtual, and there's not 100 people in this room. So that's just something to think about, that maybe, especially for the next, hour meeting. So if y'all want to think about that tonight, we can ask y'all for a vote on it tomorrow. But the problem, yes and no, it would be easy to do the first day virtually, the second day, when people have hearings, if we could get a hold of them. If they have a document that says they could appear in person. So if we get a hold of them, and they have no issue appearing via Zoom, that's one thing, to change it, at the very last minute, but it wouldn't be a huge problem. No, if somebody says, no, I want to go in person, then we can just reset. But, before we've had. Yeah, they still fly in, but they're just coming at different times. Like
So
Nancy-
all of them already came in.
we Nancy said something Monday, Wednesday, no more than 6 at a time, so they're coming in on, Monday, Wednesday, and, 4 or 5 here, there. That way it's easier, because having to cram 40 or 50 people in this room, it's just, I think Nancy can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's actually helped her out doing it like that.
I know we've discussed before trying to go to like an NPJE, and it was, that we would have a hard time justifying it.
I don't think that we can get it done legislatively because it'd be $100,000 impact.
Even if you talk about the pandemic and because that's not really wrinkle other than just money.
So anytime we do a rule change, we have to do a financial impact, and we can't, if you still wanted people to come to the board office at any point to verify them or anything else, you could say, well, if we weren't gonna have to come to the board office at all, it would theoretically save money. But the hard cost of the test is a specifically defined thing. And when it had been discussed before, we have roughly 400 people here to take it. The other thing is NPJ is not available for junior pharmacy students. We've had some other states that have asked about doing that. And so we would be tacking on at the end of graduation, removing the test before you do rotations and tacking on $250 a piece for every graduate.
So it really works out good for that.
Yeah, it works great for them state graduates, out of state, consider miss, they're paying the flight here. So, the test is free, so it's kind of hit or miss, play wise for them, but state and our graduates.
As much as people, I think, gripe about it, it helps us greatly with testing sites, because you're talking about having several hundred more testing site reservations a year with the same testing center in Nashville.
So our test is free, where does the financial impact?
If we require NPJE, the financial impact is to the licensees at $250 or $275, whatever. I haven't asked Dr. Payne this, but you've seen both versions.
And there's
pros and cons of
For
both.
sure, I mean, like, it's my understanding too, when COVID first hit, all the testing sites were closed, but
We
we
were
were
the
still
only-
able to get reciprocities done here. So that was a pro, you know, one of the cons is, and I don't know if we've had a specific issue come up in Arkansas, but in Oklahoma, we had several people that had special needs. And, you know, those testing centers are designed to accommodate special needs, whereas, you know, it just took a liability off of the Oklahoma board. But I don't know that we've really had that issue here.
We've had one or two people that wanted a quiet place, and I mean, they can put in earplugs. You know, we can set them in a separate room if we really need to. We haven't had anybody request extra
I
time.
think maybe once since I've been here, if somebody,
Or somebody has.
literally had
If
they
you-
had something from it, you know,
Yeah.
when they graduated, they got an extra 30 minutes.
I just knew we
Really
had
not had
discussed
any
it
issue.
before, and I think there was the expense component to what I remember, and so I was trying to figure out. Now, basically, because of COVID, we had sort of a justification to say work expense, but it doesn't sound like it's really much of a.
I know that Dr. Kirtley is kind of made fun sometimes about some of the questions that are on NPJE, like the makeup of the board. But that's one of the disadvantages of having written questions for NPJE, is they want a specific amount of questions to cover all these different topics and whether or not it applies or not. And one of them is, you know, the makeup of the board, or, you know, radio nuclear, you know, that sort of thing. Where to me, that doesn't meet the needs of the majority of the people who are getting licensed.
And I think overall, and I tell people they come to test, our test is not designed to prevent you from being a pharmacist. We want you to show that you have an operational, functional knowledge of the way our rules and regs and laws in Arkansas work. And, you know, when we see people that are not successful on the test, and you see the questions that the people who didn't make, you know, a 70% on a miss, it's usually fairly astounding. Like, you should know that you can't do this, and you should know you can't do this.
And you need to know if you're gonna actually go for something.
There was somebody that came through on reciprocity today, and I wrote it down somewhere, I don't know where I put it, I think it was but it made me think we need to inspect that pharmacy.
You know,
No, but it was somebody that we said, okay, we can license them as a pharmacy.
Oh, yeah. No, we had one that we said, we'll license
And I
a
think
pharmacy.
seriously, we need to look at that stuff.
Yeah.
They're sending stuff in.
AIS. Yeah. And there, we said, we don't show that your license, they're like, oh, it's under this other name. They had one location, but not another.
Something's bad.
Well, and that's what's funny, and I tell, when we have large groups, I'm like, look, sometimes I'll remember telling this, like, you're going to think the questions the board is asking you might be silly. And one of them asked, well, why do you need to know something? I said, but the problem is, you're thinking that you're going to give a reasonable answer, but imagine if someone gave the opposite answer. And the example I give is, do you have physician ownership? Well, most people will be like, well, no, but is it that big a deal? But we've had people before, you know, do you give remuneration to physicians that send you scripts? And I think that's somebody years ago said, well, yes.
Yeah.
Like, we pay docs for scripts. We're like, you can't do that. It was like, oh, it's animals, they don't care.
No,
And I'm like, you still can't do that. I mean,
something.
do you split bill? Do you take a 75 gram cream and bill it 5 times the 15 gram cream? And we had people that did that.
Anyway, I don't know which one it was, but maybe we have to go back through. I don't know. Maybe.
I think we know who you're talking about.
I think the original, one of the original questions was, are we okay doing this process?
Yeah.
I'm just saying my opinion.
What is that again? At least through the rest of the year at this point, then we can, rediscuss. But yeah, it seemed to go, we've done it virtual since. For the last year and a half, and even today with everybody in here, it seemed to go really smooth.
Yeah. I mean, we're able to tell every person that comes in that, yeah, this is who has an application for this. And generally what we do, I mean, if I'm here, I do it. If I'm not here, Dr. McCrady's gonna do it. If we're both not here, Luke or one of these guys could come in And we actually try to see, hey, here's how our test works. Do you have anything that you're just bad confused on you want to ask us before you take this test? Because we don't answer questions during the test. I've had a couple of people fairly upset. They're like, I just don't know, I need to know what you mean by this. I'm like, I don't answer, I'm not allowed. The board has told me, don't answer questions about the test during the test, but do give feedback, after we're done. And we are completely unique in the sense that with our test, you get to see what you made and you get to see why. And I have person after person after person that they're like, I can't believe I just got to do that and ask you questions after the test to understand why I missed what I missed. The guy today that I said, wait a minute, you're from South Africa, but I thought you were from Germany. He goes, oh, I was from South Africa, got licensed there, and then I went to Germany and now I'm here. He said, but I have to tell you, I've dealt with the licensure process all over the world, and this is the best process I've ever seen. Like, I am so impressed with every time I call your staff. I'm like, well, I thank you for letting me know that about my staff. I'm glad to hear that. But there's a whole nother level, I think, of advantage for the people reciprocating. We don't go through every step of that with the pharmacy students, but we do lecture in their law course and give them a review and give them ample opportunity to ask questions. Now, none of them asked questions this year. It's the shortest review I've ever done. Because I think I joked with Roddy about this. I thought this is going to be on Zoom and they're going to have 100 questions for me. So instead of doing an almost 2-hour review, I did like an hour and 5. They're like 2 questions. I'm like, Dr. Richmond, did I miss it? He goes, no, you covered it. And I've had more positive feedback about my shorter lecture.
Everybody passed?
They stayed
But
away.
you ever have anybody
Almost.
have problems in pharmacy school because of the law exam, right?
Well, we've had some people try really hard.
Okay.
Are we still on the record?
Yes.
I just wonder why Alex said he's gonna be the pick, but then.
They said he's going to
not
be,
the pick.
I mean, everybody was saying he's going to be the pick, but I don't think they could officially say that when he didn't have a license. That's
It
my
was
feeling.
very bizarre.
Well, you saw his face when the other guy said it, and I asked him, the guy said, and they said right there, like, well, he hasn't even applied, so I guess we need to figure that out. But
Does he have to be a pharmacist to apply?
I have no idea. I could see all their faces, because I looked immediately at the one who says to PIC, because that's what my understanding was, and the other 2 people start looking at each other and they start talking like, that was news to everybody else in the room.
There was at least 2 reciprocity candidates that said they were interested in applying for that.
Yeah, one of them wanted to come and do extra work there, but one of them, like, he was gonna be the PIC.
He's moving. He wants to come where it's green.
Yeah.
It's green.
And then, does he need a second pharmacist? I hope that he's gonna.
I wouldn't be surprised, I mean, if their numbers are, they said after 1,000 a week, they start looking at adding a pharmacist, I wouldn't be surprised if they're filling 250 scripts a day quick.
Especially over it's gonna be, people.
Yeah. I mean, there's a Kroger next door, that's a busy Kroger. But there's gonna be a bunch of people that are big time obsessed with having Costco on.
So nobody has an issue with keeping reciprocity virtual as it is.
Okay.
Everybody, Dr. Newsom, do you want to hear discussion?
Yes.
When you get off the record, or y'all go?
Off the record. Off the record.
We have to announce that we're going into, I've looked at the executive session, I've looked at that, and you can go into executive session for the purpose of considering employment, appointment, promotion, demotion, discipline, resignation, or any public officer or employee. The specific purpose of the executive session shall be announced in public hearing going into executive session when this meets this. Also, evaluations, direct evaluations are not for your board. So if y'all want to go into executive session, and I guess announcements for, so if y'all want to go into executive session to discuss that, you can. If y'all want to step out and use the boardroom. So maybe instead of, I don't know, it's just since this is all being recorded, just take a chance that something doesn't happen and this goes out. So if y'all want to step in the boardroom, y'all can do that. And at some point, you want to call Dr. Kirkley in, you have that right, you can do that, you can't call him in. So You don't have to, but if at some point you want to, you have the right to do that.
And then also keep this going, even though, like, stop the video, stop the audio, when they go into executive session. But we'll have to keep recording, just for the coming on from like there.
Yes, yes, and y'all have to come in, if you make any decisions back there to accept evaluation or do anything else, if you make any decision, you have to come out here, make it in a motion, vote on it before it's valid.
Y'all need to discuss anything.
So, And
Do you think these flowers are bothering you?
Yeah, I got a little remember I had to start trying to speak.
We are,
I'm just saying, when my allergies start, I get super sensitive and everything, but we can put it in another room here.
we are back unmuted. The board has come back out of executive session to discuss the employment and evaluation of Dr. Kirtley. Dr. Kirtley was called back to that discussion. Is there any, does the board have a motion or anything that it wants to make? If it discussed anything or maybe have a motion in the back, it is not valid unless the motion is made here or in public. So either there's a motion or
Just to accept the evaluation.
Motion to accept.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's not any other further discussion, all in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passes.
perfect. I don't have anything else, Dr. Booth, if you do, or Dr. Kirtley, if not, we look for a motion to adjourn for the day.
Second.
Back in.
Motion and a second.
We're back at 9 tomorrow. We do have hearings set, so we'll be hearing officer and a court reporter in the morning. So we have, well, this is Brenda that said that we'll be sure for that.
Yeah, back on that.
So if I remember, last one's at 2:30 tomorrow. or-
Yes, the last one is 2:30. We're starting at 9, so the last one is at 2:30. So hopefully we've got one full schedule. I haven't sent it out because we're back in person, so we're not allowed to send them out ahead of time again.
I just wonder if it's an hour pace, a 2 hour, or 4 hour.
I just can't. Let's see here. We've got one first thing in the morning that we've got several witnesses for, so it may take a while. And then there's, in the afternoon, there's one pharmacist that is a prescription error, and then there are 4 technicians. 2 of them are appeals, so they usually show up. And 2 of them are suspensions, which usually don't show up. So yeah, it should not be just a long afternoon. With that being said, I would jinx it. Yeah, there are some technicians.
What times are previous info?
First thing.
Okay, so it's in the morning.
Yeah, so we do start at 9, like I said, we do start at 9, so correct. Everybody,
Weather looked like very rainy.
we have one that and the pharmacist left me 2 messages today. He's actually from out of state, so I don't know if there's an issue with him traveling or what, but if we have to, we can have it virtually. Yeah, so that's all I have. Like I said, y'all just look at those dates and see, and we can talk about everything else you want. I believe you've already been motion to adjourn.
Yeah.
Great, so we'll see everybody in the morning.